on the international front.
We have clear evidence that Iraq is supporting terrorists around the world who are planning to mount attacks against coalition member countries. The clearest examples of this activity is the attempted bombing of the U.S. Cultural Center in Manila on the 19th.
State Department officials say there's evidence that Iraqi diplomats may have masterminded the bomb effort, as well as plotting other terrorist attacks so far unachieved on Allied interests in Thailand. And reports of terrorism have prompted at least half a dozen other countries to expel Iraqi diplomats in the past few days. So far, there have been no major. Officials here say that's due in part to increased security, in part to luck, and in part to the chance that Saddam Hussein's henchmen are waiting for the right time and place to strike. Rita Braver, CBS News, Washington.
Still to come on the CBS Evening News, additional reports on how the war is going, where it may be going, and the reason why Saddam Hussein himself may have become a priority bomb target.
When sore muscles or minor arthritis pain hold you back, you need strong medicine. Ben-Gay with not just one, but 2 pain relievers. Warming power for fast relief. Helps get you going again. Ben-Gay. Fast, strong medicine for pain relief.
I am a car maker. Making cars friendlier to the environment is something I think about a lot. One answer is more fuel-efficient cars.
We're also working on alternative fuels, like our Impact, designed to be the first really practical electric car with enough zip for the California freeways.
25 GM cars today put out the same amount of tailpipe emissions as one car from 1970. Now that's progress.
Okay, listen up, people. It's Super Bucks weekend at Sears, and that means you decide what's on sale. Just grab the coupons from your newspaper for savings up to $50. So bring the coupons to Sears and let's shop!
I was afraid to go to the doctor. I didn't want to hear that I might have an ulcer, but I just couldn't ignore my stomach. You can imagine how relieved I was when my doctor said Mylanta. He told me it wasn't an ulcer. It was indigestion. And indigestion like mine needed a strong medicine.
Mylanta is strong medicine, strongly recommended. In fact, Mylanta is the antacid doctors recommend most.
My doctor said Mylanta.
The Vatican said today it has received a reply from Saddam Hussein to a plea for peace from Pope John Paul. A spokesman quoted the letter as saying the Iraqi leader shares the Pope's concern for justice and peace. At this point, though, appeals for dialogue apparently are being ignored in both Washington and Baghdad. Alan Pizzi in Amman looks at Saddam's situation.
There seems little doubt that Saddam still has the weapons to fight back, that his military has been mauled but not mutilated. His air defenses are still good enough to bring down American planes and give him POWs for propaganda. Iraq squandered its vast oil wealth on the best the world's arms merchants would provide. But even when the crisis began, Saddam seemed to believe cause and cunning could defeat technology.
The United States Air Force may be able to destroy cities, plants, installations, and people, but it will never be able to be decisive in concluding a battle.
Iraq's 1 million soldiers are afraid not to fight. An Iraqi soldier knows an American soldier will only kill him, a well-informed diplomat said. But if the Iraqi refuses to fight, Saddam's secret police will kill him and his family.
And Saddam may well be leaving his chemical weapons for the great ground battle, which everyone expects to erupt around southern Iraq and Kuwait in the next few weeks.
Analysts who have studied Saddam describe him as psychologically deformed, a man high on his own rhetoric who will go down fighting to the last drop of Iraqi blood.
When Saddam feels backed into a corner, that is when he can become particularly dangerous. There is no constraint on his aggression, and he can lash out with extremes of violence, using whatever resources or weapons are at his disposal, including weapons of mass destruction.
Saddam Hussein, experts say, is a man without a conscience, incapable of caring about the pain of others, and willing to do anything to win. Alan Pizzi, CBS News, Amman.
U.S. officials insist there is no official Allied policy to hunt Saddam down and take him out. That doesn't mean necessarily there's no effort to find him, bomb him, and kill him. Bill Plant has more about this. Bill?
That's right, Dan. Although the Allies and the U.S. won't admit that they are seeking Saddam Hussein as part of their relentless attacks on Baghdad from the air, it's become pretty obvious that Washington wouldn't mind if he just happened to get hit or at least captured. The British Prime Minister was the latest to say so earlier this week, and the President echoed his remarks last night.
Whatever his fate may be, I, for one, will not weep for him.
No one should weep for this tyrant when he is brought to justice. No one.
That sounds clear enough, but it still isn't policy, says the State Department.
Our policy is very clear. I don't believe the president last night was stating policy. He was stating his personal emotions.
In the U.S. Congress, where there's less need for diplomatic nicety, there's a growing number of people who say it outright. Removing Saddam Hussein would remove the problem.
I encourage the Allied forces to look seriously in terms of shortening this war by Saddam being a target.
Whether we target him by way of a mission of seek and destroy, or capturing him and taking him out.
But not everyone is convinced that letting Saddam know he's a target is a good idea.
If he is persuaded that our objective is to kill him, then he really has no reason to negotiate at all, and he will fight to the end, probably.
In any case, Saddam appears to be well protected. His presidential palace was reduced to rubble on the first day, but far below is a $65 million fortified bunker built 10 years ago by German contractors. Deliberately assassinating Saddam would be against U.S. law, illegal, but officials hope that if they're lucky, he won't be around for them to deal with when the war is over. They still remember the spectacle of hunting down Panamanian strongman Manuel Noriega. And all of this, of course, goes far beyond the objective of driving Iraq out of Kuwait. But the longer this war drags on, the less likely the U.S. is to settle for anything else. Bill Plant. Dan?
Bill, thanks. Straight ahead, a report from Israel, still under the threat of Iraqi attacks.
Your high-fiber cereal.
Tastes like a high-fiber cereal.
But my high-fiber cereal is different.
Why? Because it comes in a big red box?
No, because it's delicious.
Really?
It's the only one with this delicious combination of raisins, dates, nuts, and crunchy clusters.
Keeps sounding better and better.
And crispy high-fiber bran flakes.
That makes it perfect.
That makes it fruit and fiber.
And that makes fruit and fiber my high-fiber cereal.
Post fruit and fiber cereal.
Delicious.
Why would you want your fiber any other way?
Kids feel sick at the thought of taking bad-tasting medicine.
Open up.
But not new grape-flavored Dimetap DM for colds and coughs.
Don't like Dimetap.
New Dimetap DM. It relieves kids as well as colds, as well as coughs.
The day may come when all dishwashers will get your dishes sparkling clean and run quietly enough to let you talk on the phone. But isn't it nice to know Whirlpool Quiet Wash dishwashers will do it today?
Do you have a cold?
Yeah.
Here are 2 cold medicines. One relieves these 3 symptoms, this 9. Choose one.
9.
Why?
That's me all the way down the list. Muscle ache, congestion, general body ache, headache.
You chose Dristan over Sudafed.
I am shocked.
Would you try Dristan?
Yes, I would.
How do you feel now?
Night and day difference, 100% better.
Dristan relieves 9 tough cold symptoms.
I love Dristan, yeah. It's great.
Will the war in the Gulf lead to terrorist attacks in America? Join Charles Carrault and Leslie Stahl for that story and more on America Tonight.
Air raid sirens went off again tonight in Israel, apparently a false alarm. So far, Israel has heated pleas from President Bush to hold off on any return strikes against Iraq. Tom Fenton is covering the story in Tel Aviv. Tom?
Dan, there's mounting criticism here of Germany's feeble support for the war against Iraq and its strong support over the years for Iraq's war machine. Foreign Minister Hans-Dietrich Genscher flew here today in an effort to repair the damage to Germany's relations with Israel.
Genscher spent the day touring the ruins of Israeli homes and schools blasted by Iraqi missiles.
It is a shame that Germany helped create
the new Hitler!
Genscher announced a gift of $166 million in humanitarian aid for the victims. But the inhabitants of the neighborhoods damaged by Scud rockets that German scientists helped upgrade do not appreciate Germany's position in this conflict.
It's not enough she give the gas and all the intelligence to Iraq. She fight against the war. Now she want the peace. She like Jews when they dead.
The Israelis are especially angered by the role of German companies as prime suppliers for Iraq's chemical, biological, and nuclear arms programs.
Scientists, chemists, engineers, experts on biological and chemical warfare. They carried out his plans. They helped him tighten every screw in this war machine. Achtung, Deutsche Gas! Achtung, Deutsche Gas!
What could people say about these Germans today? That with the past which is theirs and ours, that they allow themselves to do something like that again?
Tonight, Genscher acknowledged that German companies have violated export regulations, but said new legislation is being enacted to put tighter controls on military technology. Tomorrow, Genscher will visit the memorial to the 6 million Jews who died in the camps and gas chambers and the ovens of the Third Reich. More damage control. But the Germans weren't the only ones to help build Saddam Hussein's war machine.
So I think it's very hypocritical now to start to just bashing the Germans. It was a question of money, selling, and everybody was selling, not only the Germans.
Whoever is responsible, Israelis are putting on gas masks because a dictator threatens to annihilate them. For Jews, that's an experience no words can describe. Tom Fenton, CBS News, Tel Aviv.
Stay with us now for more news, including a California town where the war has become a municipal debate.
Now you can ask Angela Lansbury about Bufferin.
Angela, for a tough headache, is Bufferin really strong aspirin?
Oh, my, yes. I've learned extra strength Bufferin has the strongest dose of aspirin you can buy, 1,000 milligrams.
Miss Lansbury, how can Bufferin be so strong if it has buffers?
I wondered myself, till I heard that the buffers don't weaken it. They just help prevent aspirin stomach upset. I depend on Bufferin.
Shouldn't you discover the strength of Bufferin?
If you're counting calories, here's something you should know. An entire Kellogg's Special K breakfast, including cereal, fruit, skim milk, and coffee, actually has fewer calories than the leading diet shake. Fewer calories. And when you're dieting, isn't that what's important? Kellogg's Special K. Lose the fat.
This is the sound of Unisom, the sound of sleep. With Unisom, you hit your pillow and fall asleep fast. Tonight, you can sleep more soundly with Unisom, America's #1 sleep aid.
Now's the time for Centrum Silver, because you're over 50 and you're out there swinging. Centrum Silver, a complete vitamin formula for your changing nutritional needs. Centrum Silver, it's a great time to be silver.
As is frequently the case in wars, emotions are at a flashpoint in the haste and confusion of this war, and not only at the front, here at home. Battle lines were quickly drawn, and one California town took a significant stand shortly after the first bombs fell on Baghdad. Now, as John Blackstone reports, that town is having second thoughts. Too late for some residents.
As soon as America went to war, the town of Arcata, California, went on the front lines of the peace movement. The town council declared the community a sanctuary for conscientious objectors, but then discovered that for many people in town, that symbolic act of pacifism was an act of treason.
This is Arcata, Humboldt County, the United States of America, and it is not Baghdad by the Bay.
The city of Arcata hereby declares itself to be a sanctuary for all persons.
The declaration was made a week ago, just hours after American forces first attacked Iraq.
We didn't know that they were going to start the bombing in the middle of this afternoon. And I mean, I think we're all pretty miserable and in shock about this.
Since the night the war began, Al-Qaeda has been gripped by an issue that's raising questions of patriotism across the country. Is it possible to love the flag and at the same time oppose the war? Al-Qaeda in California's North Country, wedged between the Redwoods and the Pacific, has always had a reputation for being liberal. Students at the state university make up almost half the population.
God bless America.
But when the town was declared a sanctuary, people who seldom raised their voices began to stand up and shout.
God bless America and God bless the silent majority.
Townspeople who had always tolerated diverse views declared the time for tolerance is over.
There are times when that difference of opinion has to come together and say, guys, gals, we're behind you. This is a united country, and not give the enemy fodder to use against us.
I think people are afraid of what's going to happen and what could happen with this war. And they really hope that if we can all just rally behind the president right now, that we can get this over with and be successful quickly.
Al-Qaeda's mayor still opposes the war, and at a town meeting, those who agree with him were called traitors.
How dare you call me anti-patriotic?
So sure, one of these fancy structures that are in and around Baghdad were constructed, but there was no question that the fortifications that the Iraqis were building were quite formidable, even along the frontline battlefronts, because they feared the terrific artillery bombardment of the Iranians, and clearly they had some sort of enemy in mind when they built these more elaborate structures inside Baghdad to take care of their command and control and leadership.
Now, I think most people know that you're a former Marine general, and we heard some talk from Tony Cordesman tonight about the Marines participating in that assault against the Republican Guard. I'd always thought that the Marines were too lightly armored to make a frontal assault. Can you explain that to us?
Well, I don't think they're making any attacks on the Republican Guards. There have been some skirmishes along the border, and I suspect what this is, that we have forces up there for reconnaissance purposes to check out their defenses and look for soft spots.
I'm sorry, can I try to make myself clear? I apologize. Though the Marines always like and insist on being the first into battle, it was my understanding they were too lightly armored to be first into battle on this occasion.
Well, I don't think that's necessarily true. They do have their air power, and they do have a formidable number of tanks with them, plus, as I understand it, the British or Army armored units attached to them. The Marine Corps looks at it in terms of the synergistic effect, if I can use that fancy phrase, of putting together their ground power and their air power and their command and control and their naval gunfire to make a pretty formidable fighting force. And they've proven it in the past, and I suspect they'll prove it again.
Thank you, General Traynor. Smile on your face when you talk about the Marines tonight. In a moment, intelligence and counterterrorism. Why support for Saddam Hussein is as strong as it is in some parts of the Arab world, and traveling through the heartland, talking about the war.
I told Harry we
Wake up all
is a serious one.
The threat of terrorism has turned to actuality now that war has broken out in the Mideast.
We have clear evidence that Iraq is supporting terrorists around the world who are planning to mount attacks against coalition member countries.
In Manila and Bangkok this week, 3 Iraqis suspected of planning terrorist actions were arrested. And the FAA has issued an alert to airlines that 140 stolen Ethiopian passports are in the hands of Middle Eastern terrorists. According to U.S. officials, Iraq uses its embassies and diplomatic posts to support terrorism, providing passports, documents, and intelligence, and hiding weapons and explosives in diplomatic pouches.
The diplomatic passport structure definitely was co-opted to provide an infrastructure to conduct these operations, particularly in the Middle East, Western Europe, and the United States.
Because of that, close to 100 Iraqi diplomats have been expelled from countries around the world. 28 Iraqi diplomats were expelled from Germany today. And this morning, Britain announced that the Iraqi ambassador to London would be leaving and not replaced. But Pentagon Justice Department and intelligence officials have confirmed to ABC News that there are as many as 1,500 trained terrorists living undercover in the United States. They are concerned that they might be called upon by Saddam Hussein. They represent various Palestinian factions, including the notorious Abu Nidal organization, and countries such as Libya, Iraq, and Iran. They are known to officials as deep cover agents, moles, or sleepers. They bury themselves in communities, creating false identities. They can come from any country.
In fact, it would not be fair at all to stereotype any particular culture, any type of community or ethnic group, because really profiling goes out the window when you're talking about sleepers.
But despite all of these troubling indications, there are still many obstacles to terrorists operating in the United States. Security has been significantly increased, and law enforcement officials say their ability to detect and deter terrorists is better than ever. Karen Burns, ABC News, New York.
In fact, the director of the FBI, William Sessions, said today that the FBI has the situation under control. Americans said Mr. Sessions ought to go about their business as usual. On Capitol Hill today, the House and the Senate have voted unanimously for two bills, one which would give troops in the Gulf a break on their taxes. They won't have to pay this year's until 6 months after they leave the Middle East. The other bill increases the cost of living benefits for disabled veterans. The Senate also passed a resolution praising Israel for its restraint in not retaliating against Iraq after the missile attacks on Tel Aviv, and it also condemned Iraq for its treatment of captured American flyers. Overseas again. In Cairo today, President Mubarak told the Egyptian parliament that the only way to stop the war is for the Iraqis to get out of Kuwait. Egypt has about 40,000 troops in the anti-Iraq coalition. Mr. Mubarak has been much more out front than the other Arab leaders in publicly attacking Saddam Hussein, which has not pleased all Egyptians. ABC's Don Kladstrup is in Cairo.
For 2 hours, President Mubarak castigated Saddam Hussein as a hypocrite and liar, a man who is trying to deceive Arabs into believing that the war against Iraq is a war against Islam. Don't be fooled, he warned. Mubarak accused the Iraqi leader of being out of touch with reality, of living in another world. Mubarak is also worried about Egypt. Only a week ago, most Egyptians seemed enthusiastic about the war. Now there are doubts. Opposition political parties have called on the government to withdraw Egyptian forces from Saudi Arabia. One newspaper urged Egyptians to rise up and defend their Muslim brothers.
The United States is not launching a war to liberate Kuwait. It is launching a monstrous war to destroy Iraq.
Is there a wave of sympathy for Iraq?
Yes, nowadays, not for Saddam Hussein, but for the Iraqi people.
As a precaution against protests and demonstrations, the government has extended the mid-year vacation for high schools and universities. It does not help Mubarak that many Egyptians have come to regard the thousands of Kuwaitis now living in Egypt as fun-loving freeloaders.
You can find them in all sorts of hotels, having fun, disco parties, just nothing. They don't feel anything.
Most Egyptians still seem to support the war, but with opposition parties speaking out and an end to the war not yet in sight, the government is not taking any chances. Don Kladstrup, ABC News, Cairo.
In Jordan, the government has an equally acute concern, in this case to avoid being drawn into a war between its two neighbors, Iraq in the east and Israel to the west. Not easy given the fact that a majority of Jordanians support Saddam Hussein. Pro-Saddam demonstrations advertised in local newspapers have been attracting large crowds, and people show up from all walks of life. ABC's Bill Blakemore in Amman has an explanation why.
Saddam Hussein has become a hero to many Jordanians for two reasons, both having to do with their feelings about America. First, they say Saddam Hussein is a neighbor defending his own land against the overwhelming military superiority of a distant aggressor, the United States. Shop owner Araf Disi asks, don't you Americans remember fighting the British on your land? The American army has come here to fight us on our land, Arab land. Many here call the American attack the New Crusades. Shop owner Ahmed Shamat says, we did not invade California. We're standing on our land. This is our oil. Factory manager Suha Tabari.
Our leaders have been puppets to the states and to the superpowers in general. They play with us like a chess game. And for a change, there has been a leader who has stood up to everybody. His people have the guts to die.
Saddam Hussein is also riding so high here because his battle highlights what Jordanians feel is America's hypocritical role in the Palestinian problem. In the Arab world, the U.S. and Israel are often seen as one. Razan Zweiter owns a flower business.
The people here are, they realize that their enemy is very clear. It is mainly United States and Israel. Israel supported by the United States.
Dr. Adnan Halassa says many Jordanians do not like Saddam Hussein's brutality and would never want him to rule Jordan. But from their perspective, that's not the point.
Because he stood up to the greatest military power in the world and told them, you have double standards. If you solve the Palestinian problem, I will withdraw from Kuwait.
It's not Saddam Hussein. Anyone who would have fought for equality, for demolishing the double standards of the Western world, would have become a hero.
American leaders may have rejected Saddam Hussein's linkage of the annexation of Kuwait to the Palestinian problem, but most Jordanians have not rejected it. For Jordanians, the Palestinian problem is the main problem. In past Arab-Israeli wars, huge numbers of Palestinians have been forced into Jordan. Now, with so many Soviet Jews immigrating to Israel, Jordanians fear that will push even more Palestinians into Jordan. Why, ask Jordanians, after 23 years of UN resolutions calling for Israelis to end their occupation of the West Bank and Gaza Strip, where almost 1 million Palestinians live, has the Palestinian problem not been resolved? Businessman Anis Moasher.
If the United States want us to believe them, they should be fair and they should try to enforce the Security Council resolutions in Palestine before they are enforced in Kuwait.
Government advisor Abdullah Toukan says that Saddam Hussein, by holding his ground in battle against the superpower, has become an example of resistance for many Jordanians.
He brought to surface the basic issue, the golden issue in the Arab world, which is the Palestinian issue. And he's put it even before the rights of Iraq now, that he will not make a move before the Palestinian issue is linked to his withdrawal from Kuwait.
So when Jordanians watch this war, what they see on television and in their newspapers is a man standing up to the West, defending his own land, and taking a pounding partly because he has made an issue of the rights of Palestinians, a matter in which Jordanians and most Arabs feel America has failed them. Bill Blakemore, ABC News, Amman, Jordan.
Our final report this evening in just a moment.
The first thing we did in Memphis was stop to get a local newspaper, full of war news in the week and a day since the battles began. We found this part of America wearing its support and its pride on its sleeve. But we also found fear and concern over what war really means for the long term. On the south side of town, we stopped to listen to this church service.
Those people on the battlefield today.
A church that has sent some of its sons off to war.
I'd like the church to pray for my son, S.A. Dario Joyner, who's stationed somewhere in the Persian Gulf. Thank you.
After the service, we talked with some church members who disagreed about whether the U.S. should pull out if casualties get high.
If our deaths get up to 20,000, you're still going to continue to send troops over there?
I think we're in now, we're in all the way.
Is this going to go on for a year? Is it going to go on for 4 months? Or when is it going to end?
Just down the Mississippi River from Memphis, we spent some time with riverboat Captain Keith Menz, who fought in Vietnam. He says this war must not get bogged down the way that one did.
As long as there's an end to it, then the people can accept it. But to us, the Vietnam War it had no ending.
Across the river and through the rich farmland of Arkansas, no Vietnam is a constant refrain. In Jonesboro, we ran into pharmacist Glenn Stanley.
What's your biggest fear?
That it'll be drawn out and protracted. I do definitely want us to have learned from Vietnam.
America's self-esteem was badly bruised during that era, and although Legal Secretary Brenda Welch is frightened by the prospect of casualties, she's even more afraid of quitting before Saddam Hussein is finished off.
You know, in the beginning, everybody talked about the oil, but it's more than oil now, and it's about liberty, and that's what, to me, that's what the United States is about.
Time and again, we heard people say America is at war simply because one country took over another, and we should help.
Retired businessman Cecil Potter says it does not matter that Kuwait and Saudi Arabia are not democracies. What's right is right.
If my neighbor is attacked over here by some unprovoked cause, I'm going to try to help him.
Is it worth spilling American blood to do that?
I feel like blood that is spilled now could avoid a lot more spilled later.
We drove on through the foothills of the Ozark Mountains to the little town of Hardy, where Jeff Camps plays and makes dulcimers. Just a few days ago, Jeff learned that his best friend from high school was one of the first American pilots shot down over Iraq. His friend is still missing.
I've got a TV in my workshop, keep it running all the time. As far as the way as Iraq is, it came home and it's affected us a lot. It's hard for a lot of people, and I think it's going to get worse.
And in the rolling hills of Missouri, we met Kelly Haney, who lives with his father and mother on a cattle farm. He not only thinks the war is justified, he wants it to end quickly. He even went so far as to suggest he could support the use of nuclear weapons.
I can see how Harry Truman must have felt when he had to make that decision to drop the bombs on Japan.
Until the war, Kelly was opposed to nuclear power, let alone nuclear weapons. It is a measure of how the war already is affecting the way Americans think and feel. Al Dale, ABC News in Southeast Missouri.
And that is our report on World News Tonight. We'll have a Gulf War update every hour on the hour. We'll see you tomorrow. I'm Peter Jennings. Good night.
Island of Kuwait have surrendered to U.S. troops. 29 Iraqis were captured, 3 were killed in a battle with U.S. naval forces yesterday. During the operation, 2 Iraqi minesweepers were sunk, their 22 crewmen rescued by the U.S. Navy. There were no American casualties. The Saudi Air Force launched its first air attack today, as seen in this gunsight video. One Saudi pilot shot down 2 Iraqi planes loaded with...
About that now.
Well, there's a story out that this may be, in fact, a conception that one would fill up the Gulf with oil and light it off and cause a huge blaze, perhaps damage ships and injure Americans out there. I think that is a facetious story. Right now, it's an environmental problem like oil slicks any place in the world. There is a potential for large oil slicks to get into desalinization plants that several of the nations use along the Gulf coast. That would be a problem.
I suppose it's a day or so ago already that we were talking at the map and we were trying to play a Scud score. Reflecting back to 2 days ago, since we don't really know about what kind of targets have been able to been taken out in the last 24 hours since the weather got pretty decent, roughly how many do you think they had left before yesterday's attacks?
Well, the estimates had been in the range of 30 fixed sites all gone, in the range of 35 or so mobile launchers, and about half of those were gone. But with 17 remaining, one can still do a great deal of havoc.
And the other thing that we need to emphasize is that Iraq has the capability and certainly the technology to make their own Scuds. They don't have to wait for imported weapons. They've been cranking out these missiles for some time now.
I suspect that they have hundreds of missiles stored, and I also suspect that the plants that produce missiles have been dispensed with. They're not going to build any new Scuds, but they still have a significant pile of those stacked up that are a risk to U.S., Israel, and whatnot for a long time.
Don't we also need to understand at this point that they may not have the capacity, though, to mount these Scuds with chemical warheads?
There's been a long question about whether or not they could put chemicals on the warheads. It would seem to me that if, in fact, they wanted to create a great psychological impact, a great political impact in Israel or in Saudi Arabia where they fired, one of the first things they would attempt to use is a chemical warhead. They have chosen not to do that. I come to the conclusion that what that says is they have not been able to solve the engineering problem with making chemicals mate in the Scud system.
All right, General, thank you very much. We want to go back to Tel Aviv right now and get the latest from Tom Fenton. Tom?
Harry, some of the Patriot missiles have knocked out incoming Scuds. Some of the Scud missiles did get through and scored hits. There were several hits in different places, in a number of areas. And if I could comment on the general's comments there, The Israelis are taking no chances. They're assuming that Saddam Hussein has figured out how to put chemical warheads on Scuds and will use them at a time of his own choosing as part of his continuing campaign to get Israel involved in this war. So the Israelis are taking no chances. We're all supposed to be wearing gas masks each time there's an alert.
Tom, let's go back and recap, because this is early in the morning on the West Coast. Folks may be just rolling out and turning on their television sets and want to know what's going on. Take us back to 20 some odd minutes ago when we first heard from you.
20 minutes ago, we were enjoying a 48-hour breather. We'd had no incoming Scud attacks for 2 days. There was an alert. Within a couple of minutes after the alert, the Scuds arrived. A number of Patriot missiles were fired against them. Some of the Patriot missiles scored hits and knocked out the incoming Scuds. Unfortunately, some of the Scuds got through, and there have been hits in several places in Israel, a number of hits in several places.
All right, Tom Fenton in Tel Aviv, and of course we have to realize some specific information can't be given because the Israeli censors are right there with Tom as he reports.
So right now we're going to go to Dave Martin, who's standing by at the Pentagon to see what he's being told about these latest attack on Israel. Good morning, David.
Good morning. Actually, I think there is a more important development here than these attacks on Israel. This oil slick, which has been reported in the Persian Gulf, is being viewed with great concern by U.S. officials here. I have now heard from two different people a comparison with Exxon Valdez, that ecological disaster which occurred up off the coast of Alaska. It is unclear to me. I hear differing reports on where this oil slick is coming from. The briefer in Riyadh this morning said it was coming from a pumping station that was capable of putting out 100,000 barrels of oil a day. By comparison, I think the total Exxon Valdez spill was something like 240,000 barrels. I hear other accounts that the oil is coming from tankers that were anchored in the waters off Kuwait City. In any event, the latest report had it that this oil slick was something like 2 miles wide and 20 miles long, and this carries with it, of course, the obvious potential for an ecological disaster, but it also carries great military implications here. It has the potential to become a major obstacle to any amphibious operations, and also it has the possibility, although it depends, I think, on how heavy this oil is, of messing up the desalinization plants, which Saudi Arabia relies on for a good deal of its water. So this is I think, viewed anyway by U.S. officials as a major development here by the Iraqis.
David Martin, reporting live from the Pentagon this morning. Thank you very much.
So the two major stories that we're following today, both the continued dumping of crude along the coast in the Persian Gulf and the latest Scud attack in Tel Aviv. For viewers on the West Coast, more of CBS This Morning in just a bit. For the rest of the country, we will return you now to your regular programming.
Thanks for joining us.
Stay with CBS News for continuing coverage of the war in the Gulf.
That is 800. Required to remain in the sealed up rooms, but we can take off our gas masks.
All right, Tom, we will get back to you as soon as we get more news from Israel. For viewers on the West Coast, more of CBS This Morning in just a moment. For the rest of the country, we will return you now to your regular programming.
Stay with CBS News for continuing coverage of the war in the Gulf.
On Israel, we have some new pictures of the developments there that we want to show you now. What you're seeing here is the launching of our Patriot missiles, the anti-missile missile being launched at the Scuds. This is pictures from the Tel Aviv area. We are told that there have been no casualties in northern Israel, where some of the Scuds did land. This is a Patriot missile. Some of the most spectacular pictures we have seen of the Patriots thus far. That one, it would appear, made contact. These are the missiles fired from the ground that the United States just this weekend shipped to Israel. Now, these are pictures in the Tel Aviv area. Tom Fenton is in Tel Aviv, and Tom, I want to bring you in now. Any word on casualties there as yet?
We know there have been casualties in the Tel Aviv area. We know there's also been damage, and from the looks of it, extensive damage. But of course, we don't have the figures yet. It'll take some while to assess that. They have to check with the hospitals. There's a lot of confusion initially. And the first thing that has to be done, of course, is to check and make sure the missiles were not carrying chemical warheads. One of our cameramen, Kurt Herfler, brought back here a piece of a Scud. This just arrived from Iraq less than an hour ago, and presumably it wasn't carrying chemicals. At least I hope it wasn't.
We've been asked. Go ahead, Tom.
It's a major attack, and apparently by using saturation techniques, he hopes to get through these new Patriot missiles that have been set up to screen the major population areas along the coast of Israel. Clearly, the Patriots aren't 100% effective, and I guess no missile screen is. We're in some sort of a Star Wars now, a missile versus missile war, something very unusual and something unheard of before in the Middle East.
We have been asked, of course, Tom, by the censors in Israel not to say how many of the Scuds have been launched, but the standard procedure, the procedures the Iraqis were taught by their Soviet advisors, was to fire these Scuds in salvos of 6, fire a 2 and 2 and 2. And it would appear today that these have been multiple launchings. We know of damage in northern Israel, but the Israeli authorities have told us that there have been no casualties there. Tom, as you just reported, no word on casualties in Tel Aviv at this point, but obviously there will be casualties because while we're not allowed to say exactly where the Scud hit, quite clearly this was in a populated area.
Right, and I think it was more than one. I think we can assume that there is a fair amount of damage. The Iraqis fired what I would call a broadside this evening, sort of a scatter shot, hitting the center and hitting the north, a technique that I suppose is supposed to overwhelm the air defenses.
Well, as we saw in one of those first pictures of the Scud firing, it would appear, looking at the tape, that at least one of the Patriots hit something in the air.
That is correct. I know that some of the Patriots have scored hits, and some of the Patriots apparently missed.
We're rolling this tape again, Tom, and I think in just a second or so we're going to see what appeared to be an interception in the air. I believe this is the one, yes.
That's right. It's pretty spectacular. It looks like the 4th of July.
As far as we know, Tom, there has been no real damage from the Scuds that were fired on Saudi Arabia. How do you suppose it is that some of the Scuds seem to be getting through in Israel, where they don't seem to be having nearly the luck, that kind of luck with the ones they've been fired toward Saudi Arabia? Of course, you're dealing with population centers in Tel Aviv. Perhaps some have fallen in the desert in Saudi Arabia.
I think that is the case in Saudi Arabia, and they don't even bother with the ones that are clearly headed for the open desert. Also, you have to remember that the Patriot missile batteries in Israel have just arrived. Some just arrived overnight. And have been set up, and they're partly manned by Israelis, partly manned by Americans. They haven't had much time to settle in. It was miraculous, the speed with which these were brought in. So perhaps they're not quite up to the level of the crews in Saudi Arabia.
All right, Tom, thank you very much. And of course, we'll be going back to Tom when more details become available there on the numbers of casualties. Obviously, there has been considerable damage in the Tel Aviv area. We know of other Scuds that have landed in northern Israel, but to repeat, we know of no casualties in that area. We'll be back on the air as development warrant. I'm Bob Schieffer, CBS News in New York.
Stay with CBS News for continuing coverage of the war in the Gulf.
You were, of course, just listening to a special report from CBS News, and we will, of course, break in whenever necessary. And now we're going to switch gears just a little bit and tell you about our guest. He's one of the country's most outspoken conservatives. He's also the founder of the Political Weekly, National Review. He's a columnist and novelist. In fact, his latest book is Tucker's Last Stand. And he's William F. Buckley, Jr. He joins us live from New York now. Mr.
Hi.
Buckley, hello.
Nice to see you.
Sir, I'm going to ask you about what your opinion of everything that's happened in Israel recently. I don't know if you're aware that they have just undergone another Scud missile attack. but we'll get to that in a minute. Let's talk a little bit about your book, Tucker's Last Stand. This character is not a new character. I mean, you've been writing about him in various books. He's a super agent from the CIA.
Yeah, that's right. This is his 9th appearance.
Of this book, it's interesting. When people continue to write about a character, sometimes they begin to identify with that person, other times they don't. Is there a little bit of you in this particular character?
Not that I'm aware of. The trouble with that question is that I can really find a little bit of somebody in anybody. I can find a little bit of George Washington in LBJ, and a little bit of Hitler in LBJ. But to the extent that it is suggested that it is a self-portrait, it's just preposterous for a number of reasons. But he's an interesting guy, and after you give a guy 9 lives, he acquires a character of his own. Sometimes he surprises me, by which I mean I feel his impulse to go in this particular direction, even though I would like him to go in that direction. I very seldom overrule him.
By the way, we should point out that the gentleman you're referring to, the character, is Blackford Oaks. And this particular book is set in Vietnam during 1964. That's an interesting time period.
Yeah, set there and in America, because a lot of the book focuses on the tremendous presidential contest between LBJ and Barry Goldwater and what it tended to signify both in personal and in strategic reach.
Does this book or your other books about Blackford Oaks, do they reflect your conservatism, or is this just pure escapism on your part?
Well, they reflect my conservatism only to this extent. It never crosses my mind to ask, are we the good guys or are we the bad guys? We are always the good guys vis-a-vis the Soviet Union, so that I don't suffer the perplexities that occasionally some of my colleagues in the field do, where at night the principal agent, balding, fat, who's just been cuckolded and drunk, wonders whether you can really distinguish between Stalin and Eisenhower. I can, but it is by no means tractarian. It doesn't seek to convert anybody to any position, and explores the subtleties of that engagement, at least to my satisfaction.
Mr. Buckley, I'd like to return now to my earlier question.
Sure.
What is your reaction to the fact that Israel has been hit yet once again by Scud missiles from Iraq?
Well, my reaction is what I guess yours is. I'm saddened by it, and I hope that those Patriot batteries that were rushed there a few days ago will give us the same record of performance that they've been giving us in Saudi Arabia. I don't think in any way it challenges the basic strategic postulates of the war. They are the aggressors over there. They're obviously interested in Israel to the extent that they want to break up the coalition, and one has to hope that Israel won't overreact.
However, do you think that Israel would be justified in retaliating now?
Well, anybody is authorized in retaliating if you narrow the perception to the aggressor and you. But if you retaliate, and in the course of that retaliation, make it more difficult to have massive retaliation, which is what really ought to satisfy you, then that's not very bright.
So we're talking about a possible escalation. Is that what you're referring to, sir?
No, that's what you were referring to.
No, I'm trying to understand that.
I'm analyzing the question of whether or not it's, quote, justified, was your question.
Okay, thanks a lot, Mr. Buckley. Always a pleasure to speak to you.
Nice to talk to you.
And we'll be right back. Don't go away.
Lucky dog. People on the ground, but it's a large city here by the Mediterranean. Patriots zooming off all over the place. And apparently, according to the Israeli Defense Force, they have intercepted and had success in knocking down the Scuds. This was quite a large offensive show by Iraq tonight compared to 2 nights ago when there was just 1 Scud fired. Tonight, there may be as many as 7. We're waiting in the next hour or so to get confirmation on exactly who, what, where, and how on this one, and hopefully things will stay quiet the rest of the night. So far, when Iraq has attempted this, it's usually been 1 barrage, and then the rest is all clear. This was the earliest in the evening, estimated 6 p.m. local time, Tel Aviv time. That would be 11 a.m. New York time. This is the earliest that Iraq has tried something, sending Scuds toward Israel. So once again, Patriot missiles have intercepted and we believe knocked down all missiles fired towards Israel. 26 injuries, the majority of which are light so far. That's, of course, all that we can tell you so far. All of our reports are being cleared and going through Israeli military censors. This is Richard Roth, CNN, reporting live from Tel Aviv.
And of course, another continuation of the concerns from the White House. Let's go there, get this live update. CNN's Frank Sesno. Frank.
Indeed, Reed, this war takes many fronts and is being fought on many fronts. The latest one we hear about is an environmental front. According to White House spokesman Marlin Fitzwater, the administration has indications the Iraqis are now dumping huge quantities, Fitzwater's words, of Kuwaiti crude oil stored at a Kuwaiti oil storage facility into the Persian Gulf. Fitzwater says this information has come to light in the last several days. It has been shared with President Bush. It does not come as a huge concern. Military planners had figured and factored this into their contingency planning, but Fitzwater says the Iraqis most obviously are trying to gum up the waters and the beaches of the Persian Gulf in their apparent efforts to foil a possible amphibious landing. However, Fitzwater says the most significant consequence is not going to be military, but it is going to be environmental. He says the amounts being dumped into the Persian Gulf will be several times larger than the amount of oil dumped in the midst of the Exxon Valdez oil spill. Again, this is not the first indication we have had of this. There have been some reports from the scene, and we have a report now from the northern Persian Gulf with ITN's Peter Sharp.
The desert, for all its space and grandeur, remains vulnerable to war and its intrusions. The soldiers never seem part of this desert environment. For all its camouflage, the war machine dominates the landscape, and at a terrible cost. Looking across enemy lines into occupied Kuwait this morning, smoke from the Al Wafra oil field set alight by the Iraqis clouds the horizon. Oil analysts and scientists believe that setting fire to the Kuwait fields and storage facilities could bring environmental catastrophe to the region. But it's already happening. It was the cormorant stumbling across the highway near the beach that signaled something was wrong. And behind the sand dunes, we discovered an environmentalist nightmare. This was the beach at Al-Hafji near the Kuwait border. The first victims of the disaster struggling to free themselves from its grip. The oil from ruptured coastal storage tanks near Kuwait City had been pouring into the Gulf for less than 36 hours. At sunset, a combination of wind and current continued to push the oil steadily south and out into the Gulf towards eastern Arabia. This morning, it looked as though the sea had turned to treacle. It even sounded different. Kuwaiti oil gurgling ashore along miles of coastline. The slick, according to the Americans, was 8 to 10 miles long and 2 miles wide. The cormorants that had survived the night were this morning dreadfully weakened. Neither side is admitting responsibility for this disaster, but these scenes will be repeated in the days and weeks ahead as the tide of oil flows south. No one should be surprised at this. It's exactly what environmentalists said would happen if war broke out. Even in peacetime, with all the resources available, it would take months to clear just this stretch of coast. With a war raging just a few miles from here, there is quite simply nothing to be done. Pollution like this now threatens the entire Persian Gulf. Although they've still to count the human cost of this conflict, it's clear the region's environment has already become a major casualty of this war. Peter Sharp, ITN, on the border with Kuwait.
Now, White House spokesman Marlin Fitzwater says the Department of Defense and the Department of Energy are looking into how to deal with this thing. But Fitzwater says it is clear that the size of this spill may well, in fact, certainly will be beyond the capability of suction booms and skimmers to clean it up. It may be left to nature to do that with terrible environmental cost. Fitzwater says there is no particular read on Saddam Hussein's motivations for doing this. It may be military, he says, or just meanness. Frank Sesno, CNN, reporting live from the White House.
Thank you, Frank. Also today, there were pledges of billions of dollars for the war effort from Japan, from Germany, and also from the Kuwaiti government in exile. Those developments now from CNN's Earl Casey.
Allied pilots are said to be taking advantage of a second day of clear skies, stepping up their raids on Iraqi targets. The Allies say that their current targets include airfields, fuel dumps, and Iraq's elite Republican Guard troops. But this Iraqi woman claims Allied bombs are destroying her neighborhood.
3 got wounded and 1 serious. He's the only son for his father and mother, and he's serious now in crisis.
And they were all civilians, or were there military among them?
كلهم مدنيين ولا بيهم عسكريين؟
لا كلهم مدنيين.
All being civilians.
Baghdad insists the Allies are targeting civilian areas, while the Allied command insists it's only targeting strategic areas and trying to avoid civilian casualties.
They are able to place these bombs into through a window, and their entire campaign has been conducted against the military infrastructure with the express directions that they should avoid causing any avoidable civilian casualties.
These pictures were taken Thursday in Al-Dur, Iraq. Among them, shots of damaged storefronts, religious sites, and what appear to be residences. The Allies are now boasting the first recapture of a bit of Kuwait, the small island of Karoo, formerly a popular Kuwaiti recreation spot. Allied commanders say 51 Iraqi soldiers were captured in the action.
Of the 51 we brought in, we have found among the EPWs, which we have transported to our compounds and have performed initial screening, that a large number, if not all of the Iraqi EPWs are covered with lice, and they have some open sores, and some, if not all, report having pretty slim rations, a few saying that they're down to 1 meal a day. If I could characterize their response to being captured, it was one of being very grateful that, in fact, they are EPWs and not on the other side of the wire, waiting for whatever the outcome of this war will be.
Meantime, Iraq says it's no longer going to air interviews with men it says are captured Allied pilots. The announcement came shortly after Iraqi television broadcast these new pictures of prisoners of war. The British say they are switching tactics now, too, after suffering relatively high aircraft losses in dangerous, low-level bombing raids.
Things have changed, and we no longer need to keep the airfields closed permanently. We're looking for different sort of tactics. The Iraqi Air Force has been grounded and declined to come into contact with our own forces, for whatever reason it may be. And so, like any competent and well-organized service, the RAF are altering their tactics.
A new report indicates the Allied air raids may have taken a toll on some of Saddam Hussein's top military leaders. A report today from the independent Soviet news agency Interfax claims Hussein had some of his air defense commanders executed earlier this week because Iraq had lost so many aircraft and air defense complexes in the Allied air raids. There's been no independent confirmation from any other source, and the story has been denied by the Soviet Foreign Ministry. Earl Casey, CNN, reporting.
When our coverage of the war in the Gulf continues, Dr. Sonia Friedman will be joining us with 2 very special guests from Tel Aviv.
I've heard from some, and then I've read accounts that suggest Arab Americans in this country, because of the conflict abroad, are being discriminated against, and it's causing pain in families in this country. And there is no room for discrimination against anybody in the United States of America.
The Gulf War has some veterans trying to re-enlist, but as Larry Lamont reports, not all of them are being accepted back into the armed forces.
Like that. Arthur Elliott sees war on television and relives Vietnam.
What I went through coming home to nothing. Not that I really expected a big parade and all this stuff, you know, but nobody even said thank you or, you know, good job. It's hell. It's hell. And it lived with you a long time. Sure does. It took me 10 years to get over the biggest part of mine.
But Vietnam's hell didn't stop the 45-year-old Norfolk truck driver from trying to rejoin the Marines recently, a move his friends couldn't believe.
Are you crazy? You know, I said, no, I said, I'm still a Marine. Inside, I'm still a Marine, even though I'm 45 years old.
But as Elliott makes his daily rounds, as his thoughts return to the past, there is another reason he would like to return to war.
Some of it might be because of the way that I was treated when I come back, you know, just like any other serviceman that came back from Vietnam. We were rejected, and maybe I'm just trying to prove something, you know.
U.S. Marine Corps recruiting staff, Sergeant Simpson, may I help you?
At the Marine recruiting office where the Vietnam veteran tried to rejoin, he was told he was too old.
Tough to tell someone who's an experienced combat veteran, you know, for myself who's not a combat veteran, that we can't take him back in.
In recruiting offices across the city, many former military men saying they want to defend America have tried to sign up. Recruiters are impressed.
It makes me feel extremely proud as far as what I'm doing today, as far as the military is concerned. It makes me feel that patriotism is still alive, unlike what happened during the Vietnam era.
Vietnam will never be over for Arthur Elliott, but to him, the war with Iraq gives the American people a new opportunity to make up for Vietnam.
When these guys do come back, I think they ought to be brought back as heroes.
Larry Lamont, CNN, Norfolk, Virginia.
More turmoil in the Soviet Baltic republics in the latest incident. Lithuanian officials say Soviet troops shot at 2 cars last night as they tried to pass a military convoy. 1 person was hurt, 6 detained. Soviet officials say the soldiers were fired upon first. In Latvia, memorial services held today for 5 people killed by Soviet soldiers last weekend. They were killed during an attack on Latvia's police headquarters. Our Dollars and Cents report is next.
There's that danger.
We certainly think there's a danger of misinterpretation and misunderstanding, and we wanted to urge as, again, something we may have some insight on, that the administration emphasize more that the intention is not to dismantle Iraq, but rather to restore, hopefully, the rights and freedom of those peoples.
The other thing I might add is that we tended to try to focus on the aftermath of the war. I don't think any reasonable person has any doubts as to who is going to win this war. The question is, what is the American position going to be afterwards? How the New World Order is going to be applied. We came away with the feeling that the United States will apply the New World Order to the Middle East, and that the United States will emerge from this with the respect of the Arab world, even though it may take some time.
And will emerge. Did the president give you any guarantee once it's over, U.S. is out?
We did not focus on operational questions like that. But the point we were trying to make is that, as you suggested, since there is some anti-American feeling and considerable anti-American feeling there, that we proceed with the idea of bringing peace to the region and the United States. We were suggesting that the United States should take the lead in doing that.
Are you also concerned that Arab Americans may turn against the war as we see more civilian casualties?
No, and again, this whole Arab American issue is a little bit confused. The media tends to talk to Arab Americans who are perhaps more recent immigrants and whose opinions, in my view, don't necessarily reflect a broad cross-section of Arab American opinion. because most of the Arab Americans in this country are second and third generation. And I would suggest to you that Arab Americans in this country support the president and the war effort in about the same percentage as the general population do, which according to a poll I read this morning is over 90%.
Did you ask the president to support a peace conference after the war?
We did not ask that. We did not ask that specifically. We didn't get into specifics of a peace conference. We did ask generally that the United States take a lead in bringing peace to the region, and that obviously can take several forms.
Did he give you any news from the war front?
He didn't. I wanted to remark, though, on one piece of news yesterday, which is to congratulate the Saudi airmen who downed 2 Iraqi planes, but at the same time to make mention that the first jet war ace in history is actually an Arab American, Colonel Jabara, who during the Korean War was our first jet ace. So I just wanted to congratulate the Saudi jet ace and make mention of that.
Are you concerned that Saddam's repeated bombings of Israel is adding to the anti-Arab feeling that you all are concerned about here?
But the question assumes that Arab Americans are on Saddam's side, which is just not the case. I mean, they are not.
Right, I know, I realize that, but are you worried that there are some Americans that in fact group people like that?
I'm concerned that Saddam Hussein's missiles against Israel are nothing but terrorism, and it's sad that that's what he'd be resorting to. And,
who initiated this meeting then? What was you asked for the meeting, and why did you ask for it? Simply to show your solidarity, or?
5 days after the invasion, Helen, this group was invited in to talk to the president, and I think he principally is interested in our insights. He asks a lot of questions. He, I think, has more understanding of international affairs and the region, and more sense of what it might take to bring peace and stability to the region than any president we've had in recent history. And we're hoping that what is now the second will become one of regular meetings where we try to give our insights and, again, exchange ideas.
Is there an expectation in the Arab community that once the war is over, that the U.S. will take a lead role in solving the Palestinian issue?
Yes.
Mr. Zod, elaborate on that expectation.
It is our expectation and hope that the United States will take the lead in helping bring peace to the Middle East and resolving not only the Palestinian issue, the problem in Lebanon, which is very important to many Arab Americans who are of Lebanese descent, and essentially restoring peace in the whole region.
Mr. Zod, you spoke of freeing Iraq from a tyrant. Did the president give you an indication that that was one of his objectives, or was that an objective that you were suggesting should be part of this operation? Not just liberation of Kuwait, but also getting rid of Saddam Hussein.
The president did not suggest that this was one of his objectives. He did suggest that one of the hallmarks of our action in the region is simply to stand for the freedom of peoples. We did have some concern amongst our group that we see in Iraq, which might be a democratic, free enterprise country, rather than a police state, which is in effect what it has been. And he certainly was not committal in terms of making to us in terms of changing that government, but he did emphasize that we stand for freedom and democracy, and hopefully our actions there wouldn't contradict it.
Were you all suggesting that should be an objective, though? Getting rid of Saddam Hussein in addition to...
This was not a recommendation.
How did you find his mood? Do you think he's...
I thought the president was a man who is assured of himself, and he is calm, he is serene, and he gives to me the picture of a leader who knows he's doing the right thing.
Do you think we should target Saddam Hussein personally, if not the U.S., the Allied forces, or Israel?
I don't believe targeting a head of state should be a legitimate undertaking of governments.
Not even in time of war.
Not even in time of war.
Are you, as Arab American community leaders, pleased with Israel's restraint and the fact that it has not been sucked into the war by the repeated missile attacks, including one that's apparently going on right now?
I think the Israeli government should be given every congratulation for the restraint they've shown. Indeed, Israel's entry into this would do nothing but disrupt the Allied effort, and the Israelis are to be admired for the restraint they're showing.
There's apparently been another attack, though, today.
That's sad. That's sad to hear.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Helen.
It's good to see you.
It's David Saad, S-A-D-D.
One card? No,
Yeah, let me give you...
That concludes our coverage of today's meeting between President Bush and Arab American leaders. A programming note, we will bring you live coverage of today's Pentagon briefing at 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time, 12:30 Pacific.
Talking in general terms, I did not have the transcript in front of me, but Walter's absolutely right. I mean, the ambassadors generally go in with a very narrow set of talking points and orders and authorization of what they can talk about. They don't get off the reservation very far. I do know, by the way, that this was something of a surprise to her, and that is that she didn't know that she was going to be talking to the big boss that day, but she still had her general authorization.
Will we ever hear from her?
Oh yes, yeah. She's still preparing to go back, actually. You know, she's a very professional. That was one of the great tragedies. Is she's a hard-working, career Foreign Service officer who's worked her way up and is considered an Arabist and an authority in the region. And she just took a lot of flack on this. But I think history. Well, let's leave it to the historians to clarify just exactly what went on in Saddam Hussein's mind.
Jeff Smith, you have something to add?
Without regard to the precise accuracy of the transcript, I think there's no question in anyone's mind, and nor has anyone in the administration suggested that the substance of the comments reported in the transcript were either inaccurate or did not reflect the administration's policy at that time. I mean, it was. I don't think anyone would claim that April Glaspie was freelancing in some dramatic fashion. This is an administration that worked quite hard to prevent the imposition of sanctions, trade sanctions against Iraq prior to the war, and tried in other ways to send signals to Iraq that it did not want a confrontation with that country or with its leader over his policies on Kuwait or any other country.
Pasadena, go ahead, please.
Oh, good morning, everyone. I'm very, very angry about the war starting. I don't think it should have. I think we should have found another way. But the thing I'm also angry about is that the press doesn't seem to be, and didn't seem to be interested from the very beginning of the buildup. It's my feeling, strong feeling, that President Bush has been dishonest from the beginning, and it was because an election was coming up that he always intended a war, and that all this stuff about sanctions and protecting Saudi Arabia was pre-election path, and that and from the beginning he was building up to fight, and that all the flying around that James Baker did, all the globe-trotting to even Yemen, was to build up a war coalition, always for war. It was to hold the coalition together, to get Saudi Arabia to give money to Turkey. It was exhausting and stopping off in places that he hadn't stopped off in before. And all of this activity gave the impression that he was attempting diplomacy, trying to find a diplomatic solution. He never was. It wasn't until 10 days ago in Geneva that he attempted a diplomatic attempt, and that was even not genuine. He went in with an ultimatum, not with any ideas for a diplomatic solution. And also, there's been a man on the radio lately who's been saying that the Saudis and the Sabah families have had threatened to move their money into Eurodollars or yen, and that it's with the state of our banks that's the reason that we're there, none of which we've heard.
Walter?
Well, the last point, ma'am, I personally would dismiss. I think that would be a trivial motive. You know, it looked as though, obviously, when Bush sent the 82nd, I guess it was, airborne to Saudi Arabia instantly after the Iraqi invasion of Kuwait, obviously that was a tripwire, stop, don't go any further. Then there was, I think, a very serious diplomatic effort to try to handle this problem through the economic embargo, the diplomatic isolation of Iraq. That seemed sincere on my part. There's no doubt that the way in which the buildup of American forces, the doubling of American forces, and the timing raises questions. Suddenly, on the 8th of November, 2 days after the election, there was a doubling of American forces that many people, myself included, thought was, well, we're now on a war course. President Bush said that this was a device to give a credible military capability to introduce that element to back up the diplomacy and the economic embargo. It certainly didn't have that effect.
Bruce?
No, I find that an extremely perceptive question. I find that far more interesting than the April Glass speech, which is just a blip on the screen. But I think one point has to be made, that when we talk about the conduct of the war right now, this is not an endorsement or any commentary other than how they're doing. I mean, we all three of us, I'm sure, have differing views on whether it was necessary and whether the embargo might have been successful. One thing is clear, though, that this demonstrates that the president, with his power and with his authority, is able to manipulate the situation to such an extent that there is almost, at the time of the war, no other alternative. I think personally that the critical decision was the second stage deployment of 8 November. Beyond that, when you get close to 500,000 troops in the region, what are you going to do? I know in our office we have arguments all the time, in particular our White House guys, on whether the president in fact from the beginning was determined to conduct this war or whether he was seriously pursuing the diplomatic option. And I think that's going to be left for the historians to clarify.
Jeff, during that whole time, were you reporting the troop stories, and did you have a point where you thought there was no return?
Yes. I mean, I think it wasn't clear in November that it would turn out the way it would. I think it was a very shrewd move by President Bush to make that announcement, to decide to send additional troops at that time, really before the debate had begun in earnest in Congress, even while Congress was not in session at that moment. I think that when we look back at the history of this, some people might conclude that it was all determined in the first 15 minutes when Saddam said he was determined to annex Kuwait and make it part of Iraq's territory, and President Bush announced before the entire country on national television that this will not stand.
Champaign, Illinois, go ahead, please.
Yes, sir. I have two comments, and I'd like to have their comment on it afterwards. I'd like to know why nobody has really said anything about President Reagan building up the armed forces in the last 10 years in his administration. And a comment I would like to say, I'm sure glad we got a good, strong president in President Bush now. Thank you for your comment in return.
All right. Any comment?
$2.4 billion has been spent over that decade, and we have a very well structured and efficient military. Problem is that a great amount of this money was devoted to a structuring a deployment to fight the Soviet Union. And that gets you into such things as B-1s and B-2s and some of the other stuff, which has very little applicability right now. The interesting thing is that this is a high-tech war we're fighting right now, but some of the equipment is really very old. You got B-52s that haven't been built since 1960, but carrying modern munitions. You got the Wild Weasel, the one that's killing the other radar. They haven't made them since 1970 or something, but they've been upgraded. They've got a lot of new equipment. But it's very hard for the Pentagon to structure a military which, on the one hand, can fight the Soviet Union, and the other hand has to come out and fight in Saudi Arabia. The interesting thing, of course, is that while we talked a lot about low intensity conflict and offensive operations of that type, fact is that we're fighting an Iraqi army which has rather considerable capabilities.
Bruce Van Voorst contributed to this article in Time Magazine this week. Newman, California, you're next. Go ahead, please.
Yes, sir. I'm a first-time caller, but by no means a first-time viewer. And I'd like to tell the world that I support my troops over there. We're from a small little farming and ranching town here. There's flags flying everywhere. And then I also like to ask a general question, and then I'll listen on the air to the answer. And it involves the way the map is made. There's a small, narrow strip of land close to Jordan, between Iraq and Jordan and Saudi Arabia. And why do we have all our troops down by the water and nobody's up in that Saudi Arabia land where they could lob shells and missiles from Saudi Arabia over into that, what they call the western part of Iraq?
Who knows, Walter?
Well, Bruce, you just
I just walked across the desert.
Sandbox.
The sandbox out there. There's very little. Logistically and tactically, it'd be very difficult to operate in that area. On the other hand, from the beginning, it's been clear that it's very likely that we will have a flanking operation by the Allied forces, which will swing out around the western end of the Kuwaiti border and come up there. That's exactly right. We'll come up around those troops that are entrenched facing us directly on the Kuwaiti border. There's a big, we talked about nothing else late at night there except how this particular offensive operation is going to take place. It will certainly be a flanking operation. In fact, it is no revelation of secrets that that a lot of troops are moving out in that direction. The question is whether we will also have a direct offensive thrust across the border into Kuwait, for which our troops are training. And of course, this week it was emphasized again that we've got amphibious forces, which may or may not come in. They may just sit out in the water and keep many Iraqi divisions distracted simply by being there.
Just a further point on that, and maybe in World War II, once again, we used all of Europe. So did Hitler, for that matter. In Vietnam, the Viet Cong used all of Vietnam. We didn't. But so not much of Kuwait and Iraq are going to be used geographically in this war.
Laurel, Maryland, go ahead, please.
Yes, I was curious as to what the opinions of the panelists are with regard to the State Department's diminished role since the war has, been in effect for at least the 10 days, and what, if anything, is continuing in regard to peaceful negotiations. Thank you.
Jeff, do you know?
I think no serious diplomatic efforts are underway at the moment, and it's not surprising when combat begins. Generally, talking stops. I think there is some effort being given to consideration of war termination. At what point and under what circumstances would the war end, and could it be brought to an end by some kind of an agreement? But it's too early in the game for that. Let me just add one remark on a point that was asked earlier. And that's on the high-tech weapons that are being used in the Gulf. I want to offer a small dissent to sort of the general analysis that's being made about those weapons right now. I think it's too early in the game to decide, to say whether the investment that we made was a good one, to say whether the weapons have worked the way they were supposed to work, to say whether or not we could have done it a different way and that would have been smarter in the end, whether low-tech weapons would in fact have accomplished the same end. It's very early in the game, and we don't know yet which weapons are being repaired daily, which weapons are not working properly. We still don't have a good sense of which weapons are missing their targets. We've heard all about the successes. I think we just have to wait. People should not decide that strategy was a brilliant one until we know more about the course of the war.
Jeff Smith, according to the bio in front of me, has been with the Washington Post since 1986, but prior to that spent 9 years with Science Magazine, the last 6 covering strategic weapons and arms control.
Just if you want a PS on to the questioner, for sure Baker is now retired in a sense, having worked laboriously to put together the coalition and also diplomatically to try to head off the war, I believe. The major exercise, of course, this last week has been trying to keep the Israelis restrained.
Next call, Sparta, New Jersey. Go ahead, please.
Good morning. I want to thank you for allowing me
to call and say hello. I've been trying to get through to you. My comment is on the press. I am so sad to see the abuses that the First Amendment is getting from the press. Seeing those young men on TV, heartbreaking for mothers and children. I back our boys totally. I think President Bush is doing the best job he can. He did ask us, we all know war takes a long time, and we were asked many times in the first days to not expect, from these armchair quarterbacks, that the war will be over in one day. I think a little more moderation in the cruelty that comes across in the press, touching on the blacks and the whites, it's just too much. But I do appreciate the time, and thank you very much.
Thanks. Marlin Fitzwater this week, I don't know why you are so intent on proving massive failures of some kind. We all have great fear because of the way the media is covering this thing, that if they shoot down one of our planes, they're going to say the tide has turned.
That's absolutely right, in the sense that we're reacting to very little information. I think Jeff's point is very well taken. We don't have a great deal of hard information on, for example, the effectiveness of the weapons. And so you've got all these reporters chasing so little information and so channeled and funneled by the authorities that it's difficult to make a judgment. I don't know what the caller, might really want us to do, however. I mean, there are debates over whether you show pictures of prisoners of war on television. On the other hand, this is a major national policy and investment. We're spending a lot of money and lives in this effort. I think it's extraordinarily important that we all know as much as we can and tell people as much as we can about what's going on.
And to go back to Marlin's language, it seems to me very reckless. What's the language? Why are you so bent on proving a failure? That's very strong language. The role of the press, to my mind, is to inform the public so that they can be an informed electorate and citizenry, to criticize the government. That's what the Constitution says and that our system demands. If we do it if we do it in peacetime, should we not do it in wartime, which is a very important moment in a nation's history? Should we be mute?
He also said we need to get on kind of an even keel in terms of our public psyche that allows us to accept the fact that this is going to last for some period of time, that there are going to be ups and downs. Marlin Fitzwater.
I don't think that it's our role necessarily to criticize the government in this operation or in any other operation, but it is our role to explain as much as we can about the course of the war. That includes describing its triumphs as well as its warts. And it's not our job to, quote, support the boys in Saudi Arabia. That's not our role, and it shouldn't be our role to take an advocacy position one way or the other. It is true that in Washington, particularly over at the Pentagon, there's tremendous anxiety about that public support might erode if even the slightest negative information comes out. I've noticed in my reporting the last week that there's a more concerted effort by people in the administration to put a spin on things, to present it in the right context, in the right package, to present it in favorable light. This will have the inevitable effect of backfiring as people discover there's a gap between the way people are presenting things and the absolute facts. It will backfire on the administration. So, but I don't believe the journalists are out to either tear down the position that's been announced, the policies that are being pursued. We're just trying to get the information as best we can.
Holliston, California, go ahead, please.
Yes, good. I want to say that I think that the media is really the enemy of the people. I believe that the media is like a huge giant. When I say the media, I mean the TV, radio, newspapers, magazines. They have a personality all unto its own. They have their own foreign policy. They have their own domestic policy. And woe betide to any politician that comes between their philosophy. They bring pressure to bear. But now we're in a war. And I remember during Vietnam that the press was 1,000% against that war. And the media showed the peace marchers in the streets and had us capitulate there. It resulting in 10 to 20 million people being killed after that war. depending on who you believe.
All right, sir, let me point out to you something in USA Today this morning. Time magazine chief of foreign correspondence Dick Clerman, who you probably know, X 59 to 69. He says in USA Today, and they quote him from a book, the Vietnam War was a press trauma to the military. Even those who weren't there are converted to the view that the press lost the war. The official military history says otherwise, but that doesn't matter. This is what this gentleman's saying.
Clerman's absolutely right. The official military history says that the press did not lose the war, and it's not going to lose this war now. I think the gentleman, with all due respect, speaks nonsense. There is no single media. There is no single press. There's no single view on how we're supposed to do that. We have 500,000 Americans deployed in an extraordinarily dangerous situation. It's a primary responsibility in our democratic society for people to have an idea of what this is all about, and in some detail. Now, not battlefield operational secrets. None of us are interested in that. I can tell you exactly where the Marine forward headquarters is, and you'd have to put my hand in fire and I wouldn't do it. But we know that sort of stuff, and we don't have to report that. But what we do try to do is give an overall view of what the objectives are, how the troops are what their attitude is, how the equipment is functioning.
Dumfries, Virginia, go ahead, please.
Good morning, Brian.
Morning.
Good morning. I have 2 comments. I will make them, then I'll hang up and let any of your guests respond to this, all right? First, and I know you've heard this and you're probably sick of it, the protesters. I thought, yes, you have a right to protest, peaceful assembly, not to block buildings, not to block bridges, not to impede traffic. I question a lot of these people's motives. I'm in a position that I am on a phone once a week getting calls on opinion of what's going on in the Gulf. And I am surprised and appalled, I really am, at the hate that some people feel for our country, what we stand for. I would never thought it possible, never in a million years, if I hadn't been in this position to do this. Secondly, as far as Mr. Arnett goes, on his reporting of this baby milk factory thing, Nestle, who makes that Gizot, which was on the label on the can, says they've never had a manufacturing plant in Iraq. So the media is being used as well for propaganda from Iraq, and I'm sure we are using the media as well. But what I'm saying is you have to be careful. When you put something like that on the air, you should immediately make a disclaimer when it becomes evident that this is not in fact true. Because a lot of people in our country, unfortunately, believe everything that the media has to say is gospel, and it is not so.
Walter.
Again, this is part of the American way of life, ma'am. The right of the people, constitutional right of the people to peaceably assemble, to express their discontent. That's part of America. You can't say that because they are protesting the war before, during, or after the fighting, that they are less American than those who support a war. I mean, look to the late years of the Vietnam War. Who was right? The people who wanted to go on forever? Would we still be in Vietnam today? Or the people who are out in the streets with perhaps mixed motives, I don't want to get into the Army for one thing, and saying this is a stupid war, let's end it as soon as we can. Who was right?
Jeff Smith in this morning's Wall Street Journal. There is this lead story which has a headline, War has business coping, scrambling, trying for advantage. In this morning's Washington Post, your newspaper, is a piece that suggests that cable television has enjoyed a tremendous increase in subscribers because of CNN. And I'm looking at a piece in USA Today that says Gulf limelight falls on NBC's Arthur Kent. His agent, Stu Witt, says Kent has received 3 local anchor job offers, but he's under contract for 3.5 more years. We're talking big bucks. This is all about Arthur Kent, who reports for NBC from the Gulf and was on during a football game last weekend. What's your reaction to these kind of stories?
Well, it's not surprising that various people would try to benefit from the war or would benefit from it indirectly by ways not of their own choosing. I know that I've received copies of solicitations from various defense contractors who are very anxious to get their weapon systems into combat and feel that they're not getting a proper hearing at the Pentagon. This kind of lobbying takes place at any kind of major national program, and it's not surprising it would take place now.
Anybody have any other view on that? Largo, Florida, you're next. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, hi. This is Dave from Largo, Florida. I'm a Korean veteran. And I'd like to know why CNN puts Colonel Powell, General Powell, and the rest of them on the spot when they ask them questions where they can't possibly answer. I mean, because it's it's a secret or somehow. And another thing, we know, I'm sure you know, that Hussein and his troops, the main body, I think, are in Baghdad. He knows we'll never bomb it because of civilians, but yet he makes no difference to him if he bombs Israel.
Bruce?
Well, the old line was there are no inappropriate questions, there are just inappropriate answers. And I quite agree that at some of these press conferences and in the briefings in Riyadh and Tehran, there have been pretty naive questions with respect to operational details and losses and things that the military are just not going to give. But that reflects more the inexperience, I think, of the correspondents than it does anything else. And it's not that you get the answer, they just say, I'm not going to respond, or that's inappropriate for me to talk about.
Temecula, California, go ahead, please.
Yes, my husband is in Saudi Arabia, and I perfectly understood why we had to go into Saudi Arabia and stop Saddam Hussein and his troops from going any further into Saudi or Jordan or any of the other countries. But I was very much against us initiating war against Iraq, and I made my opinion very vocal to many senators and representatives before they voted whether allow Bush to take us to war or not. But now we are in war, and I feel as if, well, we just have to hope that as few people as possible die, and it's over, hopefully, within a few short months.
All right, thank you. Walter?
There was indeed, ma'am, a clear-cut choice before the country, before the president, before the Congress had a debate and vote on it, whether or not to stick with the implied military threat, actually the military threat and the economic sanctions, or to go to war. The decision of the president was to go to war. The Congress backed it, and now that is the policy. There's some action at the United Nations trying to get a pause for peace, a ceasefire, have another chance at peace. This administration is absolutely rebuffing that kind of thing. The peace had its chance, according to the administration. The war is on, and it will be pursued to its end.
The view, just one point, the view of the administration, I gather, and I think this is right, is that there's been no sign at all from Saddam Hussein that he wants to talk about this thing at this stage.
There's been no pullout of troops from Iraq, I mean from Kuwait. There's been no new peace initiative by his side. In fact, there's every indication that he intends to drag the war out to pursue it for as long as he can.
Walter Frieden, I've got Joel Brinkley on the line. I want to tell Joel Brinkley that Walter Friedenberg, who's the foreign affairs correspondent for Scripps Howard, is here, along with Jeff Smith, national security correspondent for the Washington Post, and Bruce Van Voorst, senior correspondent for national security affairs for Time magazine. And Joel Brinkley is the bureau chief in Jerusalem for the New York Times. Joel Brinkley, what's the story on the Israelis asking for as much as $13 billion of the United States over the next 5 years?
Well, they are trying to capitalize on the tremendous goodwill that seems to be flowing this way from the United States and Europe and many other quarters, likely and unlikely, as a result of, for once, this state being portrayed in the media accurately as a victim, and for the government's decision to refrain from retaliating against Iraq.
There's a story in a Washington Times newspaper this morning that has the first paragraph: Israel backed off its plea for $13 billion more in U.S. aid yesterday as the administration and Congress choked on the size of the request. Are you getting any of that feeling from your vantage point?
Well, they're playing a little bit of a semantic game. When Lawrence Eagleburger met with the finance minister laid out for him a graphic depiction of what the government believed its financial needs to be, and said, we're not making an actual request now, but these will be our needs, and suggesting that a formal request will come later. And the finance minister, Yitzhak Modeh, even later said they didn't make an actual request because they thought that eventually they might even need more. Well, having not made an actual request, when the demonstrations came from the United States, then they could say we weren't really asking for it, and that's where it stands now.
Bruce?
Joel, how about a piece of heresy? I personally didn't think that the Israelis were very likely to retaliate. I know the pressures that they were under politically, but when you look at their situation, why would they inject themselves into a war which we were fighting as sort of as surrogates for them to some extent? They have no capabilities for finding and destroying the Scuds, I don't think, that we don't have. And their interjection themselves into this war would have caused enormous political difficulties, which were not to their advantage. What do you say to the proposition that there really wasn't a very great threat from the beginning of this?
Well, reason suggests that it would not have been wise for them to retaliate, and they accepted that. But there's also a psychology here that I think you can appreciate better here. And that is that they are surrounded by enemies, and the only way the state can survive is to show that they have fangs, and that whenever they are attacked, no matter the circumstance, that they will retaliate, and that the Arabs around them know that they cannot do anything without feeling pain as a result. And quite often when there are terrorist guerrilla infiltrations from Lebanon into the north of Israel, or attempts at it, even though they don't know exactly where the attempt came from, they'll send planes up and go attack some other guerrilla headquarters just to make a point. So retaliation is not always a pragmatic attempt to counter the threat, but simply a means of making a point. We're here and you're not going to get away with anything without pain.
Joel, Walter Friedenberg has a question.
Joel, what kind of anticipation is there in Israel about a post-war settlement? Is the Palestinian question pushed off forever? Is the possibility of some kind of peace arrangement with the Arab states, governments, is that a livelier proposition? Is there any thinking about this?
I think the Israelis believe that they are building up tremendous political capital right now by failing to retaliate, by accepting all this goodwill, and that if and when the time comes and the war ends, and the U.S. and Europe ended in a position of political strength, and they come back here and try to force the government to settle with the Palestinians, which is something this government does not want to do, that they'll have enough political power to fend it off. That's their thinking at the moment.
Last question, Joel. I know you're busy. How do you feel the Israelis are handling this story on location there?
What do you mean exactly?
How are they handling the press?
They're handling the press magnificently. They have they watched with some dismay years ago when the Palestinians ran away with all the positive press coverage at the beginning of the Palestinian uprising, and they have learned a lesson from that, and they have now 1,000 correspondents here, including 700 or so visitors who have never been here before. The story, as it is structured in fact, is largely positive from an Israeli point of view, because, as I said, Israel is now the victim and not the aggressor, which is the way it has largely been up before now in recent years. And they are handling the press quite well, set up magnificent facilities for them. It's a friendly, easy country to work in. And the fact is that the members of the press who are here are potential victims of these missiles, too. So it's very easy for the visitors and we resident correspondents to feel much of the same anguish that the Israelis feel, because we're threatened as well.
Joel Brinkley, Bureau Chief for the New York Times in Jerusalem, thank you very much.
He had them and try to keep them back and so on and so forth in Nam in 1968. The only thing I have to say to them is, hey, have patience, gentlemen, and I wish to heck that the general over there would give you more access so that we can show the American people what we're doing. But I think what we're doing is, in all honesty, is dragging this out. We're making it another Super Bowl football game, so on and so forth type. Let's not fight the war with the media and so on and so forth. Let's show let's show some of the good things and bad things and so on and so forth. But let's be there. What's your thoughts on that, gentlemen? I'd like to hear them.
Jeff.
Because I was an MP, had to keep you back.
Okay, thanks, Jeff.
I think that more information is coming out about the conduct of the war. I don't feel at the moment that a lot has been withheld that the senior policymakers know. Of course, we don't know exactly how the war plan is going to unfold, but if we did know it, we may not report it. We might not report it. So I don't feel that a lot has been withheld. I think that there has, as I said earlier, there has been a little bit of an effort to present things in the most positive light. And in the end, it's probably best to just let the facts come out as they are, rather than trying to shade things.
Knoxville.
We now leave this recorded program to bring you live coverage of remarks by President Bush in the briefing room at the White House. Up next, live coverage of remarks by President Bush from the briefing room at the White House. Earlier today, President Bush met with Arab American leaders to discuss incidents of discrimination against Arabs living in this country. The president is scheduled to leave for Camp David, Maryland, later this afternoon.
A good friend, an outstanding member of the United States Congress to be the next Secretary of Agriculture. Ed Madigan has served for 19 years in the House of Representatives. He's been an aggressive leader on all agricultural issues, serving as the ranking man. Dump oil reserves out unless he's trying to show how tough he will be for Saudi Arabia or something like that. I can't figure out what he's doing when he brutally parades American prisoners. I can't figure that out either, or British prisoners, or an Italian airman. But it is not a performance that is winning him any points anywhere, in my view. Yeah.
Mr. President, a lot of Americans would like to know, since all these problems seem to get back, at least in your statements, to Saddam Hussein,
yes,
why you don't target him. Is it because of the embarrassment you encountered in trying to bring Manuel Noriega to ground?
Hey, there's no embarrassment in that. Took 6 or 7 days, but wasn't any embarrassment. I felt no embarrassment at all. There was a man who was wanted for crimes in this country, and he's in prison, and he's going to have his day in court. So I would like to argue with the predicate a little bit, because there wasn't any embarrassment. But we've set our objectives. Our coalition partners are in accord with these objectives, and we will stay with these objectives.
But why not go after Saddam Hussein?
Because we've set our objectives. We've got our objectives in accord with the coalition, and we'll stay with them. That's why. Yeah.
Can I switch topics a moment? You're going to be meeting with the Soviet foreign minister on Monday after he met with Jim Baker on Saturday. According to some of your aides, the scenario goes something like this. You now lean somewhat strongly toward postponing the February summit in Moscow, but if Putin comes here and has good news on the start, and also says, listen, if you cancel this summit, Mikhail Gorbachev is likely to be overthrown by more conservative people in Moscow within the Kremlin, that you might change your mind. Any truth to any of that?
I'm looking forward to the consultations that Secretary Baker will have with Mr. Besmertnik. Mr. Besmertnik knows the United States very well, and he knows the difficulties that we have with any use of force in the Baltics. And so I would stop it right there, John. I'm not going to go into some hypothesis that some aide may have discussed with you or anybody else. We're going to see how this plays out, and we have an arms control agenda that I want to see fulfilled. But whether it would be ready in time for the meeting is now scheduled, I don't know. We're having some difficulties there, frankly. And I expect Jim Baker will be discussing these difficulties. We have some problems, obviously, on the Baltic states. We have a lot of common ground still with the Soviet Union as a country that has been strongly supportive of our objectives in the Persian Gulf. And we have an agenda that Baker and Besmertnik will talk about, and then I look forward to seeing Mr. Besmertnik, and then I'd be in a better position to respond definitively to your question.
Just ask,
Please.
Is it less important than it used to be for you to help Gorbachev survive politically? Are you just so disappointed in his actions in the Baltics that you have to...
I'm disappointed in the Soviet actions in the Baltics because use of force is not the way to resolve that problem. And I've had an opportunity to discuss that with the president, and I know the difficulties that he faces. And I have not lost sight of the fact that Mr. Gorbachev was the catalyst, really, for much of the change that has taken place in Eastern Europe. Had a lot to do with the reunification of Germany, which is obviously in the German interest, and I think in the interest of the United States. A lot to do with common ground in the Persian Gulf. But the problems in the Baltic states, the use of force there, causes us great difficulty. And so the Besmertnik-Baker talks will touch on a wide array of issues. Some where we have very much common ground, some where we have common objectives that are not fulfilled, and some where we might have clear differences. And at that point, I will take a look again at the whole problem and see what must be done, and I'm sure the Soviets will be doing the same thing. Brett.
Mr. President, the reports from Israel now indicate that the injuries to civilians, perhaps deaths, may have been caused by Patriot missiles themselves not striking their targets, or at least if they struck them, the parts of them fell back on the civilian population, which raises anew the question of the sufficiency of the Patriot missile and the question about whether you are now contemplating additional measures to try to deal with this obviously persistent problem.
We are certainly dealing with that all the time, and we want to find ways to stop it. We want to find ways to stop these brutal, senseless, non-military value attacks on civilian populations. Yes.
Give us a sense of your level of confidence in the Israelis continuing to show restraint here. Obviously, it can't be any easier for them now than...
No, although this one, I felt I might be asked that question walking in here, and there's still, I'm still not certain that we know all the details, exactly what happened on this. I will again express enormous confidence in the Patriots. They are doing very, very well, but whether this was debris falling down from an intercept or not, I simply don't want to comment on it because we don't yet know it for sure. Yeah.
Sir, one more try on Saddam Hussein. Given that your military commanders have said that they're hoping that this army quits rather than fights and results in a bloody ground offensive, why wouldn't it be entirely militarily appropriate to target Saddam Hussein?
Because we're not in the business of targeting Saddam Hussein. I've set out our goals, and I think that I will say this. As I said the other day, in echoing my support for what Prime Minister Major of the United Kingdom said, no one will weep when he's gone. But having said that, we have spelled out our objectives, and I will stay with them. But who knows what would happen if he left today? I would like to think that what I have said over and over again would resonate in Iraq, and that is that we have no argument with the people of Iraq. We don't want to see a destabilized Iraq when this is all over. But we also don't want to see a continuation of this aggression. We don't want to see, we will not tolerate a continuation of this brutality. And so we have a mix of problems. But the problems are not with the people in the streets of Baghdad. Yeah, Frank, and then Jerry.
A couple of questions as to how the Gulf relates domestically. First of all, can you give the American people some sense of what this war is going to cost, especially insofar as you and your Secretary of State are turning to allies and coalition partners and others to help defray some of this cost? What are your projections? What sense can you give the American people? And secondly, on the domestic front, how do you respond to Clayton Yiders and others who are seeking to turn this issue politically against many Democrats who may have voted against the force resolution?
On the first part of it, I would leave that to the Pentagon. That is still being computed. There have been some that will be presented, obviously, to the United States Congress that not only has a right to know, but has the prime obligations when it comes to funding these matters. I am very pleased with the cooperation and participation from foreign countries. I think Jim Baker today had or will have a statement from regarding Kuwait participation. You saw yesterday what the Prime Minister of Japan stepped up to the plate to do, and we salute that. There will be more such information forthcoming hopefully next week. So the burden sharing which is very, very important, is coming along pretty well. And Congress is very interested in this. And of course, I'm very interested in it. So we'll be presenting that along with the cost figures to the Congress. But I can't give you the specific figures yet, Jerry.
May I ask you for the second part of that question?
Final question.
Oh yeah. My position on this is that this is not a partisan effort. I thought Lee Hamilton answered that question pretty well. I can't remember exactly what he said, but he said, look, I'm prepared to defend my vote one way or another. And I think everybody views it that way. And I don't want to comment on something because I did not see exactly what Clayton Yiter said. I heard that he said today that he had absolutely no intention of making the war a partisan issue because we have strong bipartisan support. And in my view, it is a nonpartisan approach. And so I've conducted myself that way. I will continue to conduct myself that way. And every once in a while, you get some shots from, I would say, that come my way, come against us on this. But I don't elect to think when I hear something of that nature that the Democratic Party is trying to make this a partisan issue, nor do I think Clayton Yiter is trying to make this a partisan issue. Yeah.
You say that you're going to have a look at the whole range of U.S.-Soviet issues, but the summit has officially been set already. Could you tell us, will you be in Moscow on February 11th?
I'm going to have to wait and discuss all this with Mr. Besmertnik after he has a chance to discuss it with Secretary Baker, because you may recall this was to be a summit at which we were going to sign an arms control agreement. And I'm told that we aren't there yet. So we've got to see. There's a war on in the Persian Gulf. There's a lot of reasons that this should be discussed by Jim Baker. Yeah, right back there in a minute.
In your budget plan that you will be sending up in February, do you plan to resubmit your capital gains proposal?
Stay tuned. Stay tuned. You get another. We get one more. That was Sarah. Let's see. Did you have one last time?
No, sir.
Please go ahead then.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Listen, next Tuesday night when you go and give the State of the Union message in that great hall of the House, where there's a joint session of House and Senate, all those members there, all the cabinet, the Supreme Court, the diplomats, and your wife and yourself, and that presents a great opportunity for terrorists if they can get by. Why don't you give the State of the Union message quietly from the White House?
Well, many presidents have given a State of the Union message by post office, messenger, sent it up there. And I don't know that any have been done from the White House. But if when I go to the Capitol, put it that way, I will have total confidence in the security apparatus in this country. It doesn't bother me one single bit. And I know this man has sponsored terrorism, and we continue to be safeguarding in every way we can against it. But the capital of the United States will be secure, and the people that are there will be safe. And so it just doesn't worry me, Sarah. Maybe it should. I'm not a fatalist exactly about this, because I think we are doing things to keep the capital, the people's capital, secure. Yes, every once in a while you find some outbreak. None quite like that, though. That was probably the most violent. But it doesn't concern me. I'll be standing up there giving that speech with total confidence in the men and women of our security system, and they're the best. And that's why I hadn't considered changing. I am not going to be held a captive in the White House by Saddam Hussein of Iraq. And you can make a note of that one. We're going about our business, and the world goes on. Somebody asked me a while back about the Super Bowl. Do you think we ought to cancel the Super Bowl because of this situation? One, the war is a serious business, and the nation is focused on it. But two, life goes on. And I'd say one thing, the kids over there in the Gulf, somebody told me to stop saying kids. They look like kids to me, frankly, but I say it with a great affection. I say it with affection. But the boys and men and women in the Gulf, they want to see this game go on. They're going to get great instant replays over there. And so life goes on. And this is priority, getting this war concluded properly. But we are not going to screech everything to a halt in terms of our domestic agenda. We're not going to screech everything to a halt in terms of the recreational activities, and I cite the Super Bowl, and I am not going to screech my life to a halt out of some fear about Saddam Hussein. And I think that's a good, clear signal for all Americans to send halfway around the world. I admit he does irrational things. This thing today troubles me very much because there's no rationality to it. It looks desperate. It looks last gasp. It doesn't measure up to any military doctrine of any kind, but it's kind of sick. And yet we are not going to be held captive to this kind of outrageous expression, nor will we be to the bombing of population centers or the brutal parading of American prisoners. And boy, that one has hit me right square in the heart, I'll tell you. It's just outrageous what he's done. I really do have to go. Education is the subject at hand. Education for the agriculture sector.
Sir, couldn't the oil, Mr. President?
Ed, I apologize.
Sir, couldn't the oil interfere with amphibious landings, though? Doesn't that make military sense?
No, it doesn't interfere with anything.
I think I'll leave it to you.
Agriculture.
Yes.
Sir, the farmers' wives say, women involved in farm economics say 500,000 family farmers will go out of business with this new 1990 agriculture bill. Can you do something about it? Can you take it back for reconsideration?
Well, I don't think that's true. I was a co-sponsor of the 1990 Farm Bill. It received overwhelming support from members of both parties in both the House and Senate. I think it's a very workable bill. The implementation of the bill hasn't even begun, and I think these are very premature remarks. Thank you.
Mr. Madigan. Mr. Madigan. Mr. Madigan. Madigan. Mr. Madigan.
Go after him.
The START agreement that they plan to sign isn't really ready for that. Also, there is the subject of the Soviet treatment in the Baltics, a plethora of other problems that Mr. Besmyrtnik, the new Soviet foreign minister, and Secretary Baker are going to try to hash out over the weekend. And then the president and Mr. Besmyrtnik will also have a meeting on that later next week. As for the Patriot and its efficacy as far as knocking down Scuds is concerned, it is true some 28 people were hurt in Tel Aviv. The Scuds seem to hit their targets, but it's not certain if some unexploded Patriots are coming back to Earth or whether they're bringing the debris of the destroyed Scuds with them, and that is doing the damage. That still is an open question, he said. As for capital gains, he said, well, stay tuned for that. The State of the Union, somebody suggested, as you heard her do, that he stay in the White House, hunker down, not go up to Capitol Hill to deliver that next Tuesday. He said, no, he's not going to be made a prisoner by Saddam Hussein. He has total confidence in what is going on as far as security is concerned. That goes for the Super Bowl game. He said the boys and girls and the men and the women who are stationed in the Persian Gulf want to see that, and as he put it, life goes on. And so do we. Ralph?
Thank you, Reed. It was just about an hour ago that another air raid alert hit Saudi Arabia. We're going to go back to Saudi Arabia now to find out what's happened since then, find out what Greg Lamont has been able to find out. Greg?
All right. All right.
Greg? Okay.
Yes, about an hour ago, sirens blared in our location. We ran up onto the top of the building just in time to see two big flashes of light, several explosions, three that I can recall. We are being told, and our engineer indeed said he saw at least one Scud missile. It would appear that two Patriots were sent into the air to intercept, and indeed they did. Although we have been told that part of a missile, either a Patriot or a Scud, has landed not far from where we are and has caused some damage. Although we are being told that we have no reports of any kind of injuries. Once again, Scud missile attack apparently in our particular area of Saudi Arabia, central Saudi Arabia. Patriot missiles sent to intercept, and they did so. The early warning system here, I can tell you, is very good. Greg Lamont, CNN Live, Central Saudi Arabia.
And earlier in the day, we know that some Scud missiles were fired at Israel, and we have reports that 7 Scuds were shot down. Let's check in now with CNN's Richard Roth in Tel Aviv. Richard?
Cheryl, so far we know 1 dead, 40 injured at least, following a big battle in the sky between incoming Scud missiles from Iraq, 7 of them, and Patriot missiles fired from batteries in central and northern Israel. And in the night sky, there were loud explosions over Tel Aviv and other cities in the north. There were bangs, flares, explosions of all kinds, people running into shelters and sealed rooms in the event if it was a chemical attack, but it was another conventional weapons attack. Officials say the Patriots scored well, hitting most of the Scuds or causing their breakup with the rest of them. But there were injuries on the ground. We're told that in Ramat Gan, a town next to Tel Aviv, more injuries. That's the second time Ramat Gan has been borne the brunt of some of the battle in the air. We're also told a 2-story house took a direct hit from something in the air. It's possible the Scud missile crashed into a residential neighborhood. It's still unclear. Cars were damaged by shrapnel, and in the north there was a lot of broken glass. Military officials are declining to say whether any of the damage on the ground came from a Patriot missile. Brigadier General Nachman Shai of the Israeli Defense Force minutes ago disclosed the latest on the air battle.
Approximately around 6 o'clock from western Iraq toward Israeli territory. All the missiles were armed with conventional warheads. A number of casualties were sustained. Right now we know about 40 casualties, 1 is dead. Patriot missiles were launched against the incoming Scud missiles from various locations in the country. In accordance with our guidelines, the IDF spokesman will not disclose the exact positions where the missiles hit. This is the 5th attack on Israel in the last 9 days since the war started. Altogether, over 20 missiles were launched out of western Iraq into Israel. All of them carried conventional warheads. This attack was targeted into Israel's civilian population in our holy Shabbat.
And Israeli defense officials are still worried about the threat of chemical gas bombs or missiles carrying chemical warheads. This is Richard Roth, CNN, reporting live from Tel Aviv.
And a reminder that there are government restrictions on what Richard Roth is able to tell us from his area and from what Greg Lamont can report from Saudi Arabia. We are expecting a Pentagon briefing to begin any moment. Let's check in now with CNN's Wolf Blitzer, who is at the Pentagon. Wolf?
Hi, Cheryl. This is Wolf Blitzer here at the Pentagon, where there's a full house once again for this briefing. We're expecting Lieutenant General Tom Kelly from the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Director of Operations, to be walking in very, very soon. He'll be joined by Captain David Harrington from the Defense Intelligence Agency. They are expected to answer a lot of questions, but especially the military impact on these oil spills off the Kuwaiti coast. We're also going to try to find out what we know about Saddam Hussein's continued ability to communicate with his military forces. Pentagon officials have insisted that this has been a high priority, yet he continues to be able to command his forces. Finally, we're expecting some additional information on these Scud attacks. How successful has the U.S. and allied effort been to destroy the Scud attacks? And we now see Pete Williams walking in with General Kelly and others. And let's listen to Pete Williams.
Okay, good afternoon. General Tom Kelly, who's the Director of Operations for the Joint Staff, is here along with Captain Dave Harrington, and they'll be along in just a moment to give you operational details of how things are going in Operation Desert Storm in Day 9. But let me first of all give you the latest information we have on the oil problem in the Persian Gulf. Within the past 24 hours, Iraq has been spilling a huge amount of oil into the Persian Gulf from a crude oil tanker loading terminal just off the coast of Kuwait. The terminal is the Sea Island Terminal. We believe that part of the oil, some of it, at least half of it for now, comes from oil tankers who loaded up with crude oil from Mina al-Bakr, which is an Iraqi oil terminal in the northern Persian Gulf. Long before Operation Desert Storm began, 5 tankers took their oil down to the occupied Kuwaiti port of Mina al-Ahmadi. They've been there holding their oil since last October. The oil that the Iraqis are now dumping into the Gulf is coming off those tankers and also through an underwater pipeline into the Gulf from the Sea Island Terminal, which is about 10 miles offshore. The oil that's being pumped into the terminal is coming from storage tanks onshore at Mina Al Ahmadi, where there's a large Kuwaiti crude oil tank farm. It appears that the Iraqis are using the Sea Island terminal to encourage the oil to spread out into the Gulf. This is clearly an act of environmental terrorism. We cannot be certain of exactly how much oil is being dumped into the Gulf, but it's probably on the order of several million barrels of oil, and it's likely to be more than a dozen times bigger than the Alaska oil spill at Valdez. It's not an act against just the coalition partners. It's an act against the entire international community, and it will have especially severe consequences for the nations of the Persian Gulf. The oil spill has already spread south of the border with Saudi Arabia and is fouling the coastline at Ras Al Khafji. Now again, I would caution you that I don't know the precise size. That's an estimate so far, those figures that I gave you. It's certainly going to be several times bigger than the Valdez oil spill in Alaska. We don't know yet whether it has stopped or whether the slick continues to grow. So I would caution you that while the figures I used earlier are our best estimate, they are subject to change and they may be revised. Now, many of you may have heard the President just a moment ago say that there have been discussions throughout the day about what to do about this. No decisions have been made, so I can't describe for you options, or I can't get into at all to what might be done about this. I will say, obviously, it's a subject of concern for us, but as the President indicated a moment ago, not a military concern. It's just simply a concern to us because of its environmental consequences. General Kelly could address the military side of it. I'd take a few questions about this and then turn it over to him. David?
There was some debate over whether this was the kind of crude oil that could be lit off or whether it was relatively inert. Can this, if it's come ashore in Saudi Arabia, we must know exactly what kind of crude oil this is. How flammable is it?
Well, first of all, I don't think that our sense of the flammability or the volatility of the oil is something we would analyze by what comes offshore. That's something that we can probably get from people who are familiar with the crude oil in this part of the world, and we're trying to do that now. We're trying to check with oil experts to get an opinion on that, and I don't know that, as the last time I checked, that we're certain we have all the facts on that. But that's something that they're doing in this meeting that they've been doing today, checking out exactly how volatile the oil is. Suzanne?
If you can't give us some kind of readout of what the military effect is, can you say something more about the environmental? Will this affect some desalination plants, for example, the water supply in Saudi Arabia? What's going to be the fallout from this?
It's hard to know precisely what the fallout will be, because one of the things that we don't know yet is what's going to happen to an oil slick in the Persian Gulf. What will the currents do? How will it move it around? We don't know yet. Obviously, the subject of desalination plants is a concern, but we don't know how big a threat it is to them yet, because we're not certain precisely what will happen to this slick, where it will go.
The estimate of several millions of barrels, is that how much is in the water now, or the potential for going into the water?
That's how much is in the water now.
And secondly, do we know what the oil spill fighting capability is in that area in terms of equipment?
I don't know.
Peter,
you were saying you didn't really want to mention the options, but could you, however, mention, without actually saying what you might eventually decide on or what might be leaning the way, couldn't you just generally give us what some of the thoughts are?
No, I don't want to do that while it's being discussed. Elliot?
Have any steps been taken to protect the intakes of the desalination plant? Any contingency plans to keep the intakes clear?
Well, that would be a Saudi decision, and that'd be something they'd have to address. I don't want to get into that of what they're doing. Mitz?
Could you tell us where the meeting is taking place and who are in the meeting now?
I suspect that there's some meetings going on at the White House, and the President just discussed those. I don't really have anything to add to what he already said. Keena?
Pete, going back to the size of this, earlier you made a reference to this being several dozen times the size of the Valdez. Then you said...
No, I said it's likely to be more than a dozen times bigger, not several dozen, just more than a dozen times.
The question is, how accurately are you able to actually read the size of this and get an accurate prediction?
Well, it's hard to know at this point. Let me just say that that's our best estimate right now. Obviously, it's subject to change. It's an early report. It's an early indication. It's hard to get a really good measurement.
How much oil is there? How much could eventually, assuming it's not stopped, come out of these storage tanks?
Well, eventually is a subject for the Iraqis. I mean, they're the ones with their hands on the valve, and And the only reason that it's flowing into the Gulf is because they made the conscious decision to start dumping it into the Gulf. How much is going to come out is a decision that only they can make.
How much is in those tanks is what I meant.
Well, I just don't know that we have a precise figure on that.
Pete, what about the speculation that the Iraqis may be doing this in order to goad the U.S. and the Allies into starting a ground war in advance, ahead of the schedule, just as the Scuds against Israel are designed to draw the Israelis into doing something that they may not want to do?
I don't see a connection between the two. I mean, I don't know how dumping oil into the Persian Gulf conceivably could goad us into anything. All it does is foul up the Persian Gulf in a way of immense and shocking magnitude. But again, General Kelly would have to address the military sides of that. Let me just take a couple more and then we'll get on to him. Yes, sir.
I was asking about the military aspect.
Okay.
Pete, can you assess for us, you called it environmental terrorism, can you assess what the military strategy that Saddam could be employing here is? Why is he doing this? What options, what things could he be going after as far as you can tell?
I haven't a clue. I will let General Kelly use his years of military experience to answer that for you. All I know is that we consider this to be an attack not against the coalition partners. I don't see how it furthers their military objectives. It just creates an enormous mess in the Persian Gulf of rather frightening consequences.
Will any environmental experts be brought in to assist the military in assessing what could be done?
That gets into future operations. I mean, obviously, we're very interested in talking to any agency of government. There have been consultations throughout the day with the Department of Energy and any department that has knowledge in dealing with this sort of thing. We're very concerned to get the best expert advice that we can get. Dennis?
If you can measure now, is the volume increasing or decreasing, or can't you tell?
I just don't know. I just don't know. Let me take two more and then we'll move on.
How wide an area, you said how many how many possible gallons. Do you know how wide an area it could
I said how many possible barrels. I didn't say gallons. And I don't know the geometrical shape of it right now. And again, I mean, there are currents in the Persian Gulf, and you know it's fairly easy for us to predict the things that we know about, how mines move around the Persian Gulf, because we've seen that, we can watch that. It's a little more difficult to predict how something like this would move, so we're just obviously going to have to keep a very close eye on it. Okay, last question.
Yeah, is there any confusion about exactly when this began? Because I believe a Saudi briefer earlier today said something about 3 days ago. You said, I believe, within the last 24 hours. Do we know exactly when it began?
It's hard to tell with any precision exactly when it began. It certainly began to get very big and worrisome within the last 24 hours. Let me then turn it over to General Kelly and Captain Harrington for your further questions.
Can you assess the military strategy for us?
I'll get into that after a few comments and a few facts. Excuse my voice, I got a cold. We're up to about 482,000 soldiers, Marines, sailors, and airmen in the Gulf. Up till today, and I'll cover a little bit more about today, 34 Scuds had been launched against Saudi Arabia and Israel, 21 against Saudi Arabia, 13 against Israel. 18 of them were destroyed by Patriots, 9 landed in uninhabited areas or in the sea, and of the remaining 7, to one degree or another, they impacted the earth and caused some damage. Earlier today, about 11 o'clock our time, an additional 7 Scud missiles were launched against Israel. We don't have final information on what their disposition was. Some indications in the TV, as you know, are pretty good. You'll have to get the final answer from Israel. And then somewhat after 2:15 local this afternoon, 2 additional Scuds were launched towards Saudi Arabia, and I don't obviously have the final reports on them now, although the indications are we did pretty well. And when I say don't have the final, you know, we have to stand behind the numbers we put out, and I have to wait till I get precise reports in. On TLAMs, 236 have been fired to date, very successfully. In the air campaign, over 17,500 sorties to date. We indicated the weather would be good yesterday for air operations, and it was, and we had our biggest sortie day of the campaign thus far with 2,707 sorties, 2,707. Bear in mind, these are all types of sorties, so some of them are combat, some are support. We have lost no combat aircraft within the past 24 hours. As you all know, yesterday, Rod East Oil Air Force F-15 shot down 2 Iraqi F-1 Mirage fighters. We believe they were carrying Exocets. Enemy aircraft losses now stand at 43, and they're the ones that we can confirm. In the air-to-air war, we're carrying it in my section as 19-0. I know the chairman mentioned the other day there was a possibility that 1 U.S. aircraft may have been hit by an air-to-air missile, but we are as yet unable to confirm that, so it's 19-0. The aircraft they have lost have been their top-line fighters, as we've said. The figures are 8 Mirage F-1s, 6 MiG-29s, 2 MiG-21s, 1 MiG-23, and 2 MiG-25s. So 16 were MiG-25 or better in the aircraft that they have lost. I don't have the same kind of detailed data on the aircraft that were destroyed on the ground. Mr. Williams has talked about the oil slick, and I can address the military significance of that in the question period. On Quara Island, there were 2 activities that took place yesterday. In the first one, a U.S. naval unit came across a vessel, an Iraqi vessel that appeared to be a mine lair. It was taken under fire. Then a boat was put aboard or taken over to the Iraqi boat, and 22 prisoners of war were taken. 3 individuals were killed. Very shortly after that, some Army Special Operations helicopters, and I understand possibly Navy SH-3s, flew over Quara Island and noted fortifications on the island. They were taken under fire, at which point the individuals on the island waved a white flag to surrender. A small boat was put ashore and 29 POWs were taken. And we did not occupy the island, obviously. So we took a total of 51 prisoners, 3 killed yesterday, and I would be happy to entertain your questions.
General, do you think the oil slick is going to inhibit the ability of the Allied forces to make an amphibious assault?
No, as the President indicated earlier this afternoon, I think it will not have any impact on military operations. I obviously think that's correct, and it is correct, and we'll be able to work through it, and we don't expect much problem. Yes, sir.
Explain why it wouldn't have any impact. I mean, if you have an oil spill of the dimensions that have been described, it would seem at the very least that if it's thick enough, it's going to gum up all the seawater intakes on the ships. But if you're trying to run an amphibious landing through that goo, why doesn't it impede you?
I don't want to get into future operations. However, over time, that oil slick is going to move, and we don't think it represents any inhibitor in terms of those amphibious operations, and obviously it's not going to have any impact on land operations.
General, if it didn't move, if you keep putting oil out there, it's going to stagnate and get thicker. Number 2, if Saudi crude does burn and they lay magnesium star shells down, you could have a wall of flame on those beaches. Is that something you're looking at as a possibility which could seriously impact naval ships or Marines going in?
Yeah, this is Kuwaiti crude, just to keep the record straight. We, as Pete indicated, we have our best minds both in Saudi Arabia and here looking at this problem right now. We have not come up with a final course of action. We do feel strongly that it's not going to have an impact on military operations, and we're trying to determine what the best way to deal with it is, and that's all I can say on that right now.
General, that sounds as though you weren't anticipating this happening.
We had done our studies, but I mentioned during the Panama War that no operations plan ever survives contact with the enemy. And no study you'll ever do is going to be exactly within the parameters of what happens later. So we have the benefit of all the pre-study that we've done, which has been considerable. We are now looking at that, looking at the actual situation, talking to the best people we can find to come up with a course of action to deal with it.
You say this will not create a military problem. Could you just explain in some detail all the images we've seen of this thick oil? It looks quite daunting that any soldier who comes in contact with it is going to have some problems. Why is it not at least somewhat of a military problem?
Well, first, we don't expect any soldiers to come in contact with it because they're already on the land, and we have high confidence that if and when we decide to commit the Marines in an amphibious operation, we'll be able to carry that out without difficulty. I'm not going to talk about future operations. Yes, sir.
The Kuwaitis were saying with some glee, I would say, that the Kura Island action was the first step in the liberation of Kuwait as far as territory is concerned. Did we leave any material or any presence on that island that
we did not.
backs up that?
And we had no intention of doing that. All of the people that went ashore to get the prisoners had other jobs, other places, like back on the U.S. Navy unit, so we did not occupy the island, had no need to do it.
It's not protected in the area for any reason of that sort.
No.
Did you destroy the fortifications on the island?
We did an adequate job on the island before we left, and the island is still there and it's not occupied.
Any offensive equipment on there, sir? Any offensive equipment on the island beyond the fortifications? Surface to air missile sites, anything like that?
There may have been, I don't know for certain. There were no advanced defensive weapons on that island. There were some machine guns and things of that nature, and I believe in one case an SA-7 was mentioned, which is just a shoulder-fired weapon. Yes,
Talk to us about the military strategy of why
just pointed to
Saddam...
this gentleman here, sir.
What progress are you making in cutting the lines of communication between Basra and Baghdad? And what impact is the bombing now having on the Republican Guards? Are you seeing any significant signs that they're falling apart or taking significant hits?
It takes a long time to develop that information. There is a big difference between bomb damage assessment on a building in downtown Baghdad or anywhere else and success with troops that are in the middle of the desert dug in. We believe we are having a significant impact on them, but we can't prove that from the type of information that we have in front of us right now. As I think I've said any number of times, the campaign to date is proceeding according to plan. We had better weather yesterday. We won't get the results of that better weather until sometime later on today. We should have a better idea after that, but I think that I can say that we're making satisfactory progress in doing what we set out to do.
To follow up, how are you proceeding in cutting the lines of communication that's basically the Star of the Mount proposition? Are you getting the roads cut?
At the risk of being frivolous, we're doing it with bombs. We're going after their supply depots. We're going after bridges. We're going after critical nodes. I also said several days ago that anything linear is difficult to interdict. Certainly not impossible, but difficult, because if you blow a bridge or drop a bridge, they can repair that. If you cut a road, they can repair that. If you cut a runway, they can repair that. So you got to return a number of times. I believe in the CENTCOM press conference this morning, there was some indication that some of the individuals who were being brought in as POWs were not very well fed and were not in very good shape. That may be some indication that we're having success in our campaigns, and sometimes it's going to take until you actually see them try to do something and fail before you know the complete impact of bombing on tactical units in the field. They know how to dig, and anybody that's getting shot at knows how to dig. Yes, sir.
Tell us from your years of experience how it is, why it is that Saddam would leak all this oil. What could he benefit aside from military slowing down our troops, which you're saying won't happen?
If I look into my 34.25 years before the colors, I can find nothing that would make any sense militarily in releasing several million barrels of oil into the Persian Gulf. As a matter of fact, it makes about as much sense militarily as shooting Scud missiles into population centers, knowing those missiles are not accurate enough to be targeted against military targets and just trying to injure people. Big difference between shooting a weapon at a military target and making a mistake and shooting one that doesn't have a chance of hitting a military target in the first place. So it just seems to be an act of an international terrorist. He's going to cause the world some more problems. It's not going to do him any good that I can think of militarily. Yes, sir.
Does this suggest, however, anything about his capability of waging this war? These are almost medieval tactics, like pouring molten lead down. And what does it tell you about this?
Well, it's actually not as effective because you pour the molten lead on people. It's hard to say, and we won't know until we have sufficient information from the bombing campaign or conduct a land campaign and actually begin to run into his soldiers. There's some indication now that his soldiers are getting hungry. Over time, that's not going to be pleasant for them, and we'll just have to see what develops. Yes, sir.
Well, Kelly, a question about the continuing use of the Scud missiles. You keep saying this is top priority, yet we continue to see Scud attacks.
Yeah.
And I know it must be difficult. Could you share with us why it is so difficult to find these and why you're not able to get them all?
Okay, it's a tough target. The mobile launchers can move and hide. he has had not 5 or 6 months, but years to plan this, and it's my personal belief he's used years to plan this. Iraq is about 170,000 square miles big, and you can hide a lot of stuff in 170,000 square miles. We're looking for it. We're having some success. It's sort of difficult to say that after they just launched 7 at Israel and 2 at Saudi Arabia, but we are. And every day we are trying harder to get those Scuds, and sooner or later we're going to get them.
Follow on that then. If you're continuing to look for, are you surprised that he has as many as he did? Because it seems in the early days of the campaign you thought you had gotten a good portion of them, and it seems like they keep haunting us.
Well, there are 2 kinds of Scud launchers. One is the transporter erector launcher that the Iraqis bought from the Russians, from the Soviets. The other is the homegrown version, which is just a rail up on the back of the truck, a truck. And he could very conceivably have been making them since the war began. I don't know that to be a fact. But I do know that it's not a great technological challenge to be making launchers for these Scud missiles so that he can continue to fire them. We just got to keep fighting that battle and fighting that battle until we win it.
So he may have a whole bunch of these things, homemade ones.
He could have made more homemade ones, and I could not prognosticate on what the number would be. And I told this lady...
Oh, yes. Why isn't it possible, after more than 2 days, to determine whether or not one of the coalition aircraft has gone down, and whether it has gone down through air-to-air dogfighting?
What I said was I cannot validate that it went down through air-to-air action, therefore I am counting it as a surface-to-air action.
It did indeed go down. You're referring to the F-14 or what?
I'm referring to all the aircraft. To the best of my knowledge, none of them went down to enemy action. In some cases, it's not possible to question the pilot because he is not available.
General.
The
president was saying that we must find ways of stopping these brutal attacks on civilians, and he said we won't tolerate this continuation of this brutality. Exactly what else can you possibly do that you're not doing already?
Continue to hone our reconnaissance assets to find the Scuds, continue to bomb where we think the Scuds are, continue to be vigilant. We have bombed him for 9 days. Tomorrow we'll have bombed him for 10, and the day after for 11, and it'll continue on until we achieve our goal. We are also studying everything we can to improve the capability that we have there now, and we may just be able to do that. Yes, General. Right on the end here.
Sir, have the pilots or any other intelligence indicated any movements, sightings, or direct hits on any of the Iraqi tanks, of which there are said to be more than 4,000?
I am not privy to a great deal of pilot reports as yet. And I would just say as an aside, please bear in mind there are certain tactical things which stay pretty much in theater and certain strategic things which float back to the Washington level with which we deal. And we do try very hard to give the tactical commander the responsibility and authority to fight his war. Having said that, we have some indications that there have been some successes on the tactical targets in the field, but if you put a shaped charge coming out of some kind of a bomb on a tank, the hole's only about that big. Unfortunately, I've been in them. As a matter of fact, the troops in Vietnam used to paint little bullseyes around them after the fact because they had a sense of humor. And so it's hard from the air to tell that although the inside of the tank might be destroyed or the crew might be dead from the spall that occurs inside the turret. Let me get... Yes, sir, right here.
General, you and the briefers in Riyadh now have mentioned several times that the POWs and deserters have appeared to be hungry and ill-clothed, etc. Presumably you have questioned these people, and without, I know, divulging the intelligence that you're not going to, can you generally characterize what sort of shape they're in, what they tell you about their units, their communications abilities, what they have heard since this war began?
Well, first I've got to rely on General Johnston from his TV session this morning where he said the individuals were lice-covered, had some open sores, were only eating 1 meal a day. The results of the prisoner of war interrogations are not available yet. My guess would be that other than being able to tell what the morale is in the unit that they came from, they'll know very little. They tend not to tell them much, and we're not going to get any kind of strategic information out of them, certainly not in the numbers we're talking about right now. But we haven't seen the reports yet, and we await them.
What kind of numbers are we talking about?
I think that a rough estimate we have between 100 and 110 enemy prisoners of war. Of course, we will evacuate them to the Saudis after we're finished processing them. That's everybody we have. Line crossers, we call them line crossers, and P-dubs, and they're all treated the same and treated humanely. Yes, sir.
General, could you comment on the Soviet report that 2 Iraqi air commanders have been executed?
All we know is what we've seen on TV. We have no hard information from anywhere that, do you want to?
No, sir, we found it very interesting, but we can't confirm that.
Can I ask you a question? The Republican Guard,
He does have a fairly dynamic zero defects program.
General, on the Republican Guards, getting back to that for a minute, damage to the sites there. You've done bombing now for a number of days. Is there any indication that you're getting significant secondary explosions, which indicates the bombing is hitting supply depots, ammo, fuel, various things like that?
Yes, there is. But I've got to reiterate, it's a lot tougher to figure out what you're doing to a unit that's dug in the field as compared to a build-up area.
Aware of that, but are you getting significant secondaries? Say out of every 5 strikes, are you getting explosions coming up which indicate you've got fuel, you've got ammo going?
I decided ever since we were in the 80% success rate not to do that again. We're getting adequate, and we simply have to develop more information before we can determine any trends. That's just
Yes, General. There's a report from CNN's Peter Arnett in Baghdad, who was taken by the Iraqis to an area near Samarra, in which he was shown civilian areas that were supposedly bombed by Allied warplanes. Do you have any reaction to that?
Yes, the name of the city, I believe, was Al-Dur, D-O-U-R, and it's near Samarra, S-A-M-A-R-R-A-H. That's what our maps say. In the vicinity of that town, there was a military munitions depot, a chemical warfare production and storage facility, and a military communications site. I can't comment on what was on television. I have the same human feelings that you do, I'm certain. But they were Iraqi-controlled films, and I don't know how they made them or who did what to who. We are making every effort, as you know, to avoid civilian casualties. As a matter of fact, I saw on TV yesterday, they rang the sirens in Baghdad, and people just continued on about their building business, so we built some confidence there.
General, can you give us any indication?
Right here.
General, do you detect any Soviet air activity from the southern part of the Soviet Union, detection either through radars in Turkey or through AWACS, of Soviet resupply flights going from southern Soviet Union into Baghdad?
Yeah, I don't know of any. Dave, you want to?
No, absolutely, we have not
At any
detected.
time have you actually, independently of watching television, cited or known the whereabouts of Saddam Hussein?
I can't comment on that. Obviously, we've been stating over and over again that we don't target individuals. That falls into that category.
Dave, I have a question for Captain Harrington. Could you describe for us what the aircraft shelters look like? Are they all individual bunkers for individual aircraft? Are they large underground hangars? Are they both?
There's a wide variety of kinds and types of protective coverings that he has deployed throughout the country. So it's dependent on which particular airfield we're talking about. It is different. We know what kind of protective covering he has there, and the appropriate ordinance is chosen to go against each of those.
General, can you just...
And we're having success with that program.
So, General, can you just give us a quick... So, just one more question,
We'll try to get what we can for you on, see if there's anything further we can say about the different types of bunkers and airplane hangars and so forth. Some of them are provided by other nations, so we'll see what we can get. One thing that I need to make clear is, I said earlier, or may have said earlier, that some of these meetings were going on at the White House. That was my mistake. There are no meetings going on in the White House. My memory is corrected here. The meetings have been going on at the State Department, and of course our folks have been talking about it here in the Pentagon as well. But I just want to correct that. I made a mistake there. There are no meetings going on at the White House on the subject of how to respond to the oil slick. Elliot?
Has DOD talked to the people who designed and built these shelters to seek evidence on ways to take them out the easiest way possible?
I think that we have, I don't know how we got the information, but I think our folks have a pretty good sense of what the vulnerabilities are, where the targets should be hit, And judging from what I've seen, when they do in fact hit the targets in the right place, they've been very effective. So I don't think that that's been a problem. Let me just take a few more. And Mark?
Pete, you said, the general said they are honing their reconnaissance assets. Isn't the SR-71 a tool by which you're able to track pretty accurately over time where Scud missile launchers could be? And is there any thought or any planning being given to bringing those planes back?
We have a lot of methods to do it, by which to track them. A lot of assets at our disposal. The SR-71s are in mothballs, and it would take a long time to get them going again. So I don't believe there's any, there's maybe a certain nostalgia for them, but I don't believe there's any plans actively to get them.
Money allocated to bring some of those back operational. Over at Capitol Hill mandated that some of those become operational.
No, I don't think that was in the final legislation. I'll check that, but I know there was some talk about that, but I don't think that it was in the final legislation.
Pete, there was some reports this morning from the British about low levels of surface-to-air missile activity in Iraq, low to none. How do you characterize their surface-to-air missile threat now?
I don't know what their activity's been like in the last 24 hours. Obviously, the British are very concerned about that, and I'm sure their figures were perfectly reliable. I just haven't seen anything on it.
Could you just give us some indication of battle damage to the planes? We're flying an enormous number of sorties, and we get the figures for the numbers that have actually come down, but none for the numbers that may have just limped back to base and then be out of action thereafter. Could you give us any kind of indication about what sort of punishment they're taking there?
I don't have those figures here. We'll have to check and see what we can get for you. We'll have to
We
call.
get that as a sort of separate category of severely damaged.
Well, there comes a point at which I realize the difficulty. We could do a lot of this statistically. How many MREs are eaten a day. I mean, there's a point at which it's very difficult to categorize all these numbers. The Central Command would probably be the best place to put those numbers right now. John?
Pete, the numbers that the General gave on the enemy aircraft destroyed air-to-air, this is the third time they've changed. We started out saying 10 MiG-29s were down, then yesterday 8, today 6.
Right.
Are they rebuilding them, or?
No. This is unlike, well, let me resist that characterization and just say that we do our best to get these numbers accurate for you. There's a lot of things going on over there right now. And one of the things that we have to do, one of the many thousands and hundreds of thousands of things that our people have to do is count these up. I think what had happened, John, is that there was a time where they were counting 2 of the MiG-29s, which they should have counted as MiG-21s or F-7s. So the correct breakdown, F-7s. It's the old, I think it's the Chinese version of the MiG-21. But the correct breakdown of 19 Iraqi aircraft shot down would be 6 MiG-29s, 2 MiG-25s, 1 MiG-23, 8 Mirage F-1s, and 2 MiG-21s or F-7s. So part of this is anecdotal information from pilots, and then you go back and you check and you revise. So all I can tell you is that we keep trying to revise, and it's just a balance between trying to provide you the most current information and then going back and correct where we can. I'm sorry?
Is this confirmed now, or is we're going to hear another figure tomorrow?
Well, I don't know what to tell you, John. I mean, if I find something out that corrects this, I obviously would feel some obligation to tell you that. So, but at any given time, can I confirm that every number is absolutely rock solid, 100% for sure? There's a lot going on over there, is all I say. We just keep trying to give you the best numbers that we can, and I apologize if that causes you some hardship.
Based on is the
Let's see.
analysis.
Let me take some questions from some other folks here. Yeah.
Do we know where the Soviet advisors are and exactly what they're doing?
Well, I don't know that we know precisely where they are. I think the Soviets have been trying to keep track of them, but I don't know that we have been following their whereabouts.
Are we trying to find out from the Soviets what they are doing and where most of them are?
The State Department can probably give you a better indication of that. Yes, sir.
On the oil situation, given the fact that the tankers were sitting there at Mina al-Hamadi for 5 months, do we at least know what the capacity of those tankers were, or are?
We have some guess.
And how many do you have numbers?
I can't give you precise numbers because that gets into intelligence areas, but we have a feeling that we know what's there.
And secondly, if the oil will have a minimal military effect, does that mean that it's unlikely we'll be launching a major cleanup or containment effort?
Again, I don't know how it's going to be handled. It's complicated by the fact that there are all sorts of things going on in the Persian Gulf, and cleanup efforts are complicated at any time. But when there's hostilities around, obviously it complicates it. But again, I don't know how precisely it's going to be handled.
Is there any contemplation been given to possibly bringing in these Coast Guard cleanup crews that are operating in the Gulf of Mexico?
I just don't know. I
thought the briefer in Riyadh today said that the pumping capacity there was 100,000 barrels a day. Did I remember incorrectly, or that doesn't add up?
I saw some reference to that figure, but first of all, I don't know whether they're pumping to capacity. I don't know what.
That wouldn't equal 1 million barrels. So, I mean, you'd have to pump longer than 24 hours if it's 100,000 barrels a day.
Well, as I said before, and again, like all the figures I give here, these are our best estimates. But we think that it's not only what's being pumped from Mina al-Ahmadi from the storage tanks onshore, but there's an additional contribution from the tankers. So it's, there's all sorts of technical limitations, but this is the best guess that we can get about how much oil is coming out of there. Suzanne?
Is this a water version of a scorched earth policy? Is he trying to deny the Allied forces use of that? Is there any assumption that he's trying to destroy as much as he can in any other area?
Again, I don't know that. I think it's very hard for us to ascribe any motives to why he's doing this. It's just very hard for us to know.
Are the latest Patriot batteries in Israel all from Europe, and are they all American manned for the time being?
Well, in addition to the ones that the Israelis have already obtained for themselves, in which their crews are studying how to operate, yes, the U.S. supplied Patriots are all being manned by U.S. crews, and they're all coming out of Europe.
What about the inventory of Patriots and Tomahawk missiles? Does the United States have enough, or are you having to order more? Can you get enough more as you need them?
First of all, I've never met a military commander who didn't want more of everything he could get. But I think that the general characterization that I've heard about our munitions on hand is that we have adequate supplies. Yes, sir.
Pete, is there any backup capacity for supplying water to our forces there? Do we have any Navy tankers filled with water or anything in case the desalinization plants are impacted?
I'm not an expert on the water supply situation in Saudi Arabia. First of all, I don't know that desalinization plants are either in any trouble now or any danger, because I don't know how this slick is going to move. And secondly, we have lots of ways of getting water to our troops. Yes,
Pete, there's now been, by my count, about 43 Scud attacks, and none of the warheads have contained chemicals. After 9 days, is this causing you in some way to reassess how great the threat is from chemicals on Scuds?
No, I don't think you could reach any conclusions like that. I mean, on the one hand, you could argue that, well, if he was going to do it, he would have done it by now. On the other hand, there are people who say, well, this is, you soften people up, you make them feel invulnerable, and then you pop one in. So we have to assume that he has that capability and act accordingly. Yes, sir.
Do you have any figures on how many Scud launchers have been destroyed so far?
I don't. And I don't think that we're going to be able to track that one for you very closely, because that's just something that's, because of its sensitivity, that we're going to have to watch very carefully ourselves, but I don't know how much we can share of that.
The video of the latest Scud attack from Tel Aviv looks as if some Patriot missiles are taking off and impacting. Do you know anything about that? Can you shed any light on that?
Whether Patriot missiles hit some of those incoming Scuds?
No. It looks as though Patriots are taking off and then crashing and exploding.
I've not seen the videotape, and again, let me tell you why it takes a while to sort through what happens in these Scud attacks. These are things that happen very, very quickly. The Scud comes over. You've heard people describe the shortness of how quick the trip is. And then you have all these events happening in a very short period of time. You have rapidly incoming missiles. You have Patriots going up to hit them. A lot of things happening very quickly, and it's almost impossible, especially with cloudy skies, for observers just to stand there and know what hit what and what fell where. So you go back and you'll look through all the data that's gathered during an event like this from as many different perspectives as you can, and then try to sort out precisely what happened. So it's very, very hard to tell immediately, or within a few hours even, after the event, precisely what happened and what fell where. That takes a long time to sort out. And in some cases, you never know for certain what piece of what fell where. It's very hard to sort that out.
Pete, can you give us any speculation on where this oil slick might go? Could it poison all the other water areas?
I don't think we have a good feeling for that. We're clearly very concerned about all the nations of the Persian Gulf, not just those on the Arabian Peninsula, but all the nations of the Gulf, and it's going to be very difficult for us to know precisely where it's going to move, but we're trying to get the best models that we have.
Pete, were the oil released from those tankers in port, or the tankers towed out to sea and the oil released?
I'm not certain of that, Mark. Somebody may know that. I don't know. My best information was that they were either in port or very near in port. They were in the vicinity of Mina al-Hakmadi. I don't know how far out they went. Yes, sir.
Damage assessment yet? Any assessment yet on damage to Iraqi oil facilities?
By U.S. bombing in Iraq? No, I've not seen any assessment of that. No. Yes, Jim.
You may have said earlier, and I missed it, do the sortie numbers include only fixed wing?
Yes, I think they do. If they do include helicopters, the number is very small. It's not. It's statistically a very small part of it.
Can you check and clarify that?
I will, but my impression is that they're mostly fixed wing. But I'll double check that.
Do you have any evidence that Saddam Hussein is still able to supply the Republican Guards in Kuwait by road? There have been reports that trucks are still moving on those roads, which would seem to contradict your aim of cutting them off from his supply lines.
No, number one, I don't know precisely what the truck number is, and number two, there are a lot of targets that we have, and it's going to take a while to turn them completely off. There are cases where you can bomb a road, and if it's in an area where you could do it, you can drive around it. Some places you can drive around, some places you can't. It takes time to completely disable supply lines that have built up over months and months and months. So in other words, the two aren't contradictory. Yes, we're going after supply lines, but no, they're not completely shut off yet. I don't believe that's a contradiction. Yes, sir.
If you squeeze the food supplies to the Iraqi army, what effect does that have on the remaining civilian population in Kuwait?
I don't know how the two are interconnected, but there are very few civilians out in the fortified positions where the Iraqi troops are.
Pete, what is the status of Saddam Hussein's ability to command and communicate with his troops?
It's degrading, but it is still to some extent in effect. Thank you all very much.
And so for the better part of 45 minutes, what has turned into a daily briefing at the Pentagon on the basis of what has happened and what is happening over the past 24 hours. In just a moment, we're going to bring our military affairs correspondent, Wolf Blitzer, along with us to talk with military analyst James Blackwell and also Major General Perry Smith about some of the statements that were made today. We'll be right back.
Very good. Where does America's money come from? Kathy.
The government. It's their job to make the money and to keep it safe so people can work real hard and earn it.
And then what happens? Jeffrey.
People find a real good place for it so it's there when they need things.
The safety of the American government and a trusted place for dollars to grow. The two principles behind Spartan U.S. Treasury Money Market Fund from Fidelity Investments. A money fund that combines high current yields with the added safety of U.S. Treasury investments. Plus, there's no sales charge. What's more, Fidelity guarantees to keep fund expenses low all the way into 1995. Call this number now for a free fact kit. Spartan U.S. Treasury Money Market Fund. Ringing in the future with safety and security for your savings. For your free fact kit, call 1-800-535-8500. The minimum investment is $20,000. Call Fidelity today.
To get rid of her gray, my wife can spend 40 minutes. But I discovered the 5-minute hair coloring.
The revolutionary discovery called Just for Men from the leader in men's hair coloring. Simply apply Just for Men and in 5 minutes shampoo out.
Gray is blended away. The look of my natural color is back in 5 minutes. That was me, and it won't fade or wash out.
My hair takes forever, but you look great in just 5 minutes.
The look of your natural color in just 5 minutes with Just for Men.
Flu update. The Centers for Disease Control report. 3 highly contagious flu strains. and they're spreading unchecked. Millions will be stricken. What will you do? Doctors recommend Theraflu. Theraflu is hot liquid medicine. Strong therapy for flu symptoms. Hot liquid therapy that works fast. What will you do when you get the flu? Doctors recommend Theraflu. Strong therapy for flu symptoms.
A lot of information was covered at today's briefing at the Pentagon. Military affairs correspondent for CNN, Wolf Blitzer, was there listening to it all, and he joins us right now. Wolf?
Thank you, Ralph. And it was an interesting briefing that we had here. I jotted down 5 headlines that I'd like to discuss with some of our military analysts in a moment. Of course, the impact of these oil slicks off the Kuwaiti coast, the continued bombardment of the elite Republican Guards, the secondary explosions that we've been hearing about. What exactly does that mean? Of course, the continued Scud attacks on Saudi Arabia and Israel. Is there still a threat of a chemical warhead? The strong statement by General Kelly insisting that the targets that Peter Arnett earlier today described outside of Samarra were in fact military targets, not civilian targets, and Saddam Hussein's continued ability to command and control his military. Now, joining us now in our Washington bureau is CNN's military affairs analyst James Blackwell, who is from the Center for Strategic and International Studies in Washington, D.C., and in Atlanta is retired Air Force Major General Perry Smith. The first question for you, James Blackwell. We heard General Kelly and others say that there will be no significant military effect from these oil spills, described as at least 12 times greater than the Exxon Valdez spill in Alaska. Can you confirm that?
Well, certainly from the experience I've had, at least in training and planning amphibious operations, it would not interfere with any marine amphibious operation that might be conducted. Basically, those kinds of craft will just plow right through, as even in oil fields, the oil field ships plow or drive right on through that heavy layer on top of the water. It only gets to a couple of inches, and as far as I know, doesn't foul up the works. Now, the danger is, of course, if it is ignitable, then it could cause a problem for military operations. But again, it's not very often, as I understand from the experts, that kind of oil slick will ignite. Now, the decision that's being made today in the Department of State and the Defense Department as to what to do about it may have some impact. As you know, and it was mentioned in the press conference, there are Coast Guard assets which are capable of containing and cleaning up oil spills. These were put into place after the Exxon Valdez incident. There are strike teams which are located on the east and west coast. I don't know if they're deployed into the region, but they could certainly be sent to contain it. But this isn't a cleanup of a sound on the coast of the United States. This is something that would be much larger, and it would take place in a hostile fire zone. So that's a very careful decision that's being made here this afternoon.
General Smith in Atlanta, do you think there's anything militarily that the Allies can do to deal with this oil problem?
No, I don't think there's anything we can do militarily. I think what we might want to do is read books on psychopathic personalities. I would recommend the book The Mask of Sanity, or perhaps the last few chapters of Alan Bullock's famous work on Hitler, because it seems to me this man is beginning to show more and more signs of sociopathic or psychopathic behavior.
There is no legitimate military value to Iraq's unloading all of this oil, in your opinion?
Well, the only thing I can think of, and it would be the possibility that he's using it to try to so anger us that we do something that would be unwise. For instance, engage in ground combat before it would be necessary to do so. That might be indirectly a military consequence, but I can't think of any other.
Do you think, General Smith, the U.S. and the Allies will be goaded into prematurely entering the ground war?
I do not, because of the direction of President Bush and everybody else in the chain of command to decide how we're going to fight this war based on our decision process rather than him forcing us into doing something unwise.
James Blackwell in Washington, we've been hearing all day now that there have been increasing numbers of secondary explosions resulting from the intensive U.S. and Allied bombing. What does that mean to you?
It sounds to me as if that we're beginning to hit the fuel dumps and ammunition supply points that are critical to disrupting the ability of Saddam Hussein's forces in Iraq to move around on the battlefield. And this is what is meant by the classic campaign of interdiction. It is, if it's happening on a broad scale, we had some evidence that it's happening on a very broad scale by the number of sorties completed today. It's likely that what is happening is a number of airplanes are being shifted to these interdiction targets to disrupt the ability of Saddam Hussein's ground forces to move. And that's very critical, and it indicates that the campaign plan, as they've been saying, is proceeding apace. As General Smith said, they are following their own campaign plan and not allowing Saddam Hussein to shift our attention to something else.
James Blackwell in Washington and General Perry Smith in Atlanta, thank you very much for joining us. Here at the Pentagon, the concern, of course, is growing that there could have been some miscalculations. There could be some more surprises. Certainly, Saddam Hussein's ability to launch mobile Scud missiles at Saudi Arabia and Israel has so far in this war been a surprise. Now, this decision to create these huge oil spills off the Kuwaiti coast, that represents a surprise. Officials here are insisting there could be yet more surprises that Saddam Hussein may have. Cheryl?
Thank you. Wolf Blitzer reporting to us from the Pentagon. About 2 hours ago, the air raid sirens sounded in Saudi Arabia, and we saw what appeared to be Patriot missiles fired into the night sky against what appeared to be Iraqi Scud missiles. Let's check in now with CNN's Charles Jaco in Saudi Arabia for the latest. Charles?
Well, Cheryl, it was almost exactly 2 hours ago when the sirens went off here in Saudi Arabia. Where we are in eastern Saudi Arabia, there was no problem. However, there was an intercept elsewhere near the capital city, Riyadh. We've got some videotape of that you can take a look at right now. The Saudi military says there were 2 incoming Scud missiles intercepted by Patriot missiles arcing into the night sky over the Saudi capital. However, after the intercepts, eyewitnesses reported some ground explosions, and we did have evidence after these intercepts of quite a bit of damage on the ground. Now, what they resulted from, we can't say, but here you see scenes of confusion around apparently a building of some sort. There were a fair number of ambulances around the area after the area around this building was hit. Now, we do not know what caused this damage. Again, we were told by the Saudi military that there were 2 incoming Scud missiles, that both were intercepted by Patriot missiles, but obviously something hit the ground here with quite a bit of force. Let's stop and listen to what happened. We're not sure what caused this. It could possibly, and we emphasize possibly, have been a ground impact of a Scud. It could have been a ground impact of a Patriot, or it could have been the result of debris falling between the 2 of them. We just don't know right now, but we do know that at least 2 Scud missiles incoming were fired at Riyadh, and according to the Saudi military, they were both shot down. Charles Jaco, CNN, reporting live from Saudi Arabia.
There was also an alert today throughout Israel, and in just a moment, after we take a short break, we'll be taking you to Tel Aviv for a live report from there. We'll be right back.
The President and the First Lady can be seen walking out, getting ready to board the helicopter. It's been a busy day for the President. First, he made a nomination for Agriculture Secretary and fielded questions on the Gulf. That in the wake of 2 more attacks by Iraq today, an Iraqi missile attack on Israel, an Iraqi missile attack on Saudi Arabia. We understand there have been injuries and damage in both instances. It looks as if the First Lady is having a little trouble walking. We know that she had a sledding accident a week or 2 ago, and it appears as if the 2 of them plan to board the helicopter without making any more remarks to the press. The President did answer a few questions earlier. And so there you have it, the President and the First Lady boarding the helicopter for their weekend at Camp David. Certainly a busy working weekend for the President. He keeps in touch with his military advisors while he's away for the latest developments on the Gulf War, and certainly we can expect there will be some this weekend as the Gulf War enters its second week. Ralph?
Cheryl, as Tom Steiner said just a couple of minutes ago, the president did have something to say on the Super Bowl coming up this weekend. There have been questions raised on numerous quarters about whether the Super Bowl should be postponed or canceled because of security worries. But the president said, indeed, life goes on, and so indeed does the Super Bowl. One of the things they are concerned about is how that security is going to be set up. CNN's John Zarella is in Tampa right now, and he's been checking into this. John, what have you learned?
Ralph, and here in Tampa, life is going on. There is certainly concern here, and but you see people milling about, buying souvenirs at the dozens and dozens of souvenir shops and stands that are set up, and there doesn't seem to be any particular alarm amongst the people. But underneath all of this normalcy, there is certainly a great deal of security. And the one word that you hear more often than not when describing that security is unprecedented. Tampa Stadium. The NFL is playing its Super Bowl here on Sunday, but security looks more like what you'd find at a presidential summit.
The security, physical security itself, the presence of a lot more officers, additional fencing, barricades, things of that nature, the searches that the fans will have to go through, I think that's probably unprecedented as far as Super Bowl is concerned, and that is a fact. They will be subjected to metal detectors.
It is indeed unprecedented. A concrete barrier and a 6-foot fence have been constructed around the stadium for added safety. The undersides of cars and trucks are checked by police carrying mirrors. Contents are gone through, and no one can talk his way through a gate.
How you doing? All right. Where you heading to?
Headed here to drop her off for the Disney thing.
Okay, go right over there. Go right over there and drop her off over there.
Between the 22 local, state, federal agencies, in addition to private security, there are more than 2,000 people whose sole purpose is to protect the 73,000 fans from potential terrorism. And on game day, the fans are going to find they won't be able to get in the stadium with much more than the clothes on their backs.
We're hoping that the spectators in the stadium, coming to the stadium, will get the message that no electronic devices were going to be permitted, no cameras, no beepers, no radios, no small television sets.
And no banner planes. Airspace restrictions have grounded the 48 banners this company, Ad Air Force, was planning to fly over the stadium.
We're dealing with a nut over there, and if he does do a terrorist act, I guess they've got to stop it, and this probably is just one more thing they don't have to worry about. Make it easier for them to watch the skies.
Even the blimp, symbolic of American sporting events, will remain tethered to the ground on Sunday.
So we had worked many months on putting together an aerial light show for the fans at the stadium, and those plans look like they may not come to fruition, unfortunately.
The hope here is that Super Bowl 25 is the first and last where world events mandate the need for SWAT teams and bomb squads. It is something here in Tampa that I have certainly never seen before, and covering many sporting events myself, the level of security is unprecedented. There will be SWAT team members situated in strategic positions all around the stadium behind me. Police won't say where they will be, but they will be strategically located. There will be perhaps 500 undercover policemen, along with the more than 1,500 security officers and members of the other federal agencies, alcohol, tobacco, and firearms, FBI, and every other conceivable police agency you can think of here to protect the 73,000 fans. They are taking every possible precaution, but remember, there is an old saying that goes, there is no such thing as a perfect defense. This is John Zarella reporting live from Tampa, Florida.
John, thank you very much. And when our special coverage of the war in the Gulf continues in just a moment.
Control structure. Saddam is at the top of that command structure, and reports from Baghdad indicate his presidential palace was destroyed in the first night of bombardment. But Saddam reportedly equipped his palace with an elaborate bunker, and the following day he appeared smiling on Iraqi TV. Historians say the Allies in World War II would have destroyed Adolf Hitler if they'd had the technology to find him. Some experts believe it's now possible spy planes and satellites could be used to track down the Iraqi leader, not by spotting him on the ground, but by picking up radio or telephone communications from his hiding place.
If a person governing from the command control center the whole battlefield, then he would then give out the orders via these various communication systems. And satellites are able to pick them up. In fact, satellites are even able to pick up the telephone conversations. They are extremely sensitive in listening instruments.
Even so, it's difficult to home in on a moving target, and analysts say it's likely Saddam won't stay in one place for long.
I think he would be moving from place to place and essentially keeping his whereabouts unknown, except to the very few whom he would need to see.
If Iraq loses the war, but Saddam survives and holds on to power, the Allies may try to put him on trial for war crimes. The British and American governments have already begun work on how to set up such a trial. But bringing Saddam before a jury could create a new set of problems.
Do you pursue Saddam Hussein, a guy who is now being accused of war crimes? Do you pursue him? Does that mean you may have to invade Iraq? You may have to occupy it. You'll have to deal with a post-war situation, which you have to create a new government, provide foreign aid, just as we did in Germany and Japan. Is that the way we want to go? If that's the way we go, we have real problems in the Arab world.
His biographers say Saddam has said nothing about what he'd do if faced with a war crimes trial. But Iraqis who've studied his career think they can predict the fate of Saddam Hussein.
When the war is over, Saddam is dead, because it wouldn't be over unless he is dead.
Robert Reynolds, CNN, London.
People by pointing to the danger of allowing the Intifada to intensify. And they believe their policy is the only alternative.
Well, I think the inhumanity of the situation must be attributed and laid at the doorstep of Saddam Hussein. Don't you think it's inhuman that Israeli families and citizens in Haifa and Tel Aviv have to be kept in locked and sealed rooms whenever Saddam Hussein decided to launch a missile? So I think one cannot separate the two issues.
The danger is, though, that the more the Palestinian population is controlled, the greater the likelihood their frustration will explode into more violence.
We will begin when the curfew left. Even the Israeli people, if they want to put the curfew for a long time, the Palestinian people, they will go outside the homes and they will begin the Intifada from the beginning. And I'm sure we will win.
Jamal Abu Lil and Hassan Antar have been in and out of prison since the start of the Intifada. Now they both see their fortunes as being inextricably linked to Saddam Hussein.
If Saddam is strong and continues to be strong, then the Intifada will stay as it is, with stones and things like that. But God forbid, if Saddam becomes weaker, I think then there would be armed resistance in the Intifada.
By pinning their colours so firmly to Saddam Hussein's mast, the Palestinians have already lost ground in the United States. The risk is now that the new spirit of cooperation between President Bush and Yitzhak Shamir will set their cause back further. But the view here is that however unsympathetic a friend Iraq may seem, the Palestinians had no choice of ally.
I think Palestinians look at their problem in a very selfish way. Palestinians want a solution, and if the Iraqis can provide a solution, they will go with the Iraqis. If the Americans were able to provide a solution, they would have gone with the Americans. But Palestinians are convinced now more than ever that the Americans cannot choose Palestinians over Israel. That when it comes to choosing between giving the Palestinian state and losing the Israelis, they will go with Israel. They will not pressure Israel.
And when, after lengthy negotiations with the army, Dr. Sari Nusaybi was allowed to walk to a roadblock to meet us, he explained that what Palestinians had really wanted was a peaceful settlement of the crisis.
On the whole, I would say that the outbreak of the war
And the existence of the war, as such, is to the disadvantage of the Palestinians, because we were interested from the beginning in a peaceful settlement, and we were hoping that if negotiations were to be begun between the Kuwaitis and the Iraqis and with the United States under the Security Council umbrella, that then perhaps negotiations would be transported, as it were, to our area.
But with that hope gone, and with the United States and Israel getting closer by the day, the future for the Palestinians has seldom appeared bleaker. Liz Donnelly, ITN, on the Israeli-occupied West Bank.
Patrolling the skies over the Gulf in search of Iraqi fighter jets, searching out and destroying Iraqi mine-laying ships. It's all in a day's work for F-14 and A-6 attack squadrons aboard the carrier USS Ranger. Pool correspondent Carl Rochelle has our report.
Night on the carrier Ranger. F-14 fighters and A-6 attack planes claw their way out of the darkness onto this postage stamp-sized floating runway. The planes have been on patrol around Kuwait. One of the A-6s lands with empty bomb racks. Its crew has just sunk an Iraqi mine layer. Below decks, in Attack Squadron 145's ready room, the A-6 crew talked about the mission.
We went up along the coast of Kuwait looking for... There's some boats up there that we're worried about. They're going out and laying mines, and the mission was to go out and see if we could find any of them.
The crew dropped 2 Rockeye cluster bombs on the Iraqi mine layer, and they believe they sank him.
Once we start the attack, it's a video game, and I'm getting the airplane all centered up.
This squadron alone has accounted for at least 7 Iraqi patrol boats. The tally recorded in the stack of boats painted on one of their doors.
I think they've done marvelously. I don't think we could ask for anything more from them. They've been on target. They've been where they've had to be, when they've had to be there, and they put the ordnance on target.
F-14 Tomcat fighters shoot off the deck of the Ranger, looking for Iraqi aircraft. So far, the F-14s have been disappointed by the lack of Iraqi aircraft to fight, and attack crews on the Ranger have been frustrated by bad weather.
But that is changing. The weather has improved, and word that some Iraqi pilots have been shot down over the Gulf has raised hopes here that they can hit Iraq hard and get the war over soon. Carl Rochelle on the carrier Ranger in the Persian Gulf.
That's it for this hour of CNN's coverage. We'll take a break for a couple of minutes, and we'll be right back. I'm Donna Kelly.
I'm Lou Waters. Stay with us.
We are in right now a very heightened state of alert for the possibility of an anti-ship attack.
Amazing. Winds are steady, they haven't changed. Yeah, 5 good.
We went up along the coast of Kuwait looking for... There's some boats up there that we're worried about. They're going out and laying mines, and the mission was to go out and see if we could find any of them.
NBC's Arthur Kent is with us now from Dhahran, Saudi Arabia tonight. Arthur, would the Iraqi military machine press on?
Faith, commanders here believe that it would. As Gary Sick has pointed out, Saddam has concentrated so much authority, including military authority, in his own rule. There are no real pretenders or successors to him militarily. However, as we saw in the Iran-Iraq war, there is not a complex system of command and control set up to take care of actual battlefield affairs. He did not use a kind of strategy, a quick developing, quick moving strategy. And in fact, it's believed by many analysts over the past 10 days that the Air Force, the Army, these Scud batteries may in fact be operating without the need to communicate with Saddam Hussein, with their commander-in-chief, but on prearranged, preset orders that were put in place. So perhaps not surrender immediately. Perhaps the troops would not understand that he was gone, that they should give up. They might not even know what's going on in Baghdad.
Are U.S. military commanders there making plans for an early demise?
I'm sorry, Faith?
Are they making plans there in the event that they do get Saddam early on?
Too early. The commanders here, based on the surprises he's thrown at us in the past 10 days, are just not engaging in that kind of wishful thinking.
You have had, in the last 24 hours, the heaviest bombing day of the war. How is it this morning?
This morning, quiet at this base, but certainly the weather seems to have cleared the skies. There's high winds, and they will want to press home the advantage of the last couple of days, particularly with these Scuds still flying into Israel and Saudi Arabia.
All right, thanks, Arthur Kent. NBC News will have continuing coverage of America at War as events warrant. Tomorrow morning, a special 2-hour edition of Today at 10:30 Eastern Time. I'm Faith Daniels. Good night.
And resolve and anti-U.S. were running very high when I left.
Anti-U.S. feeling manifesting itself how?
Well, when you talk to people, I went to different areas like Kazimiya, Azimiya. These are very crowded areas, poor areas in Baghdad. And I talked to people there, and they were telling me that they were waiting for the Americans and the Allied forces to dare and try to land forces in Baghdad, and because they want to challenge them in a face-to-face battle. And they were telling me that if they capture pilots, they will just kill them. And this is why the Iraqi radio has been issuing daily appeals to people not to hurt pilots, and has announced an award for people who will to give over pilots alive. And for the Iraqis, regardless of what they think of Saddam, it's an attack against Iraq, and they're driven by their instinct of survival. And this is the main issue now in Baghdad, that Baghdad is being hit, their existence is being threatened, and they're rallying behind Saddam regardless of the criticism that they sometimes, and I heard many criticisms of the way he runs the country. And they're more open about it now. They think that if he survives and the country survives, he has, and they have to have freedom. But at this stage, they think that he has emerged. They talk about him as a symbol for their struggle for survival, the survival of Iraq. It's more important for them than Saddam and what he does, or than Kuwait. Kuwait, at this point, when I talk to people in Iraq, and some of them say that Saddam was wrong in going to Kuwait, they even say that loud now, that at this stage it's becoming irrelevant, especially as the bombardment continue and more people are getting hurt.
Ms. Andoni and Dr. Toukan, thank you both very much for joining us. In our attempt to bring you timely information on the Gulf War, we've inundated you with a good many facts and figures over the last 10 days, so when we come back, a review and an explanation of what you've been hearing. Order to what may at times seem chaotic. Here's Nightline correspondent Jeff Greenfield.
How do you get a grip on what has happened these last 9 days? How do you escape from the trap of sensory overload, from the feeling of being overwhelmed by everything you've seen and heard? Well, one way, one very distinctly American way, is to measure what has happened, to put numbers on these events. So that's what we've tried to do. Since the start of the war, Allied planes have made a total of 17,500 sorties. That's a fancy name for one round-trip flight. On Thursday, they flew 2,707, the biggest number of sorties of any single day. About half of them have been combat missions. The Allies have lost a total of 17 aircraft so far. 10 of those lost planes are American. The total cost of the 10, $213 million. The single most expensive lost plane is the F-14A, at $38 million for one plane. The Iraqis have lost 19 planes in air-to-air combat. No cost figures available. In human costs, 14 Americans are now listed as missing in action. There is no count of dead or wounded Iraqis, but the Allies have captured at least 86 prisoners. In the high-tech battlefield, at least 230 cruise missiles have been fired at Iraq. Each one costs $1.3 million, not counting research and development costs. By latest count, the Iraqis have fired a total of 43 Scud missiles, 23 against Saudi Arabia, 20 against Israel. All of this is being covered by a regiment of journalists, 891 of them in Saudi Arabia alone, 110 more in Dubai. These numbers do not include the troops, that's what the network calls them, the troops, who are in New York and Washington and Tel Aviv and Jerusalem and Amman, Jordan, and all the other places from which this war is being covered. The coverage has, of course, dominated the airwaves. NBC alone has added 44 hours of special news programming to its coverage since the war began. That's cost a huge amount of money. Just in these 9 days, ABC, CBS, and NBC have canceled more than $30 million worth of advertising due to increased news coverage. The print press, too, has been affected by the war. The press run of the Los Angeles Times is up by some 46,000 copies a day. The New York Post is up 50,000 a day. Along with increased attention has come increased tension, fears about security. American Airlines, for example, says its business to Europe is down 40% since the Gulf War began due to cancellations. Calls to the Chicago bomb squad usually run 1 a day. Since the war started, they're running 10 a day. In New York, the daily number of calls to the bomb squad has gone from 14 to 102. In Tampa, Florida, Sunday's Super Bowl will be played under the eyes of more than 2,000 security people. Every routine seems to be changing. At the Pentagon, Domino's Pizza usually delivers 3 a day. In the first day after the war, the number hit 125. Pizza deliveries have now been stopped for security reasons. Of course, we can't know how many questions our children have asked about what is going on, how many hours of sleep have been lost to our fears, how many tears have been shed for the lives lost and those still at risk. There are some things we don't know how to measure. Jeff Greenfield for Nightline in New York.
And speaking of children, as Jeff was just a moment ago, I'll be back with an important program note after this. ABC correspondents will answer questions phoned in beginning at 10:30 Eastern Time, 7:30 in the morning Pacific. And then on Sunday, Israeli Defense Minister Moshe Aarons and White House Chief of Staff John Sununu will be the guests on This Week with David Brinkley. That's our report for tonight. I'm Ted Koppel in Washington. For all of us here at ABC News, good night.
This has been Nightline.
Nightline is a presentation of ABC News. More Americans get their news from ABC News than from any other source.
Let me switch subjects and talk about a subject that is near and dear to all of our hearts, and that is what you call the credibility gap that has already emerged in the United States. And Odin, I want to start with you because many reporters feel that part of the problem is your country's censorship. Your country's censorship, Iraq's censorship, and what many people believe is subtle censorship in the United States. What is your perspective on this?
First of all, I think anyone will understand the censorship in Israel by pinpointing the places, the exact places where the Scuds are hitting Israel live in real time, while we know very well that even in Baghdad watching CNN will be a terrible mistake for the Israelis' point of view. So censorship in a case of war, you have to choose between the pouring of information to everybody and between the security of your own people. So censorship is very reasonable in time of war.
There are many people who believe in the United States that the national security, the security considerations are being grossly abused, that in fact what is really happening is that there is a public relations campaign to, as one congressman calls it, sanitize the war. Do you agree with that?
I think, well, I do, rather, and I think it was very striking that on the same day this week, the two heavyweight newspapers, the New York Times and the Washington Post, each came out with very critical editorials about the government's policy, saying that the government and the Pentagon were risking the same credibility gap, the same problem that they had in the Vietnam War. And I think it's gone way beyond simple operational issues of censorship and the security of the troops. For example, the way in which the US government has now closed the Dover air base to the press. This is where traditionally the American war dead are brought home. And it's quite clear this is simply for public relations reasons, not for saving the lives of troops.
I mean, I'm not surprised that there is censorship in Israel. I mean, after all, even before the war, the Israelis imposed censorship on security, quote-unquote, related issues. I'm not surprised that there is censorship in Saudi Arabia. This has been the norm. I mean, there's nothing surprising there. I'm surprised by the degree of censorship concerning the American media. And, I mean, I share Martin's views, although I'm somewhat surprised that we didn't see this outcry on the part of the media before. And it seems to me that there has to be, pressure.
Well, it's an astonishingly antiseptic war so far. What the Pentagon has been showing us has been their wonderful toys. We've seen endless video footage of these smart weapons going down into the air shafts of buildings. We haven't yet, as far as I know, seen a single body, apart from one wounded person in Israel, and I think we may have seen a body in some of the CNN footage out of Iraq, out of the bombed town of Al-Dur. And I get the impression that somehow we out here in TV land, in the rest of the world, we're almost as remote from the reality of this war as are the B-52 bomber pilots bombing from 50,000 feet.
Martin, but in the other way, I saw last night on CBS the Iraqi ambassador in Tokyo sitting there in front of the camera, of CBS camera, and pouring blood. I mean, pouring all kind of dirty words against Americans. If there was no blood except on Israel and some in Saudi Arabia, there was no blood except on Iraq, but Iraqis are censoring their own pictures.
Do you feel that this is an effort to mislead, or what is going on?
I think it's an effort to control and to ensure that there will not be another Vietnam, in the sense of there will not be any more war taking place in American living rooms and having a political effect on the home front. And I'm rather sad that what seems to have happened here is that the Pentagon has learned a lesson from the way the British Ministry of Defence fought the war in the Falklands.
Exactly. No. I think this is the model, the Falkland, and they are still haunted by the images from Vietnam.
Well, there's an American tradition, a U.S. tradition of a free flow of information and a informed electorate. Do you feel that this falls within the broad parameters of that?
No, but we saw that in Grenada. We saw it to a lesser extent in Panama. I mean, this has been the Falkland lesson for the United States.
Well, what is the point here, then? Is there not a free press in the United States?
Well, I mean, it's not. I mean, it's controlled, it's cajoled, it's influenced, it's denied access.
That's not the most serious problem. The most serious problem is the increasing degree to which the American press is conniving at its own muzzling.
That's what I meant earlier when I said that I'm surprised that there's no larger outcry against these.
Let me make sure I understand what you mean, conniving at its own muzzling.
They've accepted, they've swallowed the rules. I mean, we've had reports in the British press from British journalists in Saudi Arabia who have refused to accredit themselves to Central Command, have refused to sign the rules that you have to sign. They've gone travelling around Saudi Arabia on their own, and they've come up with devastating reports upon massive traffic jams in Saudi Arabia. Some reporters have said that they've had to lend their own tourist maps of Saudi Arabia to hopelessly lost American and British troops, and that there really is something of a logistical quagmire taking place there. You're not seeing that in the American press. They're not getting out and looking.
There's nothing on Saudi Arabia in the American media. I mean, there's nothing really on the people of Saudi Arabia.
Let me tell you that coming from Israel and witnessing a war and witnessing journalism and press during war, wartime is different. No question about that, and there is a need of some kind of control from the politicians.
But nobody's arguing that. Nobody is saying that you're not supposed to give away troop movements, that type of thing.
We all know the basics.
But are you comfortable with what is the sanitized version of war, what's described as the sanitized version of war? For instance, we have not seen any videotape yet of a bomb missing. Now, are we to believe that no bombs have missed?
No, but actually we didn't see any kind of war in this Iraqi mission or in this Desert Storm operation. Nothing at all. But what happened in Israel and in Saudi Arabia, where there was blood, some blood. This is for the American Air Force to show or not to show what are they doing there in Iraq.
It's a remote control war. It's a war of high tech against supposedly, a backward quote-unquote enemy. It's a sanitized war. It's really appalling. I mean, when you look at it, I mean, they are giving truth to the old adage that truth is the first casualty of war.
But still, thanks to CNN, it is a live war. I mean,
but that raises a whole number of other questions. Whether, in fact, you have time to reflect when you're broadcasting live. This is a technology. Wouldn't you agree that people are just beginning to get an understanding of?
I think in some ways, the more we see, the less we get. We're getting the war, but not the context of the war.
We have to get away for a break, and we'll be back. We'll be back in just a moment.
So I'm standing in the checkout line, and this really attractive woman sees I have Kellogg's Bran Flakes. And she says,
"Buying that for your father?"
"Come on, they taste terrific. That's why I eat Kellogg's Bran Flakes. It's a nutty, toasted wheat taste, and they're Kellogg's." So I turned to this woman. I looked her straight in the eye, and I said, yeah, they're for Dad. K-E-double-L-O double good. Kellogg's Bran Flakes. Toasted taste to you.
Although the Subaru Legacy is just as durable as our older models, it's a lot more stylish. So you no longer have to own a Subaru 10 years before you think it's beautiful.
Question: how can you help stop America's growing dependence on foreign oil? Have a regular tune-up. It can save millions of gallons of gasoline a day. Let's put our energy into saving it.
Join me, Larry King, tonight for a special edition of Larry King Live, a Saturday night edition with your phone calls and special guests. Tonight, Larry King Live, 9 Eastern on CNN.
As we pointed out at the beginning, we now have a new military tactic. It's called spilling oil in the Persian Gulf. What are they up to, Oded?
Well, Bob, I think that he's desperate, Saddam Hussein, and he may surprise, but he's the loser of this war, so he may surprise us and us Israelis and us all over the world by some terrorist activities, by some desperate movements, but he can see the light at the end of this tunnel.
Well, I think this is, from his own perspective, it's an all-out war. When all is said and done, we will have two destroyed societies in the Arab world, one in Iraq, the other one in Kuwait, and the Gulf will be a disaster area.
I think there might be some military method to this apparent madness, not just in making it more difficult for the Allies to launch an amphibious assault against Kuwait, but also because of the vulnerability of armies in the desert to their need and reliance upon water. And the armies are relying upon the desalinization plants. And if those plants that produce the army's water have their intakes blocked by oil, we could be into a very difficult logistical situation.
But isn't there also the possibility that all he was doing here was issuing a warning? If you don't observe some sort of gentlemanly rules, then you can just kiss the world's oil goodbye.
It's like firing the missile. It's like firing the missile. You know, I'm serious. My threat. I'm going to deliver on my threats.
And here's a warning.
Yes,
I'm fighting a total war.
Yes,
is this
exactly.
message?
Because they are imposing on him a total war. That's the problem.
I think when I said that he can see the light at the end of the tunnel, it's a red light, or the better way to say it is that he can see the tunnel at the end of the light.
So the oil is just out there to say,
problem is
stop bombing my bunker, or else I'm going to cause some real havoc.
The light is the fire that's going to engulf the whole region, and it's going to be a political fire too, even after the war.
You're convinced that the region is pretty much doomed, aren't you?
Well, it's not doomed. I mean, I see really no ray of hope. I mean, the situation is the whole region is falling apart. As I said, 2 Arab countries will be destroyed. The Arab world will be more divided than ever.
Well, I have to interrupt. Well, I have to interrupt right here. I have to thank you all for joining us. I do thank you all for joining us, and you too. Thank you very much for joining us with the International Correspondence.
to shape up for shopping at home with the Home Shopping Club. It's easy, everyone can do it. Start with leg lifts. Reach and press. Great! Now do sit-ups. Hang in there, lift and punch. Don't forget to breathe.
Join millions of satisfied women who stretch their dollars the easy way. Home Shopping Club. The only thing that'll leave you breathless are the bargains.
With all the claims and clutter in today's car advertising, there's one thing you can count on at Jerry's Toyota. You won't beat our prices anywhere. Come to Jerry's now and choose from one of the largest inventories of new Toyota cars and trucks on the entire East Coast. Tercels, Corollas, Camrys, Celicas, Cressidas, 4Runners, trucks, vans. We got them all by the hundreds. Experience the difference in savings at Jerry's Toyota. Our prices are unbeatable.
Loss of a loved one. The sadness that's part of being truly human.
If we had no winter, the spring would not be so pleasant. If we did not sometimes taste of sorrow, joy would not be so welcome.
The March Funeral Homes, providing professional care and counseling in your time of loss.
The best seats in the house? Who gets it for you? Players Club, baby. It's a sure thing.
Here's another sure thing. New members get 2 free nights in their choice of Las Vegas, Atlantic City, or Lucayan Beach, Bahamas when the club books their flights. Call toll-free right now. Get all the facts with no obligation. 1-800-257-1257. That's 1-800-257-1257.
This is CNN.
Good morning and welcome to our continuing coverage of the war in the Gulf. I'm Rick Moore.
Good day, I'm Molly McCoy. Iran says that 7 Iraqi fighter planes made emergency landings in Iran today. One of them crashing in flames as a pilot tried to land. Tehran radio says 2 others among the Iraqi planes were damaged on landing. CNN's Gene Randall is standing by live at the Pentagon for more on all of this. Gene?
Good morning, Molly. Pentagon officials so far say they're unable to confirm the report on Tehran radio. At the same time, we're told Iraq has been sending planes to Iran since the outbreak of the war with the U.S.-led coalition. Included have been aircraft from Iraq's national airline and a number of transport planes. Sources here say if today's report is verified, it would be the first known use of Iran as sanctuary for Saddam Hussein's combat planes, though there could be some question about the use of the word sanctuary. The Tehran radio broadcast also said the Iraqi pilots were being questioned by Iranian authorities after being intercepted by Iranian warplanes and escorted to Iranian airfields. One of the Iraqi planes, as has been reported, caught fire and exploded while attempting to land. We hope to hear more about all this as the morning progresses. Gene Randall, CNN Live at the Pentagon.
All right, thanks, Gene. A bomb blast at a Paris newspaper today was the first terrorist attack in France since the war broke out. The early morning explosion wrecked the ground floor offices of the newspaper Libération. The blast occurred just outside a large metal door used to close the main entrance to the newspaper building. 3 private guards who were on the first floor were slightly injured. An unsigned leaflet found at the scene denounced the newspaper for supporting military action against Iraq.
Tel Aviv, Israel is trying to sweep up today after the 5th Iraqi missile attack on the Jewish state in 8 days. The Scud missile attack on Tel Aviv Friday killed 1 person. Israeli Defense Forces report 69 other people were hurt. Israel's Army Chief of Staff says Israel will not retaliate for the barrage. The official says, quote, for better or worse, Israel will rely on the U.S. and other allied forces to retaliate. Residents of Tel Aviv report hearing 5 explosions and watching the flaming missile debris fall from the sky.
We're very, very afraid. All the window fell on us. It was broken in the kitchen. All the windows and around it, the wall. Take off.
The ceiling.
I said we're okay, but we'll get this bastard.
If
we don't get him, one of his own will.
An Israeli military source says U.S.-supplied Patriot missiles intercepted several Iraqi Scud missiles in flight. An Iraqi missile attack on Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, killed one person, injured 30 others last night. It was the first Iraqi missile to do any real damage in the Saudi capital after several earlier attacks. CNN's John Sweeney joins us now live from Saudi Arabia. John, another sleepless night for you.
Certainly, Molly, but there is no collective fear, I would say, here in Riyadh, now that Saddam has apparently connected with one of his Scuds. There is more apprehension, however, that maybe the Patriot missile defensive system is not 100% effective. The eastern province was luckier. In the wee hours of the morning, local time, 2 Scuds were seen approaching. One was knocked out of the sky by a Patriot in a spectacular air show. I believe we have some slow motion of that intercept over the skies of eastern Saudi Arabia. A Patriot in a spectacular air show, as we saw. The other apparently was allowed to travel to an uninhabited area where there were no injuries reported. The other Scud. In daylight this morning, inspectors were plucking through the wreckage of a 6-story government building in downtown Riyadh that was struck by what many observers believe was a Scud. One person died and about 30 were injured in the subsequent explosion. A second Scud was struck by a Patriot above the city skyline. The Saudis still claim both missiles were destroyed and the damage was caused by falling wreckage. Either way, the war was brought home, literally, to many Riyadh residents.
Say to Saddam Hussein, God will help Saudi Arabia, and will Saudi Arabia get the win and the victory in this war, inshallah. Inshallah. And we didn't be afraid from any missile he will send it here.
What do you think of Saddam Hussein?
I think he's a lunatic. Period. I mean, he's like a child with a gun trying to get the chocolate, no matter who ever else is saying anything.
Well, Molly, although the attacks in Saudi Arabia and Israel, for that matter, have very little military value, some people here think they are designed to be psychological. Not only here, but in the U.S. Those people point out the fact that most of these attacks in this day of instant television communication are occurring during prime TV viewing time in the United States. I'm John Sweeney, CNN Live in Riyadh.
John, thanks. Oozing oil in the Persian Gulf today poses a threat to the coastline of Kuwait and Saudi Arabia. Allied officials say Kuwait's Sea Island terminal is the source of the massive oil spill. Millions of gallons of crude oil are flowing into the water. Allied officials say Saddam Hussein dumped the oil, causing this environmental disaster. Iraq claims the U.S. bombing of 2 Iraqi oil tankers caused the massive slick. U.S. Defense Secretary Dick Cheney had this to say about the implications of the oil spill.
I think the main impact of the oil at this point is the environmental terrorism that's involved here. It's a piece of a pattern that Saddam Hussein has displayed over the years. I think its main consequence now is environmental, and I wouldn't want to speculate on future military operations.
The oil slick could hamper a possible amphibious landing on the beaches of Kuwait.
Just ahead, Gulf coverage continues with a live report from the White House.
Save the planet. The American Paradise. United States Virgin Islands.
It's not even my birthday.
You make every day a party.
Sure looks like a party.
I love your new party frosting.
Fun, huh?
I'm falling for you. You
Let's get the latest White House reaction now to the war in the Gulf. CNN's Mary Tillotson is standing by live at the White House. Good morning, Mary.
Good morning. Anti-war demonstrators are going to be marching again this weekend in Washington, but Mr. Bush will not either see or hear them from his windows at the White House. Instead, he's spending the weekend at Camp David. Before the president left Washington yesterday, he did talk with reporters about the huge oil spill that is now fouling Persian Gulf beaches. Mr. Bush charges Saddam Hussein purposely released that oil and that it is in keeping with such other Iraqi outrages as lobbing Scud missiles at Israeli civilians and parading Allied POWs before the cameras.
I admit he does irrational things. This thing today troubles me very much because there's no rationality to it. It looks desperate. It looks last gasp. It doesn't measure up to any military doctrine of any kind, but it's kind of sick.
Regarding another part of the world that is tense, there could be some news this weekend about whether Mr. Bush will go ahead for the summit planned next month in Moscow. Some members of Congress and Americans with ties to the Baltics have urged the president to cancel that Moscow meeting because of Soviet killings in Latvia and Lithuania. Secretary of State Baker is scheduled to meet this afternoon with the new Soviet Foreign Minister Alexander Beshmertnik, and Mr. Bush is planning to meet the Soviet Foreign Minister here at the White House Monday. Mary Tillotson, CNN Live at the White House.
All right, Mary, our thanks. Three things are complicating the mission of the Allied forces in the Gulf War. CNN's Wolf Blitzer reports on these tumbling blocks.
After 9 days of fighting, the Allies report serious damage done to Iraq. But Iraq has thrown up serious obstacles of its own. Problem one, a massive oil spill washing up on the coasts of Kuwait and Saudi Arabia. U.S. officials charge Iraq's deliberately dumping crude into the Persian Gulf. The Pentagon suggests this spill could be 12 times the size of the Exxon Valdez disaster in Alaska.
It just seems to be an act of an international terrorist. He's going to cause the world some more problems. It's not going to do him any good.
In fact, Pentagon planners privately concede a prolonged spill could undermine a marine storming of the shores of Kuwait. But they say there are alternatives, including a direct ground invasion from Saudi Arabia, a flanking move through Iraq itself, and even an airborne assault. Some believe Saddam Hussein is trying to goad the Allies into starting a ground war, given his inability to do much about the air war. But the U.S. insists the main problems caused by the spill are environmental and economic. Currents will carry the oil to nations that depend on Gulf fishing.
Now he resorts to enormous environmental damage, but in terms of turning loose a lot of oil, no military advantage to him whatsoever in this. It's not going to help him at all.
Problem two, Saddam Hussein's command and control capability. The problem is he still has it.
It's degrading, but it is still to some extent in effect.
U.S. officials say the Allies have seriously damaged Hussein's ability to talk to his field commanders. But they say Iraq spent hundreds of millions of dollars over the past decade on an advanced telecommunications network with considerable built-in redundancy. That means when one system fails, there are automatic backups, more than the Allies expected. The system includes very secure, state-of-the-art underground coaxial cable lines to strategic locations, more vulnerable microwave relay stations, for emergencies, portable cellular phones, and, as a last recourse, old-fashioned radio transmission, easily monitored by the Allies. Knocking out command and control facilities was a major goal of the initial air war. To the dismay of the Pentagon, those facilities are down, but still not out. And there's problem three for the Allies, Scud ballistic missiles. Iraq has fired Scuds at Dhahran and Riyadh in Saudi Arabia, and at Haifa, Tel Aviv, and other points in Israel. All the Scuds have had conventional warheads so far, but the Pentagon says that doesn't necessarily mean Iraq has no chemical weapons.
We have to assume that he has that capability and act accordingly.
Why hasn't Iraq launched a chemical attack at Israel? One theory at the Pentagon is that Iraq fears Israel would up the ante and retaliate with tactical nuclear weapons. U.S. officials say that's highly unlikely, but not unthinkable. Wolf Blitzer, CNN, the Pentagon.
If you are an Iraqi citizen, Pan American World Airways does not want your business. Pan Am, whose Flight 103 was bombed over Scotland 2 years ago with 270 lives lost, has rejected Iraqi passengers since the war against Iraq erupted last week. A report today in the New York Times says Pan Am's New York headquarters sent out directives to reject Iraqi visitors and legal migrants on both national and domestic flights. Pan Am is rerouting Iraqis to other airlines.
Stay tuned. There is much more ahead with an update on the latest from the war front.
A lot of you insist on eating wheat thins and oat thins because they taste good. But the whole idea behind these crackers is that you can eat them without feeling guilty. That's why they're baked, not fried. I mean, eat them because they're delicious, and you miss the whole point.
Milk-Bone dog biscuits, dog treats, and flavor snacks. Happy Valentine's Day.
The day may come when every freestanding range will have a smooth, sealed-in surface that's easy to clean and heats up this fast. But Whirlpool has it today.
Sunday, tensions in the Middle East are keeping jets on the ground. What are airlines doing to keep you safe when terrorism becomes a threat? On CNN's Inside Business, 6:30 p.m. Eastern Sunday.
And now updating the latest on the war in the Persian Gulf, Tehran Radio reports 7 Iraqi warplanes made an emergency landing in Iran today. According to the report, Iranian fighters intercepted the Iraqi jets and escorted them to Iranian airfields. Tehran Radio says 1 Iraqi plane crashed in flames, 2 others were damaged in the landing. Iran has declared its neutrality in the war between the U.S.-led coalition and Iraq. Iran broadcast a blunt warning to both sides in the conflict not to bring their war across its borders. Officials in Saudi Arabia say 1 person was killed, 30 others injured in an Iraqi missile attack on Riyadh last night. It was the bloodiest attack so far on the Saudi capital. CNN's Al Hinman has details of that story and other developments in the Gulf War.
A U.S. Patriot missile shooting skyward to knock out another Iraqi Scud missile. Friday night, Iraq unleashed its biggest single missile counteroffensive of the war against Saudi Arabia and Israel. A Scud hit the Saudi capital of Riyadh for the first time.
I heard first 2 bombs, 2 blasts, and then the siren went, fast. Usually it goes slowly, then fast. It went directly fast, and then we saw the blast of fireworks on the air, and then we saw this. Really big.
At least 1 person was killed and 30 injured, and a government building was destroyed. Rescuers frantically dug through the rubble looking for survivors. Saudi officials report finding an intact conventional high-explosive Scud warhead in the debris, saying it might explain the heavy damage in Riyadh. 2 Scuds also were launched overnight against eastern Saudi Arabia. At least 1 was intercepted. There was damage, but no reported injuries. Israelis, once again, are cleaning up the aftermath of a deadly Iraqi Scud attack. The start of the Jewish Sabbath was shattered by incoming Iraqi missiles. 7 Scuds, according to the Israelis, 5 of which were intercepted by U.S. Patriot missiles. But debris from 1 rained on Tel Aviv, killing 1 woman and injuring some 40 others. Israeli officials say they will not retaliate, at least for now. Allied fears of retaliatory Iraqi terrorist attacks apparently realized today in Paris when a bomb exploded on the doorsteps of a daily newspaper, which has supported France's participation in the anti-Iraq coalition. 3 minor injuries reported. A spreading major oil spill in the Persian Gulf has outraged environmentalists and allied political and military leaders. The Bush administration has accused Iraq of, quote, environmental terrorism, for allegedly dumping millions of gallons of Kuwaiti oil into the Gulf. U.S. military officials so far are downplaying concerns the spill might affect future Gulf-based amphibious missions.
It's a piece of a pattern that Saddam Hussein has displayed over the years. I think Its main consequence now is environmental, and I wouldn't want to speculate on future military operations.
Iraqi diplomats to the United Nations blame the spill on U.S. bombing raids. The Pentagon denies that. Oil experts fear the spill could prove to be at least a dozen times worse than the 1989 Exxon Valdez spill in Alaska. Al Hinman, CNN, reporting.
The latest CNN Gallup poll shows many U.S. citizens believe the Allied forces should keep up their attacks on Iraq. Despite threats to use Allied POWs as human shields, 52% of the respondents said airstrikes against Iraq should continue at the current level. When asked how long the war will last, 62% said it will go on for months. 18% indicated a year or more. That survey was taken Wednesday and Thursday. It has a margin of error of plus or minus 4 percentage points.
In other news this day, trouble in the Baltic republics will be a major topic when the new Soviet foreign minister meets today with Secretary of State James Baker. Alexander Mesmiarnik comes to Washington amid reports the Bush administration might postpone the superpower summit scheduled for next month. President Bush said yesterday that the U.S. has problems with the Soviet crackdown in the Baltics and the shift to the right by President Mikhail Gorbachev's government.
We're having some difficulties there, frankly, and I expect Jim Baker will be discussing these difficulties. We have some problems, obviously, on the Baltic states. We have a lot of common ground still with the Soviet Union as a country that has been strongly supportive of our objectives in the Persian Gulf.
The New York Times reports this morning that the U.S. intends to postpone that summit meeting indefinitely. Lithuania's president says regular Soviet military patrols in his republic would be what he calls another act of aggression. The Soviet Defense and Interior Ministries said joint patrols will begin in major Soviet cities on Friday. A government statement said the patrols are a response to increased criminal activity. In the Baltic Republic of Latvia, 100,000 people turned out to mourn 4 Latvians who were killed Sunday. The 4 died when elite Black Beret troops of the Soviet Interior Ministry invaded the republic's police headquarters. The assault is seen as part of the Soviet crackdown on the independence movement in the Baltics.
The state of Utah has approved the most restrictive abortion law in the United States. Utah Governor Norv Bangerter signed the law on Friday. It would ban abortion except to save the life of the woman, prevent grave damage to her health, or in cases of serious fetal defects. It also permits abortion in case of rape or incest as long as the victim had reported the crime to police. Several groups, including the American Civil Liberties Union, vow to fight the law in court, but Utah's governor says the law can stand that test.
We believe this has a better than 50-50 chance of being heard by the court and adjudicated to meet the constitutional requirement.
That law takes effect in 60 days unless blocked in federal court. The director of the National Abortion Rights Action League called approval of the Utah law a dark day for women across America.
A minor earthquake shook Cleveland and other parts of northern Ohio last night. Officials at the National Earthquake Information Center say the quake measured 3.2 on the Richter scale. It was centered in Lake Erie, about 5 miles north of Cleveland. But experts say it could be felt 40 miles away in Vermilion, Ohio. There are no reports of damage or injuries. Earthquakes are rare in Ohio. The more than 70,000 fans expected to attend the Super Bowl at Tampa Stadium Sunday will face extremely tight security. Because of the possibility of terrorist activities, all spectators will be checked with metal detectors. There had been talk of possibly canceling the professional football game, but President Bush said Friday the game should go on as planned. Quoting Mr. Bush, "We're going about our business. The world goes on."
Just ahead, CNN's Steve Koch will be here with the latest weather forecast, and we'll take a look at what happens to Iraqi shells left behind in occupied Kuwait. Stay with us.
Who would you choose? A president, a prime minister, a national hero, or a maniacal villain? Would you hail the clown or the champion? Who has the right stuff? Who are the 10 most important people of the 20th century? Time reveals its choices in this extraordinary video cassette, free with your paid subscription to Time. In an ever-changing world with information coming at you from all directions, you need one source to help you cut through it all. One magazine to help you understand. Time every week.
Who gets your vote? The candidates are from a variety of fields, who each in his own way, for better or for worse, has left an indelible mark on history.
It's one small step for man.
Who made Time's top 10? Who stood up to be counted? Who led the way? Who raised his voice to be heard?
Free at last! Free at last!
From peacemaker to lawbreaker, from medicine to music, the creative, the inventive. Who are they? Who are the 10 most important people of the 20th century? To find out, call this toll-free number now and get all the selections in this exclusive collector's video free. You'll see the winners through rare footage that captures their accomplishments in an entertaining style. You'll get the runners-up too. It's the best of the best, all in one astonishing video. Call now to receive your free video and save almost 55% off the cover price of Time. You'll enjoy 26 weeks payable in 3 monthly installments of only $9.89 each. Every week, Time makes it easier to understand the rush of world events with penetrating views of trends and the variety of people that affect our lives. Make time for Time.
I say we must act now.
Call right now and get the 10 most important people of the 20th century free and save almost 55% on Time.
Steve Koch is here now from CNN Weather with a look at the weather in the Mideast. Steve?
Rick, thanks. Let's turn our attention to the satellite picture which comes from the Middle East. And we should say that this is not a breach of security. This satellite picture, which we're going to show you momentarily, is available worldwide, and we are not breaching any security efforts there. Should inform you, though, but because of security procedures, we are not allowed to give any current observations. None actually is coming out of the Middle East, and also there is no forecast available. But the satellite picture clearly shows the clear sky pattern that is found throughout this region. The cloudy skies of the last several days are now moving out of Iran and moving into Afghanistan and also the southern USSR. Another band of clouds moving into Iran. But notice the moisture that continues to feed in from the Mediterranean Sea, moving across Jordan into the Syrian deserts of western Iraq, and also some cloudy skies in northern Saudi Arabia. Here's another satellite vantage point which shows again the moisture streaming in off the Mediterranean through Jordan into western Iraq, and that'll be the situation again today. Clouds here in eastern Iraq are moving into western Iran later on today. That is a quick preview of the satellite picture and the weather conditions in the Middle East. Here's Molly.
Steve, thanks. Allied forces say a Kuwaiti city has been turned into a ghost town by Iraqi missiles. Now the multinational forces in Iraq use the city to check each other's moves. Brad Willis has a pool report.
Marines from Task Force Terror on patrol in Khafji, a city that lies on the Gulf Coast just below the Kuwaiti border. It looks like a ghost town. Most people have fled since the war began. The Iraqis attacked this city hard with rockets and artillery shells. A major refinery hit early on continues to burn. These Marines have to look for the enemy and to retrieve the most recently fired rockets for intelligence purposes.
Just by the determination on depth, width, and bringing back the shrapnel or the missile, as this is right here, we can take that back, and the intelligence people, they can analyze it and tell us exactly what type of missile's been fired. And it helps us to know basically the ranges and the whole determination of what they have.
And where his artillery might be?
Yes, sir. This is basically the ones that brought back the other day.
This missile just hit last night?
Yes, it did.
So this is a good find for you?
Yes, it is.
The rockets are called Astros, 300 millimeter. The same rockets being fired at these Marines almost daily at their camp further below the border. These scout missions are done quickly with heavy security for fear of an Iraqi attack.
And we are within artillery range right here.
That's how dangerous it is.
That's how dangerous, very dangerous.
The military believes that Iraqi soldiers have infiltrated the city and are gathering intelligence on the movement of U.S. troops. Intelligence being used by the Iraqis to fire artillery and missiles onto Marine positions inside Saudi Arabia.
What's wrong? Hey, Ben. Tan and white building. Which building? Roger. Tan and white one.
During our mission, a possible enemy is sighted. The Marines scramble for cover and prepare to attack. Minutes later, they learn it's a friendly observer also looking for the enemy.
The infiltrators have not committed any terrorist acts, but they're probably in a position to do so at a time of their own choosing, and that's the major concern.
But the even greater concern for these Marines is what the future might bring. Part of their mission is being on watch for Iraqi troops rolling into Saudi Arabia. The other part is preparing themselves to move north into Kuwait. With Task Force Terror, Brad Willis, Saudi Arabia.
Stay tuned to CNN for more coverage of the war at the top of the hour. Sports Close-Up is next with a Super Bowl preview, but we will interrupt the program if events in the Gulf warrant. I'm Molly McCoy at CNN Center in Atlanta.
And I'm Rick Moore. Thanks for being with us. Coming up at 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 Pacific, CNN will carry live a U.S. military briefing from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Stay with CNN.
Gephardt said that he wouldn't, that they could stop the money. That's when the Congress got to come in and do the voting. And then, just as soon as those sanctions was over, the next day he went in. I saw Bernard Shaw in Baghdad. I saw the first bombs fall over there.
And so what have you concluded from all of this, ma'am?
Please?
What have you concluded from all of this?
I want to tell you what I got in this paper here. It's by Charlie Reese. It's a syndicated columnist. It wants to know which of the president's sons had a financial stake in the Persian Gulf, which would probably be lost if Saddam Hussein had his druthers.
Okay, ma'am, thank you. Locust Point, Indiana. The protesters, the National Campaign for Peace in the Middle East, claims about 250,000 protesters around the White House, the Ellipse, which is just the parade ground south of the White House. We will obviously get police estimates later. Down on the Ellipse is Regina Hunter to talk to some of the people involved in the protest.
Why don't you tell me your name and where you're coming down here from?
My name is Tony Cohen. I'm coming down here from Princeton with my buddy.
Hey, and why did you come?
Came down probably just because I feel that even though we should be there because we have to finish up the job, I'd really like to get the idea across that we helped create this guy Hussein, and as long as that's the concept is picked up in general, then we won't get back into the same pattern of creating another one, and we'll get these guys out as quickly and as expeditiously as possible. And I felt I'm doing something like voting, coming down and doing something like that.
Have you participated in something like this before?
Never.
What did you think of today's activities?
I think it was impressive, and I really felt good about being here.
Can you tell me the significance of your sign?
Someone gave it to me, so I put it on. Makes me feel a little bit better.
What do you do in Princeton, and was it an organized trip, or did you come by yourself?
I practice medicine in North Jersey. My buddy teaches in Princeton University, and we knew about it, and we decided we would go.
Was it an organized thing, or did you come down on your own?
It's made up of a coalition for nuclear non-proliferation. I think it's a national group, and they had about 7 buses full.
How many? You mentioned to me earlier that the buses were all parked at a stadium here in Washington. How many buses were there? What did it look like when you came in?
Oh my God! It looked like a zillion buses. Unbelievable. Yeah.
Are you headed back now?
Yes. Yeah, we got to go.
Okay, thanks very much for talking with us.
You're welcome. Bye. Okay, good.
Anaheim, California is next. Go ahead, please.
Yes. I learned a lot from this rally that they had in Washington, D.C. I'm against the war, and I listened to the speakers, and I learned a lot, and I praised them. And
what did you learn? One thing that you learned?
About why we're there in the first place, because it seems like I don't know which way to go. It's like a coin, and I'm stuck right in the middle. And I learned about the oil. I learned about why we're there, the government's there, about the people. Also, I wanted to give my comment. What I don't understand is why does the president and all these people, the speech that he had the other day, they were all in tuxedos and evening gowns. We're in war, and what kind of example is he putting?
Are you talking about the president's appearance at the dinner the other night?
Yes, exactly. He should have been giving that speech in his normal room where he does. And
well, actually, I think it was a National Reserve dinner. It was a military function, or it was related to the military.
But that should be...
Does that change your mind about it?
Yes, it does. It really does. You know, and another thing about the chemical warfare, does the United States people forget about what happened in India when those chemicals, that U.S. chemical plant in India and all those thousands of people died?
The Bhopal explosion.
Yes,
Okay,
exactly.
sir. Thank you, Anaheim, California. We're going to continue taking your calls for about 20 more minutes, after which time we will go to show you the Pentagon briefing that was conducted not long ago. It was about 3:30 this afternoon East Coast time, 12:30 in the West. That's with the Assistant Secretary of Defense for Public Affairs, Pete Williams, who many of you have seen a lot of in the last 2 weeks or so. Austin, Texas is next. Go ahead, please.
Yes, I have several comments. First thing I'd like to say is I just want to say that I'd lay down my life for C-SPAN for airing both sides of these controversial issues, but quite honestly, I wouldn't spill a drop of my blood to kill people in the Middle East. One thing I did is I looked up the word patriot in the dictionary while this protest was going on, and let me read that real quickly. It says it's a person who loves, supports, and defends his country and its interests with devotion. And I think the point that people need to realize, no matter what side of the issue you're on, is that whether you're a protester or you support the president, everyone pretty much is a patriot in this issue, according to at least the dictionary definition. These people, I think, love their country. They support their country, and they defend it in their way that they see best for its interests.
All right, sir. Would you have gone to this rally?
Yes, if I had known about it and had the chance to, I definitely would have liked to have gone to, learn more about all the different people that are involved in that.
Final point?
Pardon me?
Final point?
I was just curious. A lot of times you'll ask the callers questions and things. Do you do anything with that information that you obtain? Is there any purpose in that?
Yes, we televise it.
You just televise it,
Yes.
but you're not like keeping the information.
No, it's a difficult job to do. The idea has come up a couple times, but frankly, there's only the grossest kind of conclusion you can draw. People who call into programs like this one are really self-selecting.
Right.
And there's probably, there's certainly no statistical validity to any conclusions you draw. You could probably just get a general impression. We have it all on tape, of course, and somebody else might want to do that. It's certainly possible to be done, but no, we do not do anything other than count them, and we're well over, I think, 500 phone calls since the hostilities started.
One last quick thing. Did you ever have a program or have anyone on that covered the problem with April Glaspie and John Kelly and Margaret Tutwiler's statements at the beginning of this crisis when we knew, the troops were massing on the border and these statements were being made? Has there ever been a program on that? I think that might be interesting to inform people on.
There may well have been. With all the journalists we have on, I can't imagine it not being covered at some point. But let me go on to the next call. I thought we were going to go back. Let's go. We've got Gina Hunter down there at the Ellipse rounding up people to talk to, and we'll get back to her shortly. Rapid City, South Dakota. Go ahead, please.
Yes, good afternoon. I'd like to say that I enjoy C-SPAN, and I'd like to make a comment about the so-called anti-war peace protesters. I would like to ask the so-called peace protesters if they are against the war that's going on in the United States at this time against unborn babies. To me, a lot of them look like the same types who support abortion, which is a war on unborn babies, who cannot even defend themselves.
All right, sir. Thank you, Rapid City, South Dakota. Let's go down to the Ellipse.
Hi, can you tell me your name and where you're coming down here from?
My name is Lynn Greger. I'm from Bowling Green State University in Toledo, Ohio.
And how come you came down today, and what'd you think?
I came down because the American people have to show politicians what we want. And there's an awful lot of people here today who don't want this war. And I thought they really went really well. Most people, or the majority of the time, people were peaceful, you know, and just wanted to get across their message.
Did you make your sign, and you want to explain the significance of it?
Yeah, a lot of people say that just because we're protesting the war that we're not patriotic, that we have to support the troops just because they're over there, but I mean, you should question your authority. You shouldn't just do it just being obedient to George Bush or to whoever.
Is this a topic of conversation in your classes, or how much has been discussed in the last couple of weeks?
Well, my classes don't really involve this kind of subject, but I'm in Peace Coalition at Bowling Green, and it is a constant topic for the past 2 weeks. Ever since we got back from Christmas break, we have rallies every day at 12:30. We have teach-ins to teach all the other students and just to inform people about it. So it's been a pretty big topic on campus.
Is that something that's been growing, or is it about the same number of people all the time?
It's been growing. We had the other day there was a pro-war rally, so more and more students are getting involved in this issue.
Hey, thanks for talking with us. And what's your name? Where are you coming from?
My name's Alan Gleghorn. I'm also from Bowling Green, Ohio, Bowling Green State University.
And what prompted you to come down here?
I came down because I was inspired by the congressional debate by some of the, a couple of the Congress people in particular really appealed to me, and I thought that also this would be my best chance to really do something to express my feelings besides letter writing, and I could come out here, and this is where it's really happening this week.
Have you done letter writing and contacted your congresspeople?
No.
Was this an organized trip, or did you?
This was an organized trip. We knew about this in November, but then they really got it together for this by Peace Coalition. It's a campus student group.
Is that a very active college community?
I'd say it's just probably like any place else. There's certain people, certain individuals are more active than others. Some people are really passive, but some people really get off and get a lot done.
What's the main thing you hope that people would get out of what went on today?
I hope they would see that we represent a cross-section of society. We're not some crazy leftist pinko type people. We're people who are thoughtful. We're people who are very serious about our convictions and our feelings, serious enough to come do this. Because, this is going out of our way, definitely, but it's important enough to us to do it. And I hope people would appreciate that and realize that we are operating in the fine tradition of what American citizen is supposed to be. And that's my basic feeling about it.
Okay, thank you. And you're from Bowling Green also?
Yes. My name's Laura Bergman.
I'm sorry?
Laura Bergman.
Hey, and how did you get involved in being active in this movement?
It started from the very beginning. I was always trying to be aware of what was going on. Also being involved in Peace Coalition activities, just trying to understand the situation. It's a very fine line sometimes, whether you're for or against certain actions and what's going on. So from the beginning, I've been interested in it.
Where are you getting information about what's going on?
The newspapers, the TV news, talking with different people, speakers on our campus, like political science teachers and people like that.
What kind of speakers have come to talk?
At our teach-ins, we just had basically teachers from our school. And also we had people from Muslim societies from Toledo come down and talk to us to give us the Muslim perspective or Islam's perspective on things. And that's basically who came.
Okay, thanks for talking with us. And you're from Bowling Green too?
Yeah, my name is Cassie Snyder.
Do you come from sort of a politically active family? Is this something that is a normal thing for you to do?
My parents they consider themselves liberal. They brought me up to make my own decisions and to think with my own mind and not blindly accept authority. So that's played a big part, I think, in my involvement with fighting for justice and peace eventually.
Have you been involved in any other causes before this?
Classes? Causes. I've been active in just generally working for understanding between people and acceptance of differences my entire life. I'm a
member of Progressive Student Organization of Bowling Green, and we work with a lot of human rights issues all around the world. So it's very worthwhile, very fulfilling.
Hey, thank you for talking with us. Yeah. How did you get involved in coming down?
I got involved after November elections. I saw everything escalating, and then after I was watching the congressional debates before Bush actually went to war, and I thought a lot of the American people didn't let their thoughts be known at that time when we had a voice. And so now it's kind of late. Everybody's still going to show that there are people who disagree with this. So I wanted to come down and show that I disagree with this too.
What impressed you most or didn't about today's rally?
I liked it because it's very peaceful and there's a lot of good points of view. I did see some negative things. There was people throwing paint on some buildings and such. And I even talked to one individual about that it hurts it because people look at the negative parts and they won't see the positive parts and aspects of this whole rally, which is pretty much what I came all the way from Ohio for, is the positive parts.
And do you go to school in Bowling Green?
Yeah, I do.
And your name?
Richard Maher. One more year, hopefully, and I'll be done. And I'll be in the real world.
What are you studying?
Environmental health. It's basically a blend of biology and chemistry, a lot of chemistry, but I enjoy it a lot.
Has this been a topic of discussion in any of your classes?
A lot of my classes and a lot of my friends, since we started the air assault, this has been on my mind 24 hours a day, and with the news media and talking to other people and the papers too, it seems like I can't get away from it, but I also want to keep up on it because so many things are changing every hour. It's amazing. So, yeah, I've been trying to keep up on it every day.
Has your opinion changed over the course of time, or is it remained the same?
It's pretty much remained the same. I've learned some other things since we actually invaded that, really kind of like cemented my position, like how President Bush wanted to skip and leave Congress out of the whole decision, which I thought was very wrong, and that angered me. So that cemented my position very much on this.
Is your family the same mind?
Yeah, my dad's against this, and my mom's very scared. She was very much against Vietnam involvement, and she's really scared for me right now and my two brothers, who's 18 and 22 respectively, so she's very worried about this.
Thank you for talking with us.
Sure.
Okay.
So what's the deal with that?
That's it from the Ellipse. We've got several more minutes before we go to the Pentagon briefing. Next up, Richmond, Virginia. Go ahead, please.
Yes, I want to commend C-SPAN for showing these demonstrations these past Saturdays. It's really excellent to let them speak for themselves and to interview the fine young people who are appearing at these demonstrations. Down here in Richmond, we've had vigils every week and twice a week, even since October. I've been to such national demonstrations before, and I have children and their friends who have been to these two demonstrations, including today. And the beautiful thing about them is it's a tremendous sense of empowerment to go to such a large demonstration, so when they come home they can mobilize and continue to vigil locally. The work that's going to be done to change this thing is going to be done around the country, in the cities and towns around the country, and not just in Washington.
All right, sir, thank you. Richmond, Virginia. By the way, the picture you're looking at now is the scene from the podium, because the stage that you were looking at all afternoon was between the White House and the Washington Monument on the Ellipse. And right behind the Washington Monument, and right in front of it, actually, from that shot, is the White House. Minneapolis, Minnesota. Go ahead, please.
Yes, hello, Bruce. How are you doing?
Fine, thanks.
I just wanted to make a comment on the presumed baby food factory.
Mm-hmm.
If we all saw the CNN clip, did you see the people in the long white jackets?
Well, what comment do you have about that? We're trying to get some calls in before we have to leave you.
Well, what I'm trying to say is, here we are in the middle of Iraq, and they've got these uniforms on in English that say Baby Food Factory. Not even, the name of their company. And I just think that was a real dupe for the media. And anybody who really believes that was a baby food factory, is overlooking a very major point.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Minneapolis, 5 minutes to go. hear more from you. Williamstown, Mass. Go ahead.
Yes, I want to thank C-SPAN for letting us hear what the speakers had to say today in an unedited fashion. I've been waiting to call a long time, and I've been thinking a lot about what to say. I have noticed mostly that the people who call who are in favor of our intervention in the Middle East simply say, you know, rah, rah, I'm in favor of the war and I support my president. And more thoughtful things have come from people who noticed that President Bush is the man who said that he was the education president. We won't have any education in this country as this war progresses. We won't have doctors. We won't have professionals because there won't be any money to educate them.
All right, ma'am. Thank you. Williamstown. Next to Bellingham, Washington. Go ahead.
Yes, I have some rhetorical questions I would like to ask Israel because I think they might be able to provide some objectivity to my thoughts. It seems evident to me that neither side, the United Nations or Iraq, is maximizing peace and minimizing violence. You can see this when evidence of the oil spills and also the fires that are burning in the oil fields over there. Oil is a mass destructive weapon, as is chemical gas or nuclear weapons. This means to me that we are moving away from mutual assured survival toward mutual assured destruction. I'm wondering if there is any reason why the Soviets shouldn't have canceled the February summit meeting with the United States, and I'm wondering if we're not moving in the direction of a nuclear holocaust. I think that Bush and Hussein both have kind of lost grip of the situation, and I think that the American public ought to be invoking the 25th Amendment, Section 4, against President Bush. I wonder what Israel thinks of this.
All right, we'll let it stand. Rockville, Maryland, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, I just want to make 2 quick points. The first is I think that maybe our government learned the wrong lesson from Vietnam in that it seems that rather than not taking a divided country into a war, which I thought was basically the lesson, it's more don't let the people see, you know, if there's bad news or something. You keep hearing, oh, we don't want to see bad news on television. I think basically they kind of got the wrong message from the war. And I think from the congressional and Senate debates, you saw that there wasn't really an overwhelming majority to go to war. I think more people support it since our troops are there, but like myself, I'm ambivalent. I didn't support it before, but now I don't want to turn back on the troops and just let them, you know.
Okay, sir, thank you. From Maryland. Barstow, California is next. Go ahead.
Good afternoon.
We only got a couple minutes, sir.
I just would like to say that I do not support war. I am in favor of peace. However, I feel that in this instance, the president has done what he feels is correct. He has had to make a very difficult decision based upon what Saddam Hussein has done.
What's your reaction to the protest today?
It sounded to me like we had women's rights activists working for women's rights. We had black people working for black people's rights.
Okay, sir, thank you. I think last call before we go to the Pentagon briefing. Washington, D.C., go ahead, please.
Yeah, I'd just like to say that this protest showed me that all the nation's ills and everything have come to a head, and everybody was there just really protesting against what they didn't like, especially in the foreign policy aspects of America. And I really got a lot out of it. That's all I like to say.
All right, sir, thank you. Washington, D.C., last call. Coming up, Pentagon briefing from earlier today, just about 3:30 East Coast time, led off by Pete Williams, the defense spokesman, and you'll also hear from General Martin Brantner, the Vice Director of Operations for the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and Rear Admiral Mike McConnell. That was earlier today from the Pentagon. Thanks for your calls. Thanks for watching. Have a good afternoon.
Pete Williams, the Pentagon spokesman, is now walking into the briefing room. He is approaching the podium, and let's listen.
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. In just a moment, we'll have more information on Operation Desert Storm from Major General Marty Brantner, B-R-A-N-D-T-N-E-R, who is the Deputy Director for Operations in the Joint Staff, and Admiral Mike McConnell, who's Director for Intelligence for the Joint Staff. And they will be, they'll have a short statement for you and be pleased to answer your questions. Let me bring you up a little bit up to date on the oil spill. I don't have a lot to add to what was said in Riyadh this morning by our briefers there, but let me just give you the very latest that we have on it. Our reports indicate that Iraq continues to dump crude oil from occupied Kuwait into the Persian Gulf. The oil still appears to be coming from the Sea Island complex, right here, an oil tanker loading terminal which is about 10 miles offshore from the Kuwaiti port of Mina al-Ahmadi. Our latest information is that part of the oil slick around the terminal is on fire. Early this morning, the fire was bigger than it appears to be now. In the past several hours, it's been getting a little bit smaller. We do not know what caused the fire. However, we can say that the United States had nothing to do with causing this fire. Smoke from the fire is blowing east in a huge cloud across the Persian Gulf and into Iran. Now this map only, this little blue water at the edge of the map here, this is the land here. Here's the Saudi-Kuwaiti border. The blue on the map is the shallow water, and then the white water, the white part on the map is the deeper water in the Gulf, and obviously the rest of the Persian Gulf and Iran is off the scale of this map. But the smoke is blowing across the Persian Gulf and into Iran. The smoke is also coming from fires at oil facilities in southern Kuwait. Those fires were started earlier this week, apparently by the Iraqis. Iraq is intentionally creating the worst environmental disaster in the history of the Persian Gulf region. It's conducting an indiscriminate environmental war on its neighbors as well as on the plant and animal life in the region. This act is dumping millions of barrels of oil into the Persian Gulf. That's hundreds of millions of gallons. While there is no way to be certain about how much oil is pouring into the Gulf, we do know that part of the oil that is now being dumped into the Gulf comes from 5 oil tankers which had been in port at Mina al-Ahmadi since last October. Those tankers had a capacity to hold a total of 3 million barrels of oil, or about 120 million gallons. And that's just part of what has been dumped into the waters of the Persian Gulf. There is no way to be certain about how much is being pumped from the storage tanks on shore, but it may well be at least as much as was in the tankers. Now, in terms of what's going to be done about this, the White House has just a short time ago issued a statement. You can get the exact text of the statement from the White House, but it basically says that the President has directed an interagency team from the U.S. government, a team of oil pollution and environmental experts, to go to the Persian Gulf. The team will be led by the U.S. Coast Guard, and it will be dispatched to Saudi Arabia immediately to help the Saudis in their efforts to contain the oil slick. The team will also include, in addition to representatives from the Coast Guard, it will include representatives from the Environmental Protection Agency and the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA. And this team will provide the appropriate advice and expertise to the Saudis to minimize the environmental damage from this oil slick. The decision by the President to send this group over there follows several days, or at least a couple of days, yesterday and today, of discussions on how to respond. The meetings continued today. I think they were, in fact, a kind of conference call. I don't think they happened at any one place, but they included representatives of the State Department, the Department of Energy, the Defense Department, the EPA, the Coast Guard, NOAA, and the Joint Staff and White House staff were also in attendance. So that brings you up to date on the oil slick, and I'll answer a few other questions about that. Any military questions, of course, General Brantner is the best one to answer.
There are reports that before any of this stuff can be taken care of and really start dealing with the slick, that they have to cut off critical valves that the Iraqis, apparently, according to a report out of Saudi Arabia, are controlling this whole thing by a few valves. I know you can't talk about future military operations, but would you say this is higher on the priority list now of operations to possibly go after those valves and to control and before any team can come in there?
You said the word operations, and I introduce to you now the Deputy Director of Operations for the Joint Staff, General Brantner and Admiral McConnell, and they will answer all sorts of questions like that.
Good afternoon. I heard the question. The answer is that, first of all, we have to remember that these facilities are in Iraqi-held territory at this time. So it does get into future operations. Technically, there are a number of ways that we can address this problem. I will assure you that we understand those and that the correct procedures to do the military things that are operationally required to stop this will be done.
General?
Could I go ahead and make a couple of opening comments, and then I would be happy to answer your questions if that's okay, and then I think I might answer some of them in the process of doing this. First of all, this is day 10 of Operation Desert Storm. We have over 483,000 soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, and Coast Guardsmen and women in the theater. We have just come from what we call a missile event here, and no doubt you saw on television some of the events that have concerned, but let me just give you an update on where we are with respect to the Scuds. In the last 24 hours prior to the last 15 minutes, Iraq had launched 9 Scuds, 6 of them at Israel and 3 into Saudi Arabia. Of that, 8 of the 9 were intercepted by Patriot missiles. Within the past 15 minutes or so, we have had 4 launches detected, one that was launched into Riyadh and was intercepted by a Patriot missile, and I think you saw that one probably, and it indicated that there was some debris that did impact into the city. We don't have any more information on that. We also have been advised that 3 other missiles were launched toward Haifa and 1 to Tel Aviv. We do not know the outcome of those events at this time, but we do have indications that all were engaged by Patriot missiles. With respect to our air campaign, we have to date conducted over 20,000 coalition air sorties, of which 11,000 of those have been combat-oriented. And there were more than 1,000 sorties launched yesterday. We have suffered no U.S. or coalition losses in the last 24 hours. And the air campaign continues to focus on the Republican Guards and, of course, the Scud mobile launcher and facilities, and also lines of communication, logistics support areas, and ammunition supply points throughout the Kuwaiti Theater of Operations. The Iraqi Air Force has virtually stayed on the ground. We have almost near zero sortie rate for them, except for some reported aircraft I'll let Mike address, but it appears that their direction finders have them going away from any engagements with U.S. and coalition aircraft on a rather frequent basis. The one occasion where they did have the misfortune to meet U.S. aircraft, 3 MiGs were shot down by F-15s in what the Air Force calls a furball, a dogfight over the center of Iraq. That brings our total now to 22 Iraqi aircraft that have been shot down and 23 that we know of that we can confirm destroyed on the ground. We presume many more. Naval activities, the Qasr naval base was struck by attack aircraft, and we know that 4 Iraqi vessels were reported to be hit, and 2 additional Iraqi vessels were attacked in the Gulf, and both were reported burning by the attack aircraft. The Marine aircraft continue to strike targets in their area of operations around the Kuwaiti theater, as do the Army and Marine attack helicopters continue to fly attack sorties, as do the A-10 aircraft along their respective mission areas. And U.S. and Royal Saudi naval forces continue with mine countermeasures, which to date have proven to be very effective. I would like to make one particular point that I know has been on your mind, and that is that there have been accusations by Saddam Hussein that we have purposely or even inadvertently targeted religious sites. I am here to tell you that we can confirm that there have been no religious sites hit, and I would only re-emphasize the fact that we do not target civilian populations and most certainly do not target religious shrines or sites of that nature. I am prepared now to answer your questions. Yes, ma'am.
You've said that there's no military significance to this oil slick, but won't it have an impact on ships that have seawater intake for cooling systems? And also, does it have any impact on the detection of mines or on the ability of SEAL teams to perform their missions?
That's, first of all, it's a good question. Secondly, the answer is that if you're sailing through a sea of oil, you will have problems. However, I want you to be assured that we do not intend to do that, and therefore we do not expect it will have an impact on our military operations. Yes.
General, without addressing what you plan to do, can you tell us, as you talked about technical possibilities, whether an assault from the air ever is a technical possibility in solving this slick problem?
There are any number of options to doing that, and an attack from the air is one of those options, but I will not commit to that means as being the one we would choose. There are, as you know, a number of other technical means to address this problem.
I guess that's the question that's on everybody's mind. I think many people feel that we're just helpless to solve this, that the oil is just going to continue to flow. What kind of assurances can you give the American public that you're trying to solve that problem?
I can give the American public assurances that we are working very hard to do this, and I have confidence that we will solve this problem. The best experts in the world are working here in Washington, and our team is being sent out. There are experts on scene right now from oil companies, from both Saudi, Kuwaiti, national agencies, and U.S. forces and CENTCOM, and I am confident that we have the expertise and the technology and the equipment to deal with this problem in the best manner that we can. Yes.
I have two questions about the oil slick. While you might not be able to tell us the extent of the spill so far, can you tell us or estimate how much may be still continuing to come out on an hourly basis or a daily basis? My second question relates to the White House announcement that you're sending this team over, which may lead people to believe that you don't already have in place their contingency, well, you mentioned the experts, but what about equipment that you might need to clean up spills? Do you have that on site, or would
I'll
you
answer your second question first, and I'll turn the first one over to Admiral McConnell. But the second question is that I would think, and I know the American people would expect, that we will send the very best expertise over there that we can. So what we are doing is augmenting with the best advice that we can the people that are currently working the problem. Secondly, we have equipment over there. I can assure you that if we discover we don't have equipment necessary to meet the problem, we have the assets to get it there in short notice.
Can you talk about what type of equipment that might be?
No, I can't.
General?
Mike, you want to answer the first one?
The first question was with regard to
Do you have
amount.
any idea, amounts hourly or daily basis, if you haven't?
Well, of course, we're concerned about the amount, and what was in the tankers that were there was a fixed amount, and we believe we've accounted for that, as was mentioned earlier. What is ashore is a significant more, the amount is significantly more than what has already been put in the sea, so that is of concern. With regard to the numbers of barrels, thousands of barrels, millions of barrels, we have a range of estimates. I would prefer not to go into that right now because we are addressing the technical and operational options of how to come to grips with that. So if I share that with you, I am sharing it with those who are opening these valves, and I would just like to preserve those options for consideration as we go along.
Could you tell us what more you know about the fire, though? I mean, I think Pete said it was getting smaller. Do we know why? I mean, is it just, how come it's getting smaller? How come it's not spreading? Or is somebody putting it out? Or?
Well, our indications are that it has begun to burn down, and I would only assume, based on that, that perhaps the source of the fire is being degraded by the consumption rate. That's just speculation on my part. We do not know whether the fire is out. The last information we had was that it was getting smaller. That's the best I can tell.
One other thing, maybe I misunderstood. You said 4 launches have been intercepted in the last 15 minutes before you came in here. You said 1 at Riyadh, 3 towards Haifa, and 1 towards Tel Aviv.
If I gave you those numbers, it's 1 to Riyadh, 3 to Haifa, and 1 to Tel Aviv. 5, yes. I'm sorry if I said 4.
General,
yes.
What can you tell us about these Iraqi planes that are flying to Iran, and how many have you tracked leaving Iraqi airspace? Are they only going in one direction, coming back? What does it all mean?
Well, I'll let Mike tell you about the numbers. I'll tell you what I think is that there are several possibilities, and I don't want to speculate on what's inside of Saddam Hussein's mind, but the indications are that they are attempting to leave. They're pulling out their best fighters, and they are going into a neutral country that has declared its neutrality in this campaign, and I can only presume that they either, 1, don't want to fight, or number 2, they are defecting, or the possibility that they're trying to husband their resources. But that's speculation. Mike, you want to talk about numbers?
First of all, I have to admit up front, some of my best sources these days are the press. And it was mentioned earlier this morning, I think, that there were approximately 24 aircraft. I can confirm for you that it's at least that number. And it consists of not only transports, aircraft, military and civilian transports to include, we believe, some passenger aircraft, but also some fighters. I think that was earlier confirmed by the news coming out of Iran. So it appears to us in the neighborhood of at least a dozen fighters and at least a dozen transports. My estimate at the moment is the number will probably go higher, but we're sorting that out now.
Are they coming from the same base, sir?
No, they're not coming from the same base.
And on the same question, can you tell us, does there appear to be any sign that Iran and Iraq had a prior arrangement for this to take place?
We're currently in the process of sorting that out. We don't have definite information that would allow us to make that judgment at the moment, but I would highlight that they have flown from a combatant area to Iran, and apparently there was no opposition to them doing that.
Have you seen, Admiral, the same pattern involving Jordan, Iraqi planes going into Jordan?
No, we have not.
Admiral O'Connell, how important is the element of surprise in Operation Desert Storm? For a long time, the Iraqis anticipated some type of aerial bombardment. Now they're anticipating some type of ground campaign, and it's like no surprise. I mean, do you feel that? I know you can't talk about future operational situations, but is that element of surprise still there? Because some say it almost is just U.S. GIs who will be on the ground are almost being compromised because of the lack of element of surprise.
I'll take that because that's an operational question, and I guarantee you that that we will maintain tactical surprise in the conduct of any operations we conduct. You had a question.
Thank you very much. Mentioning today's Scud attacks, just late yesterday, the President had said we would not allow these attacks on civilians to continue. What else can the U.S. do to stop these attacks, because they seem to keep coming? What can you assure the people here in the United States who might have worried about relatives in Israel and Saudi Arabia? What can you give them that the Scuds won't keep raining on this area?
First of all, I will tell you that we are undertaking every conceivable course of action that we can within our capability to address this problem. It is a significantly difficult task given the vast amount of terrain we're dealing with and the fact that these missiles are mobile. They move from place to place. They are not large, and I don't want to get into other types of... It's a tactically difficult problem, but we have resources. We are taking every step we can. I am confident that over time we will address this problem and resolve it.
But nonetheless, they are still coming.
They are. It's a war. They have weapons. As long as weapons are retained, they have the capability to do a number of things. And we address these problems. Our plans are to take them out, and we will continue to do that.
Ratner, another question about the Scuds. Apparently they are separating in the air, the warheads coming, breaking away from the booster, which makes it even more difficult for the Patriots to intercept. Can you tell us about the difficulties that this poses to the Patriots, and also if you believe there are a sufficient number of Patriot missiles in theater to deal with the Scud threat?
I'll answer your second question first and say yes. First and secondly is that we look at all of the operational parameters of the weapon system. We're constantly evaluating its performance, and we will make sure that it works right, and it is working right. The remarkable success record of the Patriot stands on its own.
Yet a lot of times the boosters are falling to ground and causing a lot of damage on their own.
There's debris that comes from the impact of a missile, and how the missile breaks up once it's been impacted, I think, is just a chance event, and the missile is being struck by the Patriot as intended. We have to, things come out of the sky when you have an impact like that, and you just can't control what comes out as a result of that.
But I'm talking about prior to impact by the Patriot, that they're breaking apart.
I can't address that.
Yes. I'm back to the oil slick question. To this date, have you done anything to mitigate the effect of the slick, perhaps off of the Saudi coast? Or is the ecological damage that this is going to create just going to have to take a back seat to the military question?
Well, I think that the fact that the President is doing what he is doing, and the fact that the military and civilian agencies that are dealing with this problem should indicate to you that we, one, take this very seriously. We don't regard this as a military problem. This is an ecological disaster that is being met with every resource we can bring to bear. And it should be treated like that. So yes, we are taking steps to do that and try to resolve the problem.
But have you done anything to date that has actually on the ground helped to mitigate the effect of this?
Well, the Saudis may have.
Yes.
It's remember where the oil spill is happening. It's off the coast of Saudi Arabia. This team that's going there is going to assist the Saudis. So they will, it's their country, they will fundamentally be in charge of the cleanup.
Admiral, can I ask you about the planes? The Iranian ambassador to the UN was just saying on TV that that appeared to be an emergency landing, that they might have run out of fuel or were in some sort of emergency situation. Do you have any indication that was so?
Unfortunately, as General Brantner mentioned, that we were a little busy just before coming down here, so I didn't get an opportunity to catch the ambassador's comments.
But I'm asking if you had received any indication.
No, the answer to your question is no. In assessing what we have so far, it appears that they landed without any kind of restrictions on their ability to come into the country. Whether it was prearranged or whether it was defection or whether it was an opportunity to put them in a safe haven, we don't know the answer to that just yet.
And you said that you expect that there'll be more. Are you saying that based on?
I don't recall saying that, although that is my that is my opinion. And what I'm unsure of is whether this is a planned effort on the part of the Iraqi leadership to husband resources to go away and fight another day, or whether these pilots are defecting. And that's what we're uncertain on. We're attempting to sort out just now.
Admiral, to make sure that they're not, in fact, husbanding, whatever it is, resources, are we planning to get in touch with Rafsanjani or any of the Iranian leaders to ensure that basically these will not conduct sorties out of Iran, these Iraqi aircraft will stay put?
I would have to refer you to the State Department to get an answer to that question. I'm privy to some of the discussion and so on, but I don't know the final decision, so I'd beg off if you would permit me.
Admiral, is there any attempt now, given our detection capabilities, to take out these aircraft before they get into Iranian airspace?
If we discover aircraft are flying inside Iraqi territory, they're going to be engaged. Yes.
What's the status now, with regard to the EPWs? Are they increasing in the numbers of defections? Are they not? Is one question. And the other question is, what, if anything, are we doing in terms of prompting people to surrender, leafleting, broadcasts, or whatever?
Well, first is we have had an increase in the number of EPWs. I think the number is roughly 110, but most of those have been captured as a result of our actions, and I believe you've already had some indication of those. So the numbers of defectors, we don't have any feedback of any defectors coming over at this point in time. Mostly have been captured by action. Secondly, without discussing the details of psychological operations in theater, I will tell you that we do use leaflets, and we don't know yet how effective they've been, but that is in fact a part of...
What about in Iraq itself?
I don't know the answer to that, but I will find out for you.
General. Yes. A question for Admiral McConnell and then one for you, General. Admiral, are you aware that the Iraqis at the beginning of the Iraqi-Iranian war sent a lot of their aircraft to safe havens all over the Saudi peninsula, including Saudi Arabia, ironically, and Jordan? I mean, you were aware of that?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Secondly, General, because the Iraqi army and the coalition army are rather close in numbers, and the attacking force usually likes to have a superior number of ground forces, is there any possibility of sending additional divisions to Saudi Arabia, particularly American, British, and French?
The question begs a future operations discussion, which I won't get into. Let me just say that at this point in time, our plans for conducting our operations are orchestrated and are continuing as planned, and that I feel that the ratio of combat forces engaged at the point in time that they would be, if that occurs, would be sufficient. Yes.
General, there were reports from Riyadh today about signs from pilots seeing huge secondary explosions near the Republican Elite Guard, and an F-4 driver said he saw so many fires he couldn't count. Do you have any more further evidence of the effectiveness of the air campaign?
I have read the same reports you have, and I can only say that these are initial pilot reports that will be correlated with other types of assessments coming back to provide the battle damage assessment that will eventually result. That's where they are now. I can't give you any more information. I simply don't know.
General, what is the significance of the fact that the Iraqi government in the last couple of days has stopped broadcasting taped interviews with the captured Allied American pilots?
I can't read their mind. They announced that they were going to stop doing that. I simply don't know the answer to that.
Have we officially changed their status from missing to prisoners of war?
That is a service prerogative, and I would refer you to each of the services for that. I'm not trying to gaff the question. I just don't know what they have done at this point in time.
General, what's the
were the Iranian aircraft being pursued and chased by the by Allied aircraft as they were leaving Iraqi?
You mean Iraqi aircraft? And the answer is no.
Were they?
To my knowledge, they were not engaged.
General, what's the latest status with regard to the U.S. personnel being held prisoner of war? Is there any communication now from Iraq? Are they complying with any of the Geneva agreements?
We do not know what, if any, contact has been made with the International Red Cross. We are, at this point, convinced that they have not complied to the evidence we have at this point. Obviously, the President has made his position very, very clear on that, and I can't expand on his words.
I'm confused a bit, sir. You say that the Iraqi aircraft leaving their airspace were not pursued by by Allied aircraft, but yet a moment ago you said if any Iraqi aircraft are flying in their airspace, they will be engaged.
That's exactly what I said. If we know of Iraqi aircraft that are flying in Iraqi airspace, we will engage them. If we are not in a position to do that, we can't. In this case, I don't know.
Is Iranian airspace off limits to Allied pilots?
I'm sorry?
Is Iranian airspace off limits to Allied pilots?
Iran is has declared itself a neutral country, and the answer is that we do not violate the airspace of neutral countries or countries not engaged.
Last question.
You said that they're pulling out their best planes. Presumably that means the MiG-29s and the Mirage F-1s. And there's been some change in the number of MiG-29s that we claim to have downed and air-to-air. Can you clear that up now?
I don't know what change you're referring to.
At one point we said 8 and we said 6. Am I correct, Pete? And then we said even lower than that at one point. Admiral, do you know?
The answer on the MiG-29s is 6. We thought earlier there were 9. Turns out there were 6. The 2 that were shot down as opposed to MiG-29s turned out to be MiG-25s, the long-range interceptor, and one other, and right at the moment I can't recall what the other aircraft was.
In that same regard, you know how many of those planes that have gotten into Iran are in fact MiG-29s and Mirage?
At this point we know they are fighters, and we don't know the identity exactly of the kinds of aircraft. We have some evidence, we're sorting it out. We are not ready to say exactly what kind they are.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Could you answer a couple of questions?
I will stay here for just a moment. Let me tell you, first of all, that there'll be no afternoon briefing here in the Pentagon. Tomorrow, the morning briefing will be at Riyadh, and it may, in fact, be in the afternoon here, Eastern Time. We're still working with the Central Command over there to get the precise time for that briefing. We should have it sometime later this afternoon.
You mentioned, the General mentioned about the, hold on one second. The General mentioned that the U.S. and the Allies were not targeting religious shrines and mosques. Are there any military targets in and around the Shiite holy cities of An-Najaf and Karbala that have been targeted?
Well, let me say first of all that we're not going to discuss, obviously, what has been targeted that we haven't hit yet. And if you mean have they been hit, let me come back to that. Secondly, we have examined very carefully the area around the holy shrines at both those cities, and we have concluded without a doubt that there is no damage to those shrines. Now, if Saddam Hussein chooses to put military facilities in places that he considers sensitive, that's a decision that he has made. We can't say that military facilities are off limits because they're in certain places. However, we go to very great lengths. I mean, we're well aware of sensitive targets inside Iraq: cultural facilities, civilian facilities, religious facilities, mosques, and so forth. And our target planners go out of their way to work around those. Our pilots have strict instructions not to engage a target unless they're certain of what it is. So we go out of our way to avoid damaging those sites for a variety of reasons, not the least of which is that we don't have any quibble with the people of Iraq. It's simply with Saddam Hussein and his military presence in Kuwait. We are going after the military infrastructure of Iraq, command and control, production facilities, and so on. We go after them where we believe the most important targets are, but I can assure you that we have examined very closely the sites around those two cities and have found no damage at all to those mosques. They're important Islamic sites, and we're well aware of that. Katie?
Iraqi television apparently showed some pretty gruesome pictures of children in the city of Kirkuk, I believe, and another people in a church in Mosul, showing high civilian casualties, or allegedly. Does the Pentagon have any reaction to those pictures or any comment upon those alleged deaths?
Well, it's almost impossible for us to know precisely the number of civilian casualties in Iraq. Obviously, one of the things that's I'd say a hallmark of this operation is to try to minimize civilian casualties. That's one of the reasons why this operation is proceeding at the pace at which it's going. It's a very careful pace, it's a very deliberate pace, it's very carefully planned. Very precise bombing over very specific targets, no indiscriminate military operations. Anytime, I mean, everyone, I'm sure, in the United States is concerned about casualties in Iraq, just as we're concerned about casualties in Israel. The difference, I would say, is that we are trying very deliberately to go after military targets. Saddam Hussein has chosen to use the only effective weapon that he seems to have, and that is the Scud, firing it indiscriminately into civilian population centers. But I can't give you any numbers. I just don't have numbers. Obviously, casualties are something that are of great concern to all of us. Mark?
There's some interesting trends that appears regarding the Iraqi Air Force. There were reports 2 days ago or so that some high-level officers in the Air Force are executed. Now you see planes departing Iraqi airspace to Iran, and in the last 2 or 3 days you see a very low level of Iraqi air activity. Given all of that, have you drawn any conclusions about the Iraqi Air Force? Have we broken the spine of the Iraqi Air Force?
I'm certainly not going to make that conclusion. I don't know to what extent those decisions are in any way related. For example, I don't think we know why those airplanes went to Iran, whether they had orders to do so, whether they were acting independently, whether it was a hideout operation, they headed for the hills basically, or whether they were defecting or what. We don't know. The second thing is I don't think we've sent any information ourselves that we're comfortable with about any changes that have been made in the Air Force Command. And thirdly, while the sortie rate was unusually low yesterday, it's starting to pick back up again.
Pete,
yes, sir. Dennis?
Pete, is there any effort within the Pentagon to calculate what you call collateral damage? Will you make a consistent effort to find out how many buildings or people may have been hit inadvertently?
Well, we look at that very carefully, but there's no way for us to know from our sources precisely how many people have been injured whenever there's a miss or from collateral damage. That's a very difficult thing for us to track. Brian?
Pete, you said something about being able to verify without any doubt that you had not hit any religious shrines.
Those two that Wolf specifically asked me about.
Well, that indicates
but let me just also say, I don't mean to imply by that answer that I know of some shrine that were damaged that I'm not talking about. I mean, I'm specifically asking about those two cities at Al-Najjar and Karbala.
But that indicates that the weather's been good enough for you to get some good pictures, and that means that you're probably moving along on your bomb damage assessment, and that we're just kind of curious about if you would be able to draw any conclusions or anything that you can share with us about how effective the bombing has been. I know that you're very restricted in what you can say, but there certainly should be some level of indication you give us about how effective it's being.
First of all, it took a while to get some of those pictures, Brian. It's not, again, to be certain about Karbala, we've been holding off. I mean, there was an Iraqi claim earlier this week that I saw on one of the wire servers, I can't remember which one, that we'd somehow damaged those shrines at Karbala. We've been holding off saying anything until today, so we were certain that we had good pictures. In terms of the overall question about how effective it's going, let me hold that for tomorrow at CENTCOM. I have a reason to believe that they'll be able to give you a little more fulsome picture about that.
Pete, as you know, all over the country, as well as in many parts of the world today, there are war and peace protests, and many times people feel that these type of things fall on deaf ears at the Pentagon. What's your reaction to many people who now call on if not an end to this war, but a temporary ceasefire to sit back and reassess before a costly or potential ground campaign. What's your reaction to those?
Our reaction is that one of the great things about the United States is that people have the right to express their views. Last Saturday I was in my office, I looked out the window, and I saw a Pentagon parking lot full of buses, and I asked, and I heard that those were all people who came to Washington to protest the war, parking their buses in the Pentagon parking lot. They have every right to state their views, and that's their privilege. And however, you can't operate the war plan based on what the how many people are protesting here as opposed to how many people are protesting there.
You said specifically that the U.S. had no part in the fire. That leads one to ask, were any allied nations?
Oh, no, I'm not, I wasn't trying to be cagey. We don't know what started the fire. We just can't be certain of it. We just know it wasn't Allied forces.
I'm going to go back once more to the question of casualties, because I have a feeling it's a question that's not going to go away from this angle.
Nor should it. I mean, casualties are a great concern to us as well. I'm sorry.
In this gathering of bomb damage assessment and what have you, are you going to be trying to assess the casualties? And if so, can we expect that sometime we will have a range on your best estimate?
Let me just say one more time what I said earlier. It's almost impossible to calculate how many people are hurt. The level of detail that one has from the sort of information that we get doesn't allow you to make that conclusion. It's impossible to tell from the information that we have. But don't in any way conclude from that. Let me put it this way. No one should conclude from that we don't care or that we're insensitive to that. I want to remind you all again that this decision to use military force to compel Saddam Hussein to leave Kuwait is a decision that was taken after the United Nations authorized the use of force, after Congress authorized it, and after Saddam Hussein had been given notice that this would be a likely course of events. He chose to stay there. He has chosen to put his people at risk. Having taken this course, civilian casualties, are of course something we're concerned about. But it's just impossible for us to keep a tally of it.
Follow up. It's probably also impossible for you to gauge the exact extent of damage to their aircraft. How many exactly you have been able to take out. So the next best thing is what you can know. And while that might not be a complete picture, it's at least a part of the picture. And so will we even get part of the picture at some point?
Let me tell you what the difference is and why the logic doesn't flow. The logic doesn't flow there because for the very simple fact that a plane or a building is a lot bigger than a person. And it's the problem with making the calculation is nothing more sophisticated than that.
So you don't have the ability then to make a calculation, no matter how limited in the scope?
That's right. John?
One last question about the oil slick. The government has dispatched this team of bureaucrats, right, to deal with the oil slick. Does that mean the Defense Department has ruled out taking any action of its own?
They're federal employees, but they're not being sent there because they are experts. They just happen to work for the federal government, but yes.
But does that mean that the Defense Department has ruled out taking any action of its own to stop the flow of oil or to combat the spill? Or
we have sent this team, as the presidential statement indicated, at the request of the Saudis. The Saudis have asked us for this assistance. We will continue to work with the Saudis and provide the assistance that they deem to be appropriate.
I'm talking about the source. You know, it's pouring out at a rate of maybe 100,000 barrels a day. Is there going to be an effort made to stop that?
Well, let me tell you why that's a tough question for me to answer. If the action is to be taken by the Department of Defense, that's in a hostile combat area. That would imply a future military operation, and I can't discuss future military operations.
Be along this line on these.
I don't discuss future military operations.
On the lines of the oil spill, I know there's a great deal of private sector expertise on issues like this. Have
Yes,
we
and
tapped into that?
Oh, sure, a good deal of it.
Send any of those people to the region?
They're already there. Many of you will know that these oil fields, especially those in northern Saudi Arabia near the border, are operated by what amounts to a private company. I mean, they're not government people, and there's a great deal of oil expertise in that region, and I'm sure the Saudis have already tapped into that.
Iraq has now fired over 40 of these Scuds, yet none of them have had chemical warheads. What's the assessment now as to the likelihood of this having it? Are you still...
You can't conclude anything from that, because it's impossible to know whether he holds it in reserve, he's saving it up for some particular reason. We just have to assume that he has that capability. Mark?
These 5 ships that are loaded with oil were
loaded.
Correct. They were loaded with oil. They were moved down to that region back in October. And
That's what we said
U.S.
earlier.
intelligence had been watching them sitting low in the water, full of oil, for some time. And then they probably were, or might have been moved out to a position farther out to sea, and then their loads of oil were dumped. Why didn't we think or plan ahead, knowing that this is something that Saddam had threatened he was going to do? Why wasn't something done to prevent that?
Well, I don't know how we could prevent Saddam Hussein from taking that action, any more than we could prevent Hussein from opening up the taps that's dumping the oil into the Gulf, or prevent him from setting fire to the fields in Kuwait. I don't know what we could have done to prevent that.
Can you tell us where in Iran these Iraqi jets have gone?
No, I can't.
Region?
Well, no, that gets into intelligence information, and I just can't. I'm sorry, I just can't be more specific.
Has it been all over one day or over several days?
It's been over more than one day. I hate to characterize it beyond that. It's not just all at once. Yeah, it's not just one group that landed. Right.
There were several groups then. Is that what we're saying, Pete?
It's more than one.
Admiral McConnell said it was at least 24 Iraqi planes.
Yes.
Which seems to suggest that maybe that's a relatively low number. Could you give us a better idea how many there are?
My information comes from Admiral McConnell, so I can't be any more specific than he was.
He said transports. Does that, were they?
He said transports and fighters.
Right. He said at least 24 transports and at least 24.
No, he said at least 24 total, including both transports and fighters.
Do we have any indication of what was in the transports? Was it troops? Was it equipment?
No, I don't think so. Let's see. Let me, before I go here, tell you that we have the Joint Staff giving us yet the final, I guess what will be considered, not the final, but at least the most current information on the Scuds to try to keep it straight. 3 Scuds into Tel Aviv, 1 into Haifa. 3 into Tel Aviv, 1 into Haifa, not as may have been said earlier.
Do we know as a sort of summation, sort of now that you get the latest on the Scuds, could you sum up today's attack, sort of spelling it out?
Well, I don't know that I had a great deal to add from what was said earlier. The best information that we have as of 4:15 Eastern Time on Saturday is that 3 Scuds were fired into Tel Aviv and 1 into Haifa. I don't know the extent of the damage.
Do you know if they were intercepted?
I think General Brantner has already addressed that, and I don't have anything further on that. Yes.
Has the flow of arms into Iraq stopped
From where?
from any other countries?
Well, the flow of arms into Iraq had been brought to a virtual stop by the UN embargo. There's no such thing as a leak-proof embargo, and there were probably some continual supply smuggling into Iraq, but we don't believe on any great scale. And whatever smuggling there may have been, there's no way to know that that has stopped because of the combat. It's just a very hard thing for us to know. Yes.
Can you say what kind of fighters were part of this, the group that went into Iran?
No, I can't.
I just had a clarification on the 3 MiGs that were shot down. Were those MiG-23s?
I don't know. I'll have to check. I'm not sure.
How is the U.S. preparing for the possibility?
Maybe somebody can check that before we go. Yes, sir.
How is the United, this is on a slightly different subject, but how is the U.S. Preparing for the possibility that eventually Israel may respond to Iraqi aggression through some covert action, like through a terrorist network?
That gets into a very hypothetical area, and I'm not going to get into that.
Pete, are you able to
let me take this one here, and then back to you, Bob.
Pete, can you say when any report on getting mobile Scud launchers? Has the United States or the allies tracked any down? Have they destroyed any within the last week?
Oh, yes. Some have been destroyed in the last week. I don't have a number for you, and I probably won't be able to provide a number for you. But yes, it's a continual search. And of course, the other thing is, I mean, some you get sites, some you get scuds with launchers on them, and some you get scud sites with launchers on them, and in some cases you get scud sites with launchers loaded with missiles. So you have to go at it at all ways. Okay, Bob, you get the last question. And I'm told, by the way, it was 3 MiG-23s.
Are you able to indicate to us on the map just how far down that oil slick has gotten? Just sort of roughly outline what...
It's... I've seen a couple of shapes here. So as I trace this, don't consider this to be the definitive shape. But again, let me walk through the whole thing again. What you basically have is tankers that started last fall in Mina al-Bakr, which took on crude oil and came down to the port of Mina al-Ahmadi, and basically came in and stayed in this port. There is a line, there are oil tanks here at Mina al-Ahmadi, and then there is a pipeline that goes from Mina al-Ahmadi out to this Sea Island terminal complex here. This is a crude oil loading terminal, so tankers can come up and stop here and take on crude oil and then leave as they transact the business of selling crude oil. The source of the oil slick is coming from the tankers that were at Mina al-Ahmadi discharging the oil that they had taken on, and that's about the 3 million barrels. And also oil being pumped from Mina al-Ahmadi out to this complex and then simply just opening the valves and let it flow directly into the Gulf. The oil, as I guess they said at the briefing in Riyadh this morning, extends to about 30 miles south of the Sea Island terminal, in roughly this kind of a shape here. And I don't know the precise scale of this map, how far down 30 miles is, but here's the Saudi-Kuwaiti border. So it goes down into the Gulf. Now, the question is, how much over time will this expand? How much, there are models, and one of the reasons that these bureaucrats have been sent over to Saudi Arabia is that they've been working with some models of how the Persian Gulf currents work to try to guess where this slick is going to go. So that's what they're doing, and I just don't have a better shape for you right now. Final question.
Lawyers are saying now that the slick may have expanded already to about 70 miles. Is that your information?
That I have no reason to doubt that. Part of the problem is it's been dark there, and we don't have a really good picture of it. So
The Allied forces, I don't know if you ever said that or not, but how in nautical miles or whatever, are we talking about 50 miles, 60 miles? And eventually, if this is not stopped...
From Allied forces at sea, you mean?
Yeah, sea forces.
I don't know. I mean, that would require me to pinpoint where our Allied forces at sea are, and that's not something we're going to do. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
That concludes this Saturday afternoon news briefing at the Pentagon. Be with us tonight here on C-SPAN for a speech by Democratic National Committee Chairman Ron Brown. He appeared earlier today at a conference sponsored by the Coalition for Democratic Values. That's coming up tonight at 10:30 p.m. Eastern Time, 7:30 on the West Coast. Up next, it's a National Press Club appearance by Secretary of Transportation Samuel Skinner.
War doesn't solve anything, it just breeds more war.
Stop the bombing, stop the war, bring the troops home now.
At the very front of the peace line was Baltimorean Dr. Henry Silva.
We need our boys and our girls right here in this country, and I just pray that some kind of way that revelation will come to President Bush, and it's not too late to negotiate.
If they had given out awards for the biggest banners, the students at the Maryland Institute may well have won first place.
that the peace movement is for the troops, that we want to bring the troops home safely. This is not a movement that is against the troops. This is a policy that we are concerned with.
Well, I think we have to try to learn as much as we can from the Vietnam experience, which according to the present governmental policies, it indicates to me that we haven't learned very much from Vietnam.
One message you could hear over and over today is that even though this is an anti-war rally, it is not an anti-troop rally.
If there's anybody here that doesn't support our fighting men and women, I don't want to have anything to do with them, because we remember after Vietnam, they were spat upon, they were abused, and we're not going to let that happen again.
In Washington, Mark Vernarelli, Channel 2 News Weekend.
And there were several smaller demonstrations in Washington today, including some in support of President Bush and one demanding a solution to the Palestinian problem. Tonight we continue our travels around Maryland to see how different communities are dealing with the war. Yesterday we went to Leonardtown. It's the St. Mary's County seat on the western shore. Leonardtown was established in 1660, and more than 300 years later, only a little more than 1,400 people live there. It's a peaceful small town coping, like everybody else, with the grim realities of war.
Another Israeli missile attack compliments of Saddam Hussein. Shortly after nightfall, the Iraqis have launched a fifth missile attack since the beginning of the war on Israel.
Leonardtown was here long before the first American soldier died in battle. But today, all thoughts are on one war.
Well, I want to tie it around the tree. Okay, that's what okay.
Five and Dime is selling yards of yellow ribbon by the hour. Cashiers can't make bows fast enough.
I think that's just about what everybody's talking about. Most people, I'd say the majority that I've talked to, are very supportive of the troops.
My boy just was sent over there, and he has arrived in Saudi Arabia. He's a Navy officer. Just a constant worry. You know, you can't get away from it. Just hope for peace, a short war right now.
St. Mary's County Sheriff Wayne Pettit got lucky last week. He just happened to see his son Doug on TV. Doug's a Marine reservist in Saudi Arabia.
I hadn't heard from him, so I was really excited that I did get to see him and hear from him. At least I know he's okay.
In Leonardtown, air raid sirens don't mean incoming missiles. This is the biggest traffic jam you'll see here. It's being cleared up by a farmer, who's also the mayor, who's also concerned about the war.
From the talk of the town, you hear a lot of people gather at the post office or other meeting places, and you'll hear a lot of talk about it, yes. You can tell that people are listening to the radios and watching television intently.
At this lunch counter, some people here don't like what they see in the news.
We discuss the news as we hear it. Okay, and of course, some of the news that we hear, you know, we don't always agree with the way it's being reported. That's I think, the biggest problem.
What don't you agree with?
It's too negative. It's too negative. It's too anti what we're doing.
You see a lot of yellow ribbons. I like that. Yes, it does. I say thank you to the different ones that I see.
And that woman has a son, a son-in-law, and 3 cousins in the war. Leonardtown may be small, but residents take great pride in their big show of support for the troops. In other news tonight, Baltimore City Police are reporting 4 homicides in the last 24 hours. Last night, police say James Dibbs was shot to death as he tried to rob an alleged drug dealer in the 700 block of East 43rd Street. Police have no suspects in the murder. And tonight, police are also investigating 2 other shootings. Early this morning, 29-year-old Charles Wright was shot to death over 50 cents outside the Night Owl Bar on Woodland Avenue. And early this morning, Charles Clayton Jr. was shot and killed in the 1600 block of North Chester Street. Police are also investigating the stabbing death of another man in the 900 block of North Calvert Street. And Anne Arundel County Police are...
Bob Woodward had a story that moved part of the world, the part inhabited by other journalists.
General, the Washington Post is reporting today that...
Every place news people were asking questions of military people today. Woodward's article was cited.
An American newspaper overnight reported that the estimates of runways that have been taken out so far has been exaggerated.
Woodward, a Pulitzer Prize winner and co-author of the stories that toppled President Nixon, packs a wallop. And so do some of the points he made in this morning's paper. That 65% of Iraqi airfields are still operable. that 8,000 to 9,000 Iraqi anti-aircraft emplacements have survived intact, that Iraqi supply lines are largely unaffected by the bombing, and where Scud missile launchers are concerned,
that you've only taken out 8 out of the 30 fixed sites. What do you have to say about that?
What I have to say about that is that all 30 fixed sites have been attacked and hit. Some of them have been totally destroyed. We have re-hit some of them.
From the data we're getting, it would indicate that the weapons may not be as effective as we hoped. On the other hand, some of the things like the Woodward article imply a level of effectiveness that military planners never expected in the first place.
Part of the problem, says weapons designer and analyst Pierre Spray, is that visible damage can be less damaging than it looks.
We spent all of World War II poring over extraordinarily similar photographs, trying to figure out whether we had or had not destroyed a given factory. The simple fact of the matter was that in totally ruined-looking factories, the Germans produced about 4 times as many airplanes in 1944 as they did in 1942.
So could the briefers of the Gulf War be creating a credibility gap?
Well, I think that's what the administration's been trying to avoid in its earliest briefings, stressing that these are very preliminary results, that there's a long war ahead.
In Riyadh, that was exactly the bottom-line message correspondent Barry Dunsmore drew from today's often contentious briefings.
I am sure that in the first few days, many people here hoped that the war could be won in the air. I think it's quite clear now they are resigned to having to finish the war on the ground.
In the Gulf War, few reporters are within hundreds of miles of where the main action is. This increases reporters' suspicions that they're being told less than the full story. And it's only cold comfort that the briefers offering the official story of the war are themselves no closer to the battlefront or to the true facts of what's going on there. I'm Dave Marish for Nightline in Washington.
To help sort out some of those facts, 2 defense analysts with special expertise in the Gulf will join us in a moment. Then later, the chief spokesman for the Soviet Foreign Ministry will be here to discuss today's postponement of the U.S.-Soviet summit. And we will also be speaking with the President's domestic policy advisor on how Washington deals with pressing domestic issues during times of international crisis. That and more when we return.
This is ABC News Nightline, brought to you by Apple Computer.
It's John Carlson on the phone from Los Angeles again.
Carlson? He's from Apple Computer's ad agency. They want to do a commercial about us.
Would we get to be in the commercial?
No, because we can't do it.
Why not?
Over the past 15 months, we've doubled our productivity. We've cut development time by 1/3.
That's what I mean.
Why would we go on national TV and tell our competition exactly how we did it?
It's a good point.
Know where I am? I'm at one of the finest resorts in the world, and I love it because everything's right here. I can relax in the sun, eat marvelous food, enjoy a room with an ocean view. There's fabulous entertainment, friendly service, and it's all included in the price. But what makes this resort really fun is that it takes me to some of the world's other great vacation spots. Take a 3, 4, or 7-day fun ship vacation on Carnival, the most popular cruise line in the world.
You go to the beach, everyone gets hot and cranky. You must have air conditioning. Cruise control, it keeps your foot from falling asleep. Power locks and windows, because when you go camping, you gotta keep the bears out.
The Toyota 4Runner Extra Value Option Package. Save up to $800 on options some people think aren't so optional.
Chrome package, so all your friends will look at you. I love what you do for me, Toyota.
Journalists in the field of battle can face dangers as great as the soldiers themselves. And on the next Entertainment Tonight, we've got the inside story on Vicki Chappelle, Vietnam War correspondent, who was the first American woman journalist ever killed in combat.
When you really get down to it, she really knew what the risks were.
She was captured by the enemy, honored by the Air Force, and died alongside 3 Marines outside a Vietnamese village. Hear her courageous inside story on Entertainment Tonight.
Weeknights at 7:30 on WJZ.
ABC News monitoring the war and the world 24 hours a day. Updates, special reports, and special editions of ABC's World News Tonight with Peter Jennings.
Abraham Wagner has been a defense analyst and consultant to the defense and intelligence community for more than 20 years. He is a specialist in Middle East and Persian Gulf military issues and co-authored one of the definitive books on the Iran-Iraq War. Mr. Wagner joins us from Los Angeles. And here in Washington, military analyst Michael Dunn, who is currently lecturing at Georgetown University on Middle East defense. Mr. Dunn, Bob Woodward is a first-class reporter who I'm sure is reporting accurately what his sources at the Pentagon and in the intelligence community are telling him. So what is the public supposed to conclude when it's hearing one thing from that kind of source and yet another thing in the public briefing?
Well, I think you have to look at the evidence, Ted, and the evidence is that we've had 3 days without a loss. We lost a Harrier the last day, but for 3 days prior to that, we hadn't lost a single aircraft. The number of sorties which had been flown so far, one would have expected to have lost somewhere between 70 and 100 aircraft at a minimum. It reminds me of Sherlock Holmes' remark about the dog that didn't bark in the nighttime.
Yeah, except it seems to me that you're reaching conclusions which you may or may not be justified in reaching. If, for example, Saddam Hussein is husbanding his resources because he wants to bring them into play somewhat later in the war, that would make all of your speculation fruitless, wouldn't it?
Well, if he's husbanding his resources and he's keeping them in an earthquake-prone China cabinet, then he's going to lose them. If he's moved them into Iran, and Iran is telling the truth when it says that they will be interned there and they will not be allowed to fly, then he's putting them out of the war. And they're as effectively out of the war for now as if they were knocked out of the sky. If he's keeping them in his hardened shelters, then the same thing basically applies. Gradually, we are going to destroy those hardened shelters one by one, and he's going to lose his aircraft. He is not going to have his runways forever. If 65% of his airfields are still operational, that means that 35% of them have been destroyed, which is a third of his airfields. He has 66 or so major airfields available.
But the point, Mr. Wagner, forgive me if I jump back and forth rather quickly, but we have a relatively small amount of time here, is that the Air Force was under the impression that it had destroyed a great many more than simply 35% of his airfields, and that he appears to be repairing them almost as fast as we're taking them out, if Bob Woodward's story is accurate.
I think there's probably a good bit of truth in what Bob's reporting, and I'm not sure that that's greatly different from what's being reported by the military. I think the fact of the matter is that the United States Air Force and the British allies and the Saudis have been very effective in causing temporary damage to a substantial number of airfields. They've had good briefings and reports on the cratering of the runways, but it's also been widely reported that within some relatively short amount of time, the Iraqis have been fairly good about going out with quick patch cement and restoring the runways. It's not a very high technology problem. Craters and runways can, in fact, be repaired in not large amounts of time. And
when we hear, for example, as we heard General Kelly today suggesting that most of the fixed Scud missile launchers had been taken out, and then a question is raised as to whether in fact they have been taken out or just damaged. Again, the suggestion in Bob Woodward's article was that a great many of those fixed launchers are still operational.
I think that the suggestion in the article was that a number of the Scud launchers were still operational. I'm not sure how good the information is on the fixed launchers. I think the residual problem is probably with the mobiles, and that's been the subject of discussion for some days. I think what we found just after the outset of war is that the number of Scud launchers, particularly on the mobile side, was far larger than had been previously anticipated, and they're working to deal with it, but there's still a number of launchers left and probably quite a number of Scuds available.
Mr. Dunn, let me raise a question with you that relates back to those aircraft, somewhere between 80 and 100 of them that have now been moved into Iran. You're quite right when you say that the Iranians have said they're out of the war, they're neutral, but there was an if connected to that, and that is if the Israelis for some reason become involved, then the Iranians have already said that they will come into the war on the side of Iraq, in which case presumably those aircraft will all become operational again.
Well, it conceivably could happen, but at the same time, it's a very dangerous thing for Iran to do. It's almost suicidal, given the condition of their own armed forces, to take on a 28-nation coalition, or it would be 29 nations if Israel comes in. On the other hand, it is quite true that the aircraft which Iraq has moved to Iran is some of its best air defense aircraft and some of its best anti-fleet aircraft, the F-1s with their Exocets, which could threaten the fleet in the Gulf. So certainly, obviously, the coalition forces have to pay very close attention to what those aircraft are doing and make sure that they are, in fact, neutrally interned and not available for combat.
Mr. Wagner, quickly, your thoughts on those aircraft in Iran.
Well, that's the $64,000 question, you know, precisely why have the aircraft gone there, and I think we just don't have an answer for that yet. There's one argument that has a plausible scenario that after a peace or a settlement of the immediate war, then Saddam would in fact have an air force available to him, and they could be returned after some sort of a peace. But the precise reason as to why he either ordered them moved there or they went there without his direct orders, we're just going to have to wait and see. I just don't think we have an accurate answer to that yet.
All right, Mr. Wagner, Mr. Dunn, thank you both very much. Not all of today's Washington business dealt with the Gulf War, but that cloud was never far away. The U.S.-Soviet summit, scheduled for February, was in part postponed this afternoon because of the war. When we return, we'll be joined by the chief spokesman for the Soviet Foreign Ministry, Vitaly Churkin. Secretary of State Baker issued a short statement explaining why the February summit had been postponed.
The Gulf War makes it inappropriate for President Bush to be away from Washington. In addition, work on the START treaty will require some additional time. Both presidents...
In spite of the inappropriateness of the timing, the Soviet crackdown in the Baltics has raised questions about a possible cooling in what was otherwise the warmest relationship the two countries have shared in post-war history. Joining us live in our Washington bureau is Vitaly Churkin, the chief spokesman for the Soviet Foreign Ministry. Is it time for American anchormen to start beating up on Soviet spokesmen again, Mr. Churkin?
I don't think so. I think that our relations are still on track, and there have been some developments which could have created difficulties, but basically the way the two sides have responded to those developments show that we have a lot of common interest and a solid basis for that relationship.
Now, on the one side, when you talk about those developments, you could be referring, for example, to the Persian Gulf and the way things are going, and perhaps the fact that the United States is focusing more on attacking Iraq than the Soviet Union had wanted. To what degree did that come up today?
It did come up to a very small degree, because I don't think there is much of a difference between us on that. We have expressed our concern that the logic of war might bring about a situation where people forget about the original goal of the United Nations activities, and that is the liberation of Kuwait, and some other much more far-reaching goals might come up, which would entail greater destruction and more casualties. But there was an important statement this morning by President Bush, who again re-emphasized that the goal was that of liberating Kuwait, and that the United States did not try to bring things farther than that. So basically there is no argument.
Now, you know and I know that what you're talking about there is the word that has been wafting around in a number of different ways over the past couple of weeks, suggesting that maybe the United States was looking toward toppling or maybe even killing Saddam Hussein. Was anyone so indelicate as to put that in precise language today?
No, and besides, what we were expressing our concern was something broader than that. It was the destruction of a country, of Iraq, and we were simply bringing back the idea of the original purpose of the United Nations actions. And we have a good understanding now between the United States and the Soviet Union on that.
Now, on the other development, which was sort of fuzzed over, at least in the public statements, is clearly the activities of Soviet police and Soviet military in Lithuania and in the Baltics in general. Was there any specific discussion of that today, and did you have the impression that while this may be an appropriate time for the summit to be postponed because of the war, that at least factored into it?
I did not have such an impression, but there was an extensive discussion of that, and we again reiterated that it was the purpose of the President to see to it that the situation there is resolved peacefully according to the Constitution, in a way where the rights of the national minorities and social groups, all the social groups there, would be upheld. So basically there is another case of a good understanding, mutual understanding on a difficult issue.
There is a growing sense, as you know, in this country that President Gorbachev is becoming more and more pressured by the right wing to move himself toward the right, and that in fact he is doing so.
Well, President Gorbachev continues to be committed to the program of reform, but you're right that there is a lot of pressure on him from all the sides. So he's in a very difficult position and in a situation where everybody should be very careful in responding to whatever developments might take place in our country.
When you're talking about everyone, you mean the United States should not be as critical? Was that message conveyed to the president? And if so, how did he respond?
Not in specific terms. We're not criticizing the response of the United States specifically, but basically, as you know, there has been some rather strong reaction in the West, and we do feel that in some cases that was overreaction, that they hastened to certain conclusions which were not timely, and that their response did not take into account the whole picture of the situation in the Baltics and most particularly in Lithuania, which is not as simple as some people think it is at all.
I know it's not easy to designate these things numerically, but if U.S.-Soviet relations 6 months ago were, let's say, at an 8 on a scale of 1 to 10, where would you say they are now?
Well, I don't know. I would simply say that we're still on track, and we come out from this meeting hopeful that we can continue with that. One important result, incidentally, is that they agreed that they should continue vigorously to work on the START treaty, and we hope that in February the basic work would be completed.
Mr. Churkin, I know it's been a long day. Thank you very much for coming so late. Appreciate it. When we return, we'll focus on how Washington deals with pressing domestic issues that appear to be eclipsed by the current international crisis.
What would it take to get you to change from Advil or Tylenol? How about something new from Bayer? New Bayer Plus with Stomach Guard. It's got it all. Bayer Plus has Bayer aspirin for powerful pain relief. To bang back headaches, muscle aches, and minor arthritis pain. And New Bayer Plus has more. Stomach Guard to help prevent stomach upset. So bang pain back with New Bayer Plus. The wonder drug worth trying. It's tough on pain, gentle on your stomach.
Ford profiles in quality, protecting your investment.
It's really upsetting when something chips the paint on your new car. So today, we're demonstrating a remarkable chip-resistant spray we now apply at the factory to the critical areas of all our American-built cars.
Half this test hood was sprayed with it, half was not. Look for yourself. You can see the difference.
When your goal is to build the highest quality cars and trucks in the world, you don't do it any other way.
At Ford Motor Company, quality is job one.
Guess what? I don't have the keys.
I don't have them either.
The side door.
The gleam of a brass chandelier.
Not open.
The window.
The embrace of a comfortable chair. The 100 other details that make an Ethan Allen house so nice to come home to. If you ever get home.
Maybe the garage.
Yeah.
Right now, there's a sale going on at your Ethan Allen Gallery.
Dodge Spirit brings the family car within your reach. Take advantage of $500 cash back on Spirits in stock, plus $750 package savings for up to $1,250 in total savings. Not only is Spirit affordable, it has more room than Honda Accord, an available V6, plus safety features like a driver's airbag, available anti-lock brakes, and more. Dodge Spirit isn't a stretch to afford. Welcome home to your Dodge dealer.
See your Baltimore Metro Dodge dealers. You're close to one of us.
Up here, Dad!
Where'd she rent, the penthouse?
It's only 4 blocks from school.
And it's miles away from clean.
Ew. Good thing we brought some muscle.
Hey, the big bald guy.
Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean. Mr. Clean doesn't just cut through tough, grimy dirt. He cleans right down to the shine with no dulling film. Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean.
Bright kitchen.
Bright girl. Don't just clean it, Mr. Clean it to the shine.
We are not going to screech everything to a halt on terms of our domestic agenda.
The campaign is progressing as it's planned and in accordance with the desires of the President, and will execute the orders as he dictates.
In Henry V, Shakespeare wrote, "In peace, there is nothing so becomes a man as modest stillness and humility. But when the blast of war blows in our ears," he wrote, "the man should imitate a tiger." Well, the President is trying to imitate both man and tiger, and so is much of Washington. But the blast of war is very loud here. To move around, the president uses decoy helicopters to confuse possible assassins. Decoy limousines have been added to the presidential motorcade.
I am not going to screech my life to a halt out of some fear about Saddam Hussein.
Despite the sense of war in Washington, the life of government does go on. Workers do arrive from the suburbs. The cabinet does attack the paper flow. At the Commerce Department today, Secretary Robert Mosbacher was meeting with advisors. At Health and Human Services, Secretary Louis Sullivan was hard at work. At Education, the acting secretary, John Sanders, was in his office. And for all these days, the president has been in and out of his office, trying, he says, to balance the business of the country.
We will have a briefing on the number one issue of the day, the Gulf crisis. We'll probably be talking about events inside the Soviet Union that concern all of us, Democrats and Republicans alike. And then we'll focus in on the domestic agenda.
If you look at the last 5 or 6 months, you would see that there's a very good balance in most of the meetings and things that have occurred in the White House as far as policy decisions.
How about the last one that you went to? Do you remember roughly what?
Well, I would say that it probably was probably 70-30 national security versus domestic.
When the dust of the Cold War cleared last year, there was great hope the United States could find a way to solve its own problems. The savings and loan mess, the specter of recession, violent crime, and urban decay. These problems are still visible, but war blocks much of what the president sees on his desk.
You have a little extra measure of clout in a foreign policy crisis to say, now wait a minute. The president is focused on the Persian Gulf. The president is focused on policy for pursuing the war. You really want to spend 10 or 15 minutes talking about X or Y. Can it hold?
But if X or Y are savings and loan or the budget deficit, what then?
A new legislative agenda has to be set for the coming session of Congress. Those things will be done because they have to be done. But the difference is the president won't have the time, he won't have the energy, he won't have the resources to then take those decisions and really elevate them, spend time in working them and selling them, and they'll therefore inevitably get put on the back burner.
There is a great tendency in Washington for nothing to happen in the bureaucracy unless there is attention coming from the top and from the bottom, from the people and from the president and the Congress. There's a great rule in Washington that I call make-believe equals survival. In other words, you go to the meetings, you proclaim, you have conferences, you have memos, but nothing really happens at the end of the day.
To try to somehow organize groups to focus on domestic needs while this war is going on is difficult to do. There's no enthusiasm. The failure to address the domestic agenda means that the quality of society that these troops will be returning to, these men and women will be returning to, perhaps will be a little worse off as a result of this war.
And so life goes on, and this is priority.
I don't think the American people understand how hard the president works, but he's working even harder than he normally does, and he gets an awful lot done, so he can get an awful lot done in that period of time.
But once the work is done, domestic policy advisors face a final, perhaps fatal obstacle.
You've gotten the president to sign off on it. You've maybe even gotten it in the State of the Union address. And then you find that it's not reported at all because the whole country's attention is riveted on the Gulf crisis instead of on the issue you've spent hundreds of hours on.
So with the blasts of war sounding throughout the city, Washington has gone back to work distracted. This is John Martin for Nightline in Washington.
However distracted, official Washington focuses tomorrow night on the President's State of the Union address. And when we come back, we'll be joined by the architect of that speech, Roger Porter.
If after test driving a Sterling,
you find another car with all of its standard features and appointments for $28,500 or less, we'll do more than congratulate you. We'll buy it for you.
Question: how can you help stop America's growing dependence on foreign oil? Slow down. It can save over 4 million gallons of gasoline a day. Let's put our energy into saving it.
Put the power of an upright in the palm of your hand with the Royal Dirt Devil. It has a revolving brush, and it can handle all kinds of dirt. Pick up the handheld vac that really picks up. Dirt Devil by Royal.
Roger just can't stop talking about the terrific taste of new Arm & Hammer Dental Care Gel. Right, Roger?
Mm-hmm.
It has the cool taste of freshly picked mint. Doesn't it, Roger?
Mm-hmm.
And it has the baking soda our dentist recommended. We'll never go back to our old gel. Will we, Roger? Mm-mm. New Arm & Hammer Dental Care Gel or paste from the baking soda experts. Anything else you'd like to add, Roger?
Mm-mm.
Mm-mm.
Wake up all the teachers, time to teach a new way. Maybe then they'll listen to what you have to say.
The power of teaching.
They're the ones who's coming up, and the world is in their hands. When you teach the children, teach them the very best you can. The world won't get no better if we just let it be. Na, 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 na,
The power to wake up young minds. The power to wake up the world. Teachers have that power. Reach for it. Teach.
Wake up all the teachers, time to teach a new way. Maybe then they'll listen.
Reach for the power. Teach. I'm Edward James Olmos, and we're recruiting new teachers. For information, call 1-800-45-TEACH.
When you teach the children.
Before the break, we talked about the problems of dealing with domestic issues these days. Joining us now live in our Washington bureau is the President's Domestic Policy Advisor, Roger Porter, who is also the White House coordinator for tomorrow night's State of the Union address. It's an imperfect analogy, Mr. Porter, but we've got a huge news organization here with probably around 85 or 90 reporters around the country and the world. And those who focus on domestic issues are certainly still focusing on them and trying to raise them at editorial meetings every day, but they're sort of getting brushed aside because most of the focus ends up, obviously, on the war. To what degree do you have the same problem at the White House?
Well, it's certainly true that most of the press attention and media attention has been focused on the Gulf and the events there. But within the White House, as the President indicated, life goes on. He will be delivering his State of the Union address tomorrow night. We'll be presenting the budget the following Monday, and the economic report of the President later that week. All the work that goes into the preparation of these addresses, those documents, has continued apace, despite the fact that events in the Middle East have distracted a good deal of public attention.
Obviously, the attention is focused at the different departments, but I guess the question is the one that Stu Eisenstadt raised. And that is the degree to which the President can imbue some of these projects with his own energy, picking up the phone, jawboning with Congress, giving it the kind of attention that many of these projects are going to need. He's only human, he's only got so many hours in the day.
It is certainly true that he has a limited amount of time, as we all do, but he is a man of extraordinary stamina and someone who appreciates that the job of being president includes not only being the architect of the nation's foreign policy and its commander-in-chief, but also an individual who has responsibility to care for the nation's economic and domestic needs. I have been impressed in the last several days and weeks at the amount of time and attention that he has been willing to devote to the budget and the State of the Union, to education and energy, and trade, and the other range of domestic issues that we're dealing with.
Just by way of comparison, under normal conditions, when there is not a war going on, and that is an extraordinary kind of crisis, how much time does the President normally spend on foreign policy? How much time does he normally spend on domestic?
Well, it varies a good deal from president to president. I think it's this president, it's roughly a 50-50 or 60-40 split. It depends on what's going on around the world, but It's a fairly even balance.
So when, as you hear now, and I don't know to what degree these things can be quantified, that the president is spending 70 to 80% of his time focusing on the war, something's got to give, right?
Well, this is at a time when the Congress is not in session, and so the responsibilities of doing a lot of phone calls and lobbying on the Hill is not quite the same. He is still involved in making the same range of decisions with respect to the initiatives that we will be announcing during the next several days and weeks, and in that sense, there's not a big difference.
Well, under normal, I guess what I'm getting at, and I realize you are being protective here, and it's only understandable that you would be, but I would think that at times like this, if the Secretary of State or the Secretary of Defense or the Director of Central Intelligence or the President's National Security Advisor needs his ear, they will get it a lot more easily than, say, the Secretary of HHS or Education.
Well, certainly if events in the world of foreign policy, whether it's the Gulf or U.S.-Soviet relations, require his attention, he gives it to them. But again, I would simply reiterate that I've been impressed at his willingness and his interest to remain engaged and involved in economic and domestic issues, which he cares very greatly about and which are very important for the country.
Give us a sense of how he works it into his day, then, if you would.
Well, he has a regular set of meetings and briefings. Some of these involve several cabinet officers. Some of these would involve simply a few White House officials. He does a good deal of reading, paperwork, memorandums go to him. In a very real sense, since August, the flow of events has not changed that much within the White House.
So you would say the attention to the economy, education, issues like that is from the perspective of the result that's going to emerge equivalent to what it has always been?
Perhaps a little less. Obviously, more of his time and attention has to be devoted to foreign policy right now. But he recognizes that it's a job that involves both sides, and he has continued to impress upon his cabinet and upon his White House officials and the sessions that we have had with him that he expects us to be at our desks and doing our work, and that the nation needs an economic and domestic policy just like it needs a foreign policy, and he wants to provide it.
Mr. Porter, you've emerged unscathed. Let's hope the President does too. Thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you.
For some months now, President Bush has refused to link the resolution of the Gulf crisis with the Palestinian dispute. When we come back, the angers and fears of Palestinians caught, once again, in the middle of larger issues.
When money, after nearly 2 weeks at home, not working, a lot of people are running out of cash.
I know personally in our neighborhood, people are selling their gold, their furniture to buy fruits and food for their family, for their kids.
The barber did put some money in his pocket today, but he complained, what good is it to work just for one day? It is not enough. Palestinians believe that the curfew, which Israel calls a security measure, was in fact designed to punish them for their support of Saddam Hussein. They are also bitter that West Bank Arabs are last on the list for gas masks from the government, behind Israeli citizens, even behind tourists. Here in Bethlehem, distribution of masks began only last week and only after Israel's highest court insisted. But it turned out there were not enough gas masks for most Palestinians, especially not in children's sizes.
When we made the initial assessment of the threat of chemical warfare, it was inconceivable to us that the population in the West Bank will be targets for chemical warfare attacked by some of their brothers, Arab leaders, who are claiming to be representing them.
Meanwhile, Palestinians like the Khatib family are improvising. A cloth soaked in baking soda substitutes for gas masks.
It is really creating some worries and tension here at home within the family to see on the television, on the Israeli televisions, the directions given to Israeli families how to use the gas masks, and we're not able to use them because we don't have them.
Because there are no sirens in West Bank towns, they keep the TV on all day for news of missile attacks. And like the Israelis, they have sealed off one room of their home against the possibility of poison gas. The Khatibs did not back Saddam's invasion of Kuwait, but did support his call for a diplomatic solution, one that would also address Palestinian grievances.
And we still believe that our interests are served better by putting an end to this war because nobody will win in this war, especially the Palestinians.
Afternoon in Bethlehem, heading for home as the curfew was closing in again. The announcement that from tomorrow restrictions will be eased in certain towns was no doubt welcome, as the people got ready for another night shut indoors, listening for news of missiles reaching Israel. If they looked out their windows tonight, they would have seen this missile passing overhead, for the first time dropping fragments into the West Bank. But no Palestinians were harmed, which perhaps was cause for more song in these not-so-silent hills. John Donovan for Nightline in the West Bank.
And a closing note. Bob Vinton made 2 appearances on Nightline last August when we were the first journalists in Baghdad following the Iraqi invasion of Kuwait. Mr. Vinton volunteered to drive us around the city and gave us the benefit of his experience there. Then, last December, he was with us again, having just been released by the Iraqis after some months as a human shield. We chatted for a while after the program, and I told him how much I would enjoy driving him around Washington should he ever come here. It is a privilege I will never have. Bob Vinton died over the weekend at his home in Santa Fe, New Mexico. It was a heart attack. He was 57. We didn't know each other well, but when a group of American newsmen needed help, Bob Vinton gave, and gave generously. Our condolences to his widow, Susan. That's our report for tonight. I'm Ted Koppel in Washington. For all of us here at ABC News, good night.
This has been Nightline.
Nightline is a presentation of ABC News. More Americans get their news from ABC News than from any other source.
America's watching ABC.
They carried death to Israel. Despair to Saudi Arabia. Scud missiles from Iraq, fired at soldiers and civilians alike. These mobile missiles are hauled by trucks and loaded by cranes. It may have been financed, in part, by the United States government.
The American taxpayer has essentially paid for trucks and cranes that at this very moment may be carrying Scud missiles to the front line to be fired at our troops.
It happened under a U.S. government loan program that was designed to sell Iraq food. But federal investigators and other sources tell CNN that Iraq illegally manipulated that program to acquire trucks, cranes, and spare parts, all vital components of the Scud missile.
You don't have a mobile Scud without a truck and a crane.
That simple.
It's that simple. The only way to transport Scud missiles around southern Iraq, southern Kuwait for that matter, is on trucks. Cranes are absolutely necessary in order to reload the Scuds.
According to a confidential cable obtained by CNN, under the U.S. loan program, Iraq openly requested trucks capable of carrying the Scuds. Other sources confirm that Iraq illegally received both trucks and cranes by exploiting the U.S. loans. It's unclear how many of these trucks and cranes Iraq received from the U.S., or whether this hardware was used in Iraq's recent series of Scud attacks.
It is a vexing problem. They are mobile systems, and some of them are very sophisticated Soviet mobile systems. Others are nothing more than a flatbed truck with a rail on it that they've locally fabricated.
How did Iraq get trucks from the United States? With the help of the U.S. Department of Agriculture. Beginning in 1983, the USDA guaranteed billions of dollars in loans to Iraq. The money was supposed to be used by Iraq to buy crops from American farmers. But Iraq also used the money to bribe some of these agricultural companies to supply trucks and cranes as well.
Yes, the American taxpayer paid for these trucks and cranes because we extended credit to Iraq in the form of agricultural loans that will never be repaid. And that default will rest on the back of the American taxpayer.
The total cost to the U.S. taxpayer for the Iraqi loans, $2 billion. That's the amount Iraq owes the U.S. for these loans, an amount Iraq now refuses to pay back. Agriculture Department officials declined to be interviewed about any of this, But in an internal memo, they acknowledged last year that the U.S. loans could have had a direct link to financing Iraqi military expenditures. Agency officials also warned of the possibility of considerable adverse congressional reaction and press coverage should the Iraqi loans turn into a HUD or savings and loan type scandal. Meantime, in the Mideast, U.S. soldiers await the next round of missiles that their tax dollars may have helped launch. I'm Mark Feldstein, CNN's Special Assignment.
And if you would like to write to the Special Assignment staff, the address is Post Office Box 2727, Atlanta, Georgia 30301.
And what are people saying about the Gulf War worldwide? We have journalists standing by right now in Turkey, in Zurich, and the United Arab Emirates. And I'm going to say good morning to all three of you collectively. We're going to start off with Sami Cohen. He's the foreign editor of the Milliyet Daily News, and he joins us on the phone right now live from Istanbul, Turkey. Mr. Cohen, first of all, let me ask you, what has been the reaction with your president's decision to allow Allied forces to use airfields in Turkey for bombing raids in occupied Kuwait as well as in Iraq?
Iraq has said it not to Turkey, warning about the consequences for allowing the United States to use the Turkish bases for such attacks. But Turkey has rejected the note and said its policy was in line with the United Nations resolutions. Now, senior Turkish officials believe that Saddam Hussein will refrain from retaliating against Turkey. They point out that in that case, if there would be any kind of an aggression by Iraq, Turkey's response will be very severe.
Mr. Cohen, let me ask you another question. What has been the response in the wake of some recent bombings throughout Turkey? Has there been any change? We talked with you last week as far as what the public opinion was in Turkey. Have you noticed any change since then?
Regarding, you mean political violence, attacks against some U.S. and foreign targets? Is that what you mean?
Yes.
Yeah, well, there is a growing uneasiness, of course, in Turkey about this upsurge of terrorism. There's an underground leftist organization called DefSol, which has been engaged in a series of bomb attacks recently, causing so far only material damage, but no casualties. Now, the group says its aim is to protest the what they call the U.S. imperialism in the Middle East, and of course that goes very much in line with their traditional anti-American ideological line. It is now using, in fact, the Gulf War as an opportunity to launch